Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Dawn of Victory. New equipment was launched from the Diva. Under the cover of the G-Men and Genoas, the Gundam Age 1 changed its equipment in space. The new equipment was slimmer than the Brave and Standard models, with clear lines, giving people a very light feeling, like a ninja in the dark night. This is it. Gundam Age 1 Sparrow, a high-mobility equipment with a Shijure blade that is sharper than the Samurai Gundam's high-vibration blade. The knees have electromagnetic needle guns as a means of long-range attack. However, the Sparrow's armor is relatively weak, so be careful not to be attacked. Fangs warned. Okay, I know. Pulling the joystick and stepping on the pedal, an unprecedented thrust directly pressed Flit on the seat, and he almost couldn't breathe for a while. What a great speed. In this case, Flit's hands moved quickly, and the Gundam Age 1 Sparrow pulled out the Shijure blade from its waist, and shuttled back and forth between the UEs like a deadly ninja. Every enemy plane he passed by was cut in half by the Shijure blade before he could react, just like a hot knife cutting tofu. Seeing that Zerim and Iubizmiz were about to be destroyed by the UE, and they couldn't catch up at this distance, the Gundam Age 1 Sparrow raised its knees, and the black firing port ejected a sharp needle, piercing the enemy plane in the blink of an eye, and then exploded in space. Great. This is the power of the Sparrow. Good. The Gundam Age 1 Sparrow joined the battlefield with great force, sinking the scale that was already tilted towards them a few points, while on the other side, the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam also broke through many obstacles and approached the Fabozer. But here they encountered setbacks. Fabozer transformed into a spider, weaving yellow beams into dense webs, trying to trap the two little butterflies, Dawn Gundam and Samurai Gundam. Isn't this barrage a bit too much? Graham cursed. He originally thought that the White Tiger-class cruiser designed by Yang Hui was already crazy enough, but it was obvious that this was even more excessive. There are a total of 90 beam cannons on the whole body, 36 of which are twin-mounted. Yang Hui, who remained absolutely rational, said the scan results expressionlessly. This level of barrage is not easy to break through. Replace, help me gain time. Beep, beep. The alarm sounded, telling the approaching enemy aircraft to attract Yang Hui's attention. More than twice the speed of Gavin and Bacto. It's him. The emotional fluctuations almost interrupted the state of absolute rationality. Graham, abandon the mothership and hunt Ms. freely. Understood. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam began to evacuate in the direction of the front line, but the Dawn Gundam could slow down. The beam cannon and beam rifle continued to fire, detonating the surrounding enemy planes one after another. The Samurai Gundam surrounded the Dawn Gundam. As long as an enemy plane approached the Dawn Gundam, it would be cut in half by him. But these were not Yang Hui's goals. He had only one goal, that is, Dixel, who was about to catch up with him. The beam cannon attacked, and the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam, both on the beam, separated at the same time tacitly. Jetis bypassed the Samurai Gundam, suddenly deformed during high-speed flight, and slashed at the Dawn Gundam with a long sword. The Dawn Gundam did not retreat either, and drew out its beam sword to meet it, and was in a stalemate with Jetis. He's on the hook. Graham, kill him. Yes. Ugh. The Samurai Gundam, which received Yang Hui's instructions, was about to accelerate and cut off the Jetis, but before it started, it was entangled by the surrounding enemy planes. The dense firepower network cut the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam into two battlefields. Yang Hui. It's okay, be careful, guerrilla retreat. Understood. The Samurai Gundam dodged and retreated. I don't know if UE adopted the tactic of concentrating firepower to defeat each one. Except for the stalemate between Jetis and the Dawn Gundam, the other enemy planes and the artillery fire of Fabozer hit the Samurai Gundam, leaving it no time to attack. The battle on the other side was like another world, with only two Mizes fighting. Do you think my melee is a weakness? Naive? Seeing that Jetis had been entangled with the Dawn Gundam and did not give it a chance to shoot, the Dawn Gundam decisively abandoned the beam gun in its hand and fought with Jetis in melee with two swords in hand. Desir really can't be underestimated. He used the high mobility of the jet form to move, and used the beam Vulcan cannon to contain it while moving at high speed. Once he got close, He immediately changed back to the Ms form to fight. Although Yang Hui still maintained an absolutely rational state, his forehead began to sweat. The consumption of mental power in the transformer mode in an environment without GN particles was terrifying. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Yang Hui was already tired. But he didn't dare to turn off the transformer mode at present. I don't know if Desir's potential was stimulated in advance after being stimulated by him and Graham in succession. Jadis's movements became more and more simple and clean, but also more and more sharp and tricky. Is he worthy of being Fleet's rival? The two machines crossed each other, and Jadis cut off a piece of the wings of the Dawn Gundam backpack with a sword, and the beam sword of the Dawn Gundam also cut off Jadis's left arm. The two machines kept colliding, and they could clearly see the arcs jumping on the opponent's body. At this moment, Jadis's speed suddenly slowed down a lot. The Dawn Gundam seized the opportunity and fired the beam cannon and the electromagnetic cannon at the same time. Successful. Just as Yang Hui was excited about Dixel's impending death, Jadis suddenly turned his body to the side, and the beam cannon evaded him. The electromagnetic cannon hit Jadis's torso, but failed to completely penetrate its armor. In the smoke and fire, Jadis dragged his body and evacuated towards Fabozer at the fastest speed. Don't think about escaping. Beep beep beep. Just as Yang Hui was about to chase, the red alarm of the machine stopped his thoughts. It seems that I am not qualified to say anything about Graham. Looking at the wear and tear of each component, Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. In this battle, Dixel's growth was huge. He consumed all the performance of the machine but still failed to take him down directly. And the final evasive action. To be honest, Yang Hui always felt unnatural. Memphis, why did this happen? It was detected that his machine had a mandatory remote control system, and someone took over the control of the machine when the machine malfunctioned. Mandatory remote control system. Yang Hui frowned and looked at Fabozer, who was slowly retreating. He thought that it must be done by Yakdori. He knew Dixir, so he kept a hand. Yang Hui punched hard, thinking it was a pity that he missed such a good opportunity, but he was unwilling to do so. The current situation of the Dawn Gundam no longer supported Yang Hui to pursue, and he could not even engage in fierce fighting. Yang Hui was also glad that most of the firepower was attracted by Graham, otherwise it would be difficult for him to retreat. Graham, it's time to retreat. Understood. Graham also noticed the situation of the Dawn Gundam and left from another direction with a large force of UE to ensure that the Dawn Gundam returned to the array safely. Yang Hui, are you okay? The body of the Dawn Gundam was still jumping with arcs, which scared Flit and Wallif. I'm fine, but the performance of the machine has been squeezed out by me. Go back to the Diva, you are in danger now. Flit said anxiously. No, the UE has already started to retreat. So? Fleet looked at the UE, and sure enough, all the Mrs. had retreated to the side of the Fabozer, escorting the mothership back. An unknown light flashed, and the UE disappeared from everyone's sight. The UE has retreated. We won. Oh. Dot. The UE's giant ship has begun to retreat, and the Mrs. are following. They have left the battle area. As Miles reported, everyone laughed excitedly. This was the first time that humans defeated the UE on the front battlefield. This was not only their victory, but also a victory for humans. Remove the first level of combat preparation, enter the second level of combat preparation, clean up the battlefield, and rescue survivors. Understood. And after issuing the order, Geludic also breathed a sigh of relief. After the tension passed, there was joy and fatigue. The heart that had been in a high tension could also relax. The losses in this battle were actually not small, but it was unprecedented to be able to achieve a 1-to-1 battle loss with a UE, and the losses were all the Mrs. of Zerum and Iuba, which was completely worth it. Gundam. Grudic looked at the three returning Gundams and raised his lips. This was the hope for humanity to counterattack and defeat the UE. After cleaning up the battlefield, Dong Boyki and Lacto Ilmifa connected with a Diva. We, Zerum and Iuba, have jointly officially declared our participation in the upcoming, bat-driven operation. Really? Thank you very much. Well, this battle has awakened us, Yang Hui, thank you. I'm just telling the truth. After we have finished the funeral of the victims, we will lead the fleet stationed on other satellites to the colony satellite Minsley to meet up with you. Then, see you then, Yang Hui, don't forget the weapons you promised us. Don't worry. After the communication ended, Grudic said to everyone on the bridge, as you heard, some people may think this is too reckless. I hope you can decide for yourself whether to go with us. If it was only because of the passion inspired by Grudik that everyone followed before, after this battle, they saw the hope of victory, and naturally they would not choose to withdraw again, and no one got off the ship and left. I understand, Millis. Is the supply completed? Already completed. Then set off for Minsley in 2 hours. All departments should be ready. Yes. XN Yang Hui, come here for a moment. Well, I also have something I want to discuss with you. This time, the dual machine breakthrough made Yang Hui feel powerless again. Facing the firepower of a 1-kilometer-long super-large mothership, the firepower of the Miz was still too weak. At least he did not have the ability to destroy the Phobosa single-handedly. The current Diva was too weak compared to the Phobosa. The transformation of the photon destruction cannon must also be put on the agenda. Chapter 127 EXADB's Intelligence, Yang Hui's Speculation. After everyone dispersed, Yang Hui gave Fleet and Fangs some instructions on the preparation of the Miz, and then he and Giludik came to the captain's room. So, what do you want to tell me? The situation is not good, Captain Giludik. What happened? Giludik's pupils shrank upon hearing this. Yang Hui was the strongest fighter on the Song Princess, and even he said it was not good, so he must have discovered some important information. It's not a problem of anything else, it's the opponent's super-large mothership. To put it bluntly, the Song Princess is already the Federation's most advanced warship, but compared to the opponent's super-large mothership, it is completely a doll and can't stand a single blow. Really? Do you have any good ideas? Giludik asked. He also looked at the battle data of Yang Hui and Graham, and had an intuitive impression of the Phobosa, that is, it is terrible. Regardless of how many troops the UE has deployed in the Anbit Fortress, just one Phobosa makes them helpless. But Giludik boasted that he knew Yang Hui well. Since he brought it up, it means that he has thought of a solution. I can try to connect the age system to the Song of Songs, and then input the combat data with the super-large mothership to see if I can help the Song of Songs upgrade. Well, then hurry up, what we lack most now is time. Well, just give me your permission. After getting Giludik's permission, Yang Hui came to the hangar and told Fleet and Fangs his idea. Can such a thing be done? Fleet exclaimed. Hearing this, Yang Hui covered his face and was depressed. You are the developer of the age system. Shouldn't you be the one who knows the limit of the age system the most? Oh, but I've been busy with training and fighting recently. Fleet was embarrassed. After the age system was built, he didn't study it in depth. First, he didn't have time and opportunity. Second, Yang Hui and Fangs, two people with better technology than him, have been studying the age system. Fleet simply left it to them and focused on training and fighting. Well, in short, let's try it first. Since the age system can create new equipment for the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam, it is likely that the Diva will also be feasible. No matter which Gundam it has evolved to its final form at present. It is not possible to upgrade it again in a short period of time. Moreover, no matter how the weapons change, it is impossible to make a qualitative leap due to the material. Simply focus on the photon destruction cannon of the Diva, which is the most important decisive weapon. I didn't expect that you would have this day. Graham ran over and teased. This was the first time that Yang Hui almost broke the Dawn Gundam apart. He had been scolded before. The opponent's improvement is too fast, even comparable to Fleet. I have to use all my strength to deal with it. Yang Hui replied without raising his head. Indeed, I studied the battle records. Excluding the time of remote control, from some habitual actions, it can be judged that the same person is driving, but the speed of improvement is really terrible. In the Battle of Nora, the opponent's strength was at most C+, and he could not fully exert the full performance of the machine. This time it directly rose to B, and even the machine could not keep up with his movements. Graham put away his joking expression and said very seriously. If he could be said to be teasing him before, now Graham has regarded the opponent as an opponent worthy of attention. Moreover, if there is no limit to this improvement speed, after a few battles, the opponent may leave him and Graham far behind. It should be that we stimulated his potential in a short period of time. This kind of explosive growth cannot be without any limit. Human potential is limited. This special method of being stimulated will end at most once or twice, and it is impossible to explode indefinitely. That's good. Otherwise, if it is really a monster, it will be really difficult to deal with. But then again, do you know the true identity of UE? Graham asked, Because Yang Hui always used people to evaluate Yui, not monsters like aliens. Yang Hui looked around and confirmed that it was only him and Graham. Then he retrieved a top-secret document. Is this ExoDB? Well, it's called the Cursed Secret Treasure. It's a huge database that contains all the weapon information before the Satellite Country War. The Federation has been looking for it, but so far there is no clue. But what does this have to do with Yui? This is another top-level confidential document in the Federation database. It contains some leftover information from the Satellite Country War. This is it. Looking at the information Yang Hui retrieved, there were only a few unclear pictures, but even the blurry pictures showed that the content was a battle between Ms, including a body that looked like a Gundam, and a body that looked like a Yui Ms fighting. Are they very similar? So what you mean is, Yui is actually human, and their Ms uses ExoDB technology? If that's the case, doesn't that mean Yui has mastered all the weapons technology during the Satellite Country War period? No. After I came to this world, I specialized in studying the history of hundreds of years ago, including ancient books and documents hidden by the Federation. According to the analysis of these materials, the military technology 100 years ago can be said to have reached its peak. To put it bluntly, in the war hundreds of years ago, any force had the ability to defeat the EU world. If Yui really got a complete XTP, then it would have no difficulty in sweeping the Federation. So, I judge that Yui should have only got a part of it, and a very small part. But this is not enough to judge that they are human. And this. Seeing Yang Hui call up another new file, Graham took a rough look at it and got angry. What a bunch of damn bastards. The space immigration plan called Mars Birthday was to create a colony on Mars and carry out immigration to reduce the burden on the Earth. However, because 20% of the immigrants would suffer from a disease called Mars Ray, and could not find the cause and treatment, the Earth Federation gave up the Mars immigration plan and left the sick immigrants on Mars, declaring the plan a failure. This failure was covered up as a scandal of the Federation. Yang Hui also spent a lot of effort to find this file. Although he knew this information from the beginning, this scandal was also a trump card in his hand to prevent the Federation from being jealous of Yang's enterprise and jumping off the wall. With the information in this file, Graham also connected all the information fragments in his mind. This makes sense. It's really abominable bastards. Graham is an upright warrior who has always hated the dirty tricks of politicians. Politicians are all one family. This is normal. We don't have the ability to change the regime right now. And, no matter how pitiful they are, it's not a reason for them to kill innocent people. Well, I understand. I can tell the enemy apart. That's good, but this information is between you and me. No third person can know it now. I know, but Yang Hui, your ultimate goal is ExoDB, right? Their goals in coming to the Gundam Age world are, first, mission rewards, second, deviation, and third, various outstanding local technologies. These are the fundamental factors for strengthening the Promise Fortress. Well, in addition to talents, there are only two things in this world that are worth my attention. One is the age system, and the other is ExoDB. Is the age system really that important? Graham didn't think the age system was worth Yang Hui's attention. Supercomputers plus 3D printing technology are not very high-level technologies. If they didn't have any alternatives now, Graham really didn't think much of the age system. What if the age system is connected to Veda? Yang Hui said with a smile. This. Graham was embarrassed after a little association. If it is true as Yang Hui said, that the age system is connected to Veda, then the age system can instantly produce any equipment they want to make. With Veda's calculation speed, there is no need to collect combat data, let alone worry about the safety threshold. Just input the imagined data, and Veda will automatically perfect it for you, and it can also quickly produce the finished product. Although Yang Hui can do it, and it will not be bad to gather researchers from most worlds in the future, but with a combination of the age system and Veda, the huge research workload will be reduced by at least 2/3. Okay, you are an expert, you have the final say. Let's not talk about this. How is the maintenance of the body? It's almost done, but you'd better not go to the hangar now. Why? Because I saw the maintenance engineers looking for sacks everywhere. Yang Hui. After several days of sailing, the songstress finally arrived at Minsley. Minsley is one of the few neutral space colony satellites that has not joined the Federation. Putting the rendezvous point here will not have to entangle with the Federation, and it is also close to the space fortress Anbit, which is the best rendezvous point. The fleets of Zerim and Abba were almost assembled. Before executing the bad driving operation, Dong Boyki would take Yerludik and others to meet his old friend. The supplies for the entire fleet were sponsored by the other party. Whether it was to express gratitude, increase connections, or visit the local snake, they should go to meet him. Moreover, Yang Hui knew that if the fate of Yulin had not changed, she would have been adopted by Alzak Bamingus. Well, things will work out when the time comes. Yang Hui did not bother to think about it. He just looked forward to seeing Yulin again, but the real world is not anime. It is impossible for everything to develop according to the plot. If they can meet, it is fate. If they can't meet, they can only say that they are not destined to meet. The group got off the boat and entered Bamingus's manor. He was indeed a wealthy man with good taste. Long time no see, Arzak, you are still so energetic. You are still alive, Boyki. When old friends meet, they are naturally enthusiastic, but why do people see a spark in the enthusiasm between Dong Boyki and Arzak Bamingus? Well, it's the smell of melon. Chapter 128 Final Preparation. Although Yang Hui was more interested in the gossip between Dong Boyki and Arzak Bamingus, it was not now, because the little girl next to Arzak Bamingus deeply attracted his attention. Yulin was still adopted by Arzak Bamingus as in the original plot, but there was also a difference. In the original plot, there was not much affection between Yulin and Arzak Bamingus. It was just that Yulin had nowhere to go, and Arzak Bamingus really cared about her, so he stayed here. But now, from the fact that Yulin was willing to follow Arzak Bamingus to greet them, it seems that the relationship between Yulin and Arzak Bamingus is not so stiff. Is it someone you know? Arzak Bamingus also noticed that Yang Hui and Yulin's eyes were always locked together, so he showed some concern. Well, in Nora, he saved me, Yulin said, and then lowered her head shyly. Really? Arzak Bamingus glanced at Yulin's expression, then looked at Yang Hui. As a wealthy man, he naturally recognized who Yang Hui was. He grinned. He didn't expect that his adopted daughter was so powerful that she could meet the eldest son of Yang's enterprise. Master Yang, thank you very much for saving my daughter. You're welcome. It's fate. Yang Hui replied appropriately. Since you know each other, please take the liberty of letting my daughter take you to visit the manor later, okay? Thank you very much. Yang Hui understood the plan of this old fox. If he really doted on Yulin, it would be no problem to give him some business help, but in the original plot, this man was forced to hand Yulin over to Yui under the threat of Yui, which also caused Yulin's future tragedy. If Arzak Bamingus was frustrated by Yulin's refusal to open her heart to him in the original plot, you could still understand it a little, but it is obviously different now. If the same thing happened again, Yang Hui would never forgive him. Hearing this, Yaling raised her head and smiled knowingly at Yang Hui, and Yang Hui also responded with a gentle smile. However, the matter of being alone with Yalin still needs to be postponed. Yang Hui can't abandon everyone to date Yalin like Fleet did. So far, the formulation of the bad driving operation ranks first. At the beginning, Arzak Bamingus let Yalin go to play by herself. He didn't want Yalin to be involved, and Yalin would not be interested in these things. But what he didn't expect was that Yalin actually took the initiative to ask to participate. This was the first time that Yalin asked him since he adopted Yalin, which really stumped him. The eyes of others were also sharp. Yalin wanted to attend the meeting not because of interest or conspiracy, but just wanted to be with Yang Hui. It can be seen from the hand that was held and not intended to let go. Let her attend, Bamingus. Since she is your adopted child, I don't think there's any problem. I personally have no objection. What's the matter? With such a cute little girl present, the atmosphere won't be dull. Everyone spoke up, and Yulin held Yang Hui's hand tightly, waiting for Arzak Bamingus's answer with some fear. Well, if you all say so, then let's attend together. Yulin smiled happily after hearing this, and bowed to thank the person who helped her persuade. Everyone entered the meeting room. Arzak Bamingus did not force Yulin to stay by his side, but felt that it was better to stay by Yang Hui's side. To be honest, this is an extremely reckless plan. Arzak Bamingus said bluntly. We thought so at the beginning, but the victory of the farting resistance war made us change our minds. Dong Boyki said. We were able to win despite the extremely unfavorable equipment. The new weapons that Yang Enterprises equipped for us will soon arrive, and this operation has a greater chance of winning. Dong Boyki and Lacto Ilmifa said. They were the most touched. The Miz they were proud of was as fragile as a child's toy in front of the UE, which also dealt a heavy blow to their self-esteem. But under the leadership of the 3 Gundams, the large-scale UE troops were directly repelled. Because of the proper tactics, and the 2 machines of Yang Hui and Graham, most of the enemies were pinned down and repelled. This was a large-scale battle that the Federation Army had never won, which also gave everyone hope of victory. The Fang's rifle will soon be equipped with the entire MIS unit, and the increase in effective combat power has also increased their chances of winning. Well, I have also seen your battle records. To be honest, if it weren't for Master Yang Hui and Master Graham, you would have paid a huge price even if you wanted to win. Alzak Bamingas said. Everyone was speechless, feeling underestimated, but it was also true. That's not the case. The victory of a battle is never the credit of a single person. If you hadn't delayed some troops for me and Graham, we wouldn't have been able to achieve such a great result, not to mention the aircraft support, tactical command, etc. Yang Hui stood up and said, which made everyone feel proud and had a way out. Well said. Artsak Bamingas had never talked to Yang Hui. He was also worried that Yang Hui would be complacent and arrogant at such a young age because of such brilliant achievements and fame. At present, it seems that all this is just unnecessary worry. So Bamingas, have you decided? Dong Boyki asked, and everyone looked at Artsak Bamingas, waiting for his answer. He had not clearly answered in the communication that he would support their actions, so now he needed to give an answer. To be honest, I still think your plan is too reckless. Artsak Bamingas shook his head. This also made everyone feel depressed. Although Artsak Bamingas could not provide combat support, the combined fleet needed a huge amount of supplies. In addition, the combined fleet of Zeram, Ayuba and the songstress needed to stay in the port of Minsley for rest and recuperation, and he also needed his approval. Otherwise, the officials of Minsley would not dare to let them enter the port. But from the beginning, I decided to fully support you. After all, this is the first time that Boyki asked for my help. Unexpectedly, Artsak Bamingas changed the subject, which made everyone feel relieved. Bamingas, you bastard, how old are you? You still like to make such jokes to scare people. Dong Boyki cursed angrily. Ha, there aren't many opportunities to scare you, Boyji, and you have no right to say that I'm old and still trying to learn from young people to charge into battle. Humph, I'm different from someone else, I'm still strong and healthy. What did you say? Do you want to fight? It seems that the 2 old men, one big and one small, have a really good relationship. They are so old and still want to fight like children. The master lost his composure in front of his old friend, but the housekeeper was still very professional. It was impossible for him to hold a combat meeting immediately when he first arrived. The 2 old men continued to confront each other. Everyone followed the housekeeper out of the meeting room, and Yang Hui finally had a chance to be alone with Yulin. Yulin took Yang Hui through the garden, ran through the grove, and came to the lake. Finally see you again, Yang Hui. Well, it seems that we are destined to meet. No, it's not fate. I always have a feeling that we will definitely meet again. Really? Then. As he said that, Yang Hui took out the hairband that Yulin left for him and tied it for her personally. Yang Hui. The 2 were too close. Just like Yang Hui hugged Yulin in his arms, Yulin was almost embarrassed like a steamed girl. Well, it looks better this way. Yang Hui commented, as for being shy, just kidding, he already has 3 wives. Yang Hui is no longer a novice in love, how can he be shy to this extent? Yang Hui, why don't you keep it? Yulin asked. In fact, she hoped that Yang Hui would not give it back to her, so that her connection with Yang Hui would not be cut off. No, I'm not giving it back to you. Yang Hui said. What does that mean? This is the amulet that Yulin gave me, but I often get so engrossed in my work that I forget everything else. I'm afraid it will be bad if I accidentally damage it, so Yulin, can you please keep it for me? Return it to me until the day when there is no war. Huh? Yulin was stunned for a moment. The smart and mature girl understood the hidden meaning in the words and became even more shy. Yes. Then let's go. You have to take me around here. Well, follow me. In the next 2 weeks, intelligence was constantly collected and analyzed, and the battle plan was modified. The new equipment of the Mecha unit was not only the Fang's rifle, but also a batch of high-mobility engine backpacks used in the early days of the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam were delivered. The transformation and upgrade of the Diva, the transformation of the universal interface of Zerim and Iuba's MIS, all of these together could not be completed by the existing maintenance personnel. In addition to a group of technicians urgently deployed from the group, even Madonna was invited to come over, and all the work was completed within the time limit. The pilots of the MIS troop were also not idle. Due to the modification of the machine body and the loading of the high-mobility backpack, they also had to spend time to adapt. Yang Hui sent Graham as an instructor. 2 weeks later, everything was ready, and Galudic announced a battle plan. The fleets of Zerim and Iuba spread out on both wings to prevent the enemies on both wings from causing harm to the Diva. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam still served as the arrows, leading the MIS troop of the Diva to break through the center and land on the space fortress Enbit to carry out landing operations. Because of the limited manpower, this was the only way after careful calculation, to go straight to Huanglong, break through the command system of UE, and make the true identity of UE public. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Federal Blocker, Do You Want to Touch Me? Yulin, I have to leave. After the last day of playing, Yang Hui said goodbye to Yulin. Sure enough, the happy smile disappeared, and he lowered his head and sobbed, Can't I not leave? Yes, I have things I have to do. Yang Hui said. Yulin is different from Wang Liumei, and Katie. First, she is still a child and doesn't understand too many big principles. Second, Yulin lost her biological parents and brother, and has never been able to open her heart to others, even if Arzak Bamingas dotes on her. Only Yang Hui can make her feel at ease and make her feel that she has someone to rely on, so she is reluctant to let Yang Hui leave, and even more reluctant to let Yang Hui experience danger. Then, will we never see each other again? Yulin asked. Of course not. Don't forget that the amulet you gave me is still with you. I will definitely take it back. Yang Hui said. Really? Well, I promise, I will come back to find you. Well, I'll wait for you to come back. Finally, Yulin hugged Yang Hui and watched Yang Hui leave reluctantly. Horizontal ellipsis. Yang Hui and the others reunited and boarded the ship back to the spaceport, but were blocked by uninvited guests. 2 Genoese blocked the river, and the commander-in-chief of the 8th Fleet blocked the center of the river. We found you. Defector, Galudic Enoa. Surrender immediately. It's the Federation Army. How could this happen? It's finally about to start, but now. Everyone looked unwilling. It was because Minsley was a neutral colony satellite and there was no Federation Army stationed, so they chose this place as the rendezvous point, but they didn't expect the Federation Army to chase them. When everyone was anxious and didn't know what to do, Yang Hui smiled calmly and took the initiative to walk to the bow. Can you make way? Yang Hui, the eldest son of the Yang group? Are you going to help the defector too? If you take the initiative to step back, I can pretend that I didn't see anything. The commander also felt it was very difficult. With the status of Yang's enterprise in the Federation, plus the importance of Yang Hui to Yang's enterprise, if it was not handled properly, Yang's enterprise would not dare to do anything to the Federation, but it was hard for him to say, at least his current position would not be kept. In the current situation, Yang Hui and his men are trapped in a jar, and there is no way they can escape. He only hopes that Yang Hui can see the situation clearly and retreat when faced with difficulties. Otherwise, it will be bad for both sides. That won't work. We still have things we must do. We can't be stopped by you here. Yang Hui said. If so, I will only offend you. I am a soldier and must obey orders. Try to move me. Yang Hui raised his lips, revealing a strange and dangerous smile. Bang! The gunshots in the dense forest startled the birds, and the loudspeaker in the commander's hand shattered and splashed, leaving only a handle in his hand. Sniper. Search quickly. I advise you not to move, otherwise I can't guarantee that there will be no accidental discharge. Yang Hui said jokingly. Damn it, you actually did this to me. The commander secretly hated himself for being careless, thinking that he was fearless with Amiz, but the other party had already anticipated it and arranged a backup plan. You have already discovered us. The dispatch of Miz is not a small movement. Is it difficult to detect? Even if you pass through here, you can't leave Minsley. The outside is surrounded by my fleet and you can't escape. Try to move me. Yang Hui asked the same question again. It was the same twice. It seemed like a question, but it was actually a certainty. He was sure that the other party would not dare to move him at all. Do you know what the consequences of doing this are? The commander asked Yang Hui angrily. Of course I know, but when our operation is successful, the Federation will not dare to hold me responsible, and will even praise me highly. As for you, it's hard to say. Do you want to make a bet? Is what I said true? Yang Hui leaned close to the commander's face and asked. You, Wolf, Lagan, just in case, tie them up first. Let's go back to the songgirl first. Okay. The two did not think about it, and followed Yang Hui's instructions to tie up everyone on the ship. The Ms did not dare to move without the commander's order, for fear that the commander would lose his HUD because of them. Damn defectors, what are you going to do? Yang Hui and the others asked loudly before they left. He absolutely did not believe that what Yang Hui did was just to help the defectors. Although the Songbird was the Federation's newest warship, with the means of Yang's enterprise, it was still possible to get the technology, so the purpose was definitely not the Songbird. With the current status of Yang's enterprise, it was impossible to replace the Federation, and it was not worth it. Moreover, Yang Hui just mentioned the word combat, so Yang Hui and the others must have a deeper purpose. Defeat the UE and expose the true face of the UE. What? How is this possible? Again, do you want to make a bet? The commander was silent. What Yang Hui said was like a fairy tale. The Federation had been bullied by the UE for more than 10 years and could not turn over. Could a group of defectors view it? But his intuition and experience told him that Yang Hui was not talking nonsense. Seeing that the commander did not dare to bet, Yang Hui smiled and left quickly with everyone, leaving behind a group of federal soldiers who were in shock and thinking. Commander, is what he said true? You ask me, who should I ask? The commander himself was not sure yet. He could only roll his eyes and curse, and then gave an order to the Ms, untie us quickly. Commander, what should we do now? Return to the fleet, stop the songgirl from leaving, and arrest Guludik and Noah. But. No buts, we are soldiers, follow orders. Yes. At this time, the commander wanted to push his adjutant into the river to drown, and secretly cursed himself for choosing such a blockhead as his adjutant. After all, he was the commander of the 8th Fleet. He came to Minsley to capture the defector. If the superiors knew that he failed to capture the defector and was tied up by the other party, and he gave way to the other party generously, then his position as commander would probably be over, and he might even have to go to military court. Yang Hui was right. He didn't dare to touch him now, and he would be even more afraid to touch him when he returned to the battleship. By then, the other party would choose to fight to the death, and really die in his hands, and no excuses could save him. So at least we have to show the appearance of arresting, so that the higher-ups know that we are still doing our best. As for excuses for failure, we can have as many as we want. Moreover, the commander also thought at this time that if what Yang Hui said was true, then he had no reason to stop the other party. After all, he has wanted to defeat UE for a long time. If it really works, even if he is no longer the commander, he must support the other party. Yang Hui, you are so amazing. You subdued the Federation army in just a few words. Fleet celebrated. Don't get excited, Fleet, the crisis has not been resolved yet. Yang Hui reached out and held Fleet, who was about to jump up, and taught him. Did you know they were coming a long time ago? Guludik asked Yang Hui. Well, no matter which channel, Ms appearing inside the colony satellite will be noticed. Why didn't you tell us in advance? No need, the Federation army is just a small problem, which can be easily solved. The next battle is what we need to focus on. Yang Hui said indifferently. The corners of the mouths of Myra Ills, Wolf, and Lagan twitched. Although they were also members of the songstress and could be considered as part of the defection, they had never forgotten the fact that they were members of the Federation army. Yang Hui's words felt that they were also included. What about the fleet? Guludik asked. Did they let us go? Fleet asked. I say, can you use some brains, Fleet? Yang Hui gave Fleet a slap on the head in annoyance. He found that after Fleet was educated by him, he became more silly and cute? No, it should be called stupid and cute, right? They didn't let us go, but we countered them, so they gave way, and they received orders from the Federation Army. It's impossible for them to let us go just like that, otherwise the military leaders would not let them go, so even if they were pretending, they would continue to arrest us. Yang Hui explained. Can't they fight with us? Obviously, Yui is our enemy. Fleet said a little frustrated. He wished that everyone he foresaw would become a companion against Yui. Because they are soldiers, they must obey the orders of the military. After this, everyone was silent, because most of the people present were soldiers. Except for Guludik, who was prepared, they did not regard themselves as defectors. Okay, don't think too much. Our current target is Yui. If it succeeds, everyone will be safe. If it fails, there is no such option. Yang Hui said firmly. Yes. Everyone nodded solemnly. Then what should we do with the 8th Fleet? Do we really have to fight them? Lagan asked Yang Hui. The 8th Fleet is no longer a threat. Yang Hui said. Huh? Everyone was stunned. The 8th Fleet was also an official fleet of the Federation. It was not a songstress that could be compared with a mod like Zerum and Ayuba. Yang Hui did not answer, but shook the pad that he had held in his hand at some point, and Graham's name was displayed on it. When? Everyone was surprised, but Graham's victory report had already been sent to the pad. Yang Hui, the 8th Fleet has been completely suppressed. Did anyone die? Yang Hui asked. It was easy to suppress or destroy the 8th Fleet, but no one could die. If a federal soldier died in their hands, the identity of the defector would be confirmed. No matter what merits he had, he could not be covered up, and Yang Enterprises could not protect him. No, the MIS troops have disarmed, and the fleet is silent. You should at least trust me a little more. Graham complained. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. The commander of the 8th Fleet will let him board the ship later. We are also ready to set off. Understood. After hanging up the communication, Yang Hui ignored the strange expressions of everyone and smiled brightly. Don't think you can get away with it like this. You bastard. Chapter 130 Raid? The UE fleet is destroyed. Everyone returned to the Song without any danger. Dongboiki and Lacto Ilmifa also returned to their respective fleets to prepare for departure. Yang Hui might be the only one with injuries, and the injuries were caused by his own people. You bastards, you really don't show mercy. Yang Hui rubbed his red and swollen cheeks and cursed. You deserve it. Waruf retorted. He had wanted to punch Yang Hui for a long time. This time, he took advantage of Yang Hui's anger and finally made his dream come true. As for the 8th Fleet, the MIS troops were missing arms and legs, and the bridge of the battleship was pointed at by the MIS of the combined fleet. What else could they do? Could they threaten them to line up to see them off? The commander was also frightened by the miserable state of the fleet, but he also relaxed. He had originally planned to pretend to capture the Song, and then pretend to be defeated and retreat. Now he didn't need to do that. Instead, he felt relieved. He could go back and report after they left. But just as the Song was about to cross the 8th Fleet, something strange happened. Beep, beep, beep. The search system has captured the target. It's UE. What? Whether it was the Diva, Zerum, Ayuba, or the 8th Fleet, they all became nervous at this time. Battleship 3, MIS 40. Such a huge combat force. Has our plan been exposed? Guludek immediately thought of a traitor in the team and wanted to eliminate them before they could carry out their bad driving operation, or at least consume their effective combat power. Captain. MIS troops urgently attack. UE has already come to the door, and the matter of the traitor has been put aside for the time being. The most important thing now is to repel the attack of UE with the least loss, anti-beam shotgun launch. Yang Hui, the command of the MIS troops is left to you. Understood. XN Yang Hui and others did not dare to delay, and immediately boarded their respective machines to attack and fight. The number of troops dispatched by UE this time was not small, and it was a surprise attack, and if things went wrong, there would be heavy losses. Flit, Wallif, Lagan, join Graham with me and assault the enemy line. Understood. X3 The number of UEs changed again, doubling. This was a crisis for them. If the losses were too great, the bat drive operation would become nonsense. But this was also an opportunity. If this unit could be left here, the pressure of the bat drive operation would be greatly reduced, especially the 3 warships. Yang Hui believed that this was all the UEs deployed in the Anbit fortress except for the Fabozer, Otherwise the Yuis would not have been able to hide their whereabouts. Uncle Dong, Mr. Elatic, the MIS troops will adopt a guard formation to cover the battleship's advance. Understood. X2 After giving the order, the Dawn Gundam formed an assault formation with the Gundam Age 1 Sparrow, G. Anger, and Genoa Special, and directly crossed the 8th Fleet, rushed into the enemy camp, and joined the Samurai Gundam. After cutting into the enemy formation, Yang Hui did not hesitate at all and fired all his guns at once, opening a gap in the UE formation. The Samurai Gundam merged into the formation, and as the sharpest blade, it tore the gap opened by Yang Hui even wider. The Gundam Age 1, G. Anger, and Genoster followed closely behind, not caring about the hit rate at all, just hoping that they would not fall behind. This kind of battle makes people excited. Wallif cheered after shooting down an enemy plane. Calm down, Mr. Wallif, this is a battle. Really, next time I'll stay by the diva. This kind of battle rhythm is really deadly. Compared to Wallif's excitement, Fleet and Lagan were already sweating profusely. This was their first time to form a team with Yang Hui and Graham to fight. After breaking into the enemy formation, there were enemies on all sides, and they had to beware of the attack of the ship's guns. If they were not careful, they would be shot down. If Yang Hui and Graham had not taken care of the 3 planes from time to time, they would probably have been damaged. Although it was much slower than the speed of the 2-man assault by Yang Hui and Graham, it was still approaching the enemy ship at a very fast speed. Flit, Wolf, Lagan, 3-man team, enemy ship number 1 is left to you. Understood. X3 inches Graham, there are 2 left. Understood, I'll help you open the way. The Gundam Age 1, G. Anger and Genoa's formed a triangle assault formation and broke away. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam were no longer constrained, and the assault speed was increased again. The Samurai Gundam's double swords were like red meteors in the universe, harvesting the enemy planes in front of them. The Dawn Gundam followed closely behind, and the beam guns and beam cannons kept flashing, destroying all the enemy planes that wanted to fill the gap or sneak attack them from behind. For a while, before the large force came up, the number of UE's MIS had been reduced by half. What are these machines? Why are they so powerful? The 8th Fleet watched the assault team led by Yang Hui show their power and beat the UE back step by step. They were so shocked that they stood up and questioned the adjutant. We have checked the database. One of them is numbered Genoas, the others are unknown. But what? Just report what you find, don't hesitate. Yes. Compared with the unconfirmed intelligence in the database, 3 of them are similar to the information provided by the former commander of Nora, Bruza, and are called Gundam. It should be a high-performance MIS independently developed by Yang Enterprise. The adjutant reminded. Of course I know. But the performance is too powerful, isn't it? What's the matter with the Genoas? And why can these bandit MIS also cause damage to UE's MIS? What the commander really cares about is not a few Gundams, but Lagan's Genoa's special type Anzaram and Ayuba's MIS. The performance of the special machine is indeed far superior to the mass-produced MIS. The commander does not care too much about the very few elite forces. After all, he has never believed in personal heroism. The victory of the war is not achieved by relying on a few elite aces. What he really cares about is the mass-produced MIS. If the Federation can get this technology, then UE will no longer be a threat. The database shows that these MIS are equipped with the latest beam rifles and backpacks released by Yang's Enterprise. The military has already adopted and started production, but they have not yet been equipped to our fleet. Bang! The commander clenched his fist and slammed the armrest, cursing the military's top brass for not prioritizing the frontline troops with better equipment. At the same time, he was excited about the appearance of these new equipment, because he also saw the dawn of a counterattack, and no longer had to be suppressed by the damn UE. Commander, what should we do now? The adjutant asked in a low voice. The MIS that hijacked the battleship left, and their own MIS troops were also recovered. The attention of the joint fleet was not on them. Logically, this was an opportunity. Well, all ships turn around, aim the main guns at the UE fleet. Commander, UE is the enemy of all mankind. Do you want me to help them deal with their own people? But the military's order. The battle against UE is currently a higher priority. You have to judge the priorities, adjutant. Yes. After giving the order, the commander looked at the battle ahead thoughtfully. It seems that what they said is true, and there is a chance of winning. Really, This kind of operation was actually done by a group of defectors. It's really annoying. Guludek saw the 8th Fleet turn around and point the spearhead at the UE fleet, and smiled knowingly. He knew that the 8th Fleet would not take advantage of the situation, and he also knew that the commander of the 8th Fleet was also a real soldier. Report the situation. Zarim and Ayuba lost 5 MIs, the battleship is intact, the UE formation is completely broken, the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam destroyed the enemy's number 2 ship, and the number 1 and number 3 ships were destroyed. Oh. The battle was not over yet, but the people on the bridge had already started cheering. The result of the battle was obviously determined. It was an unprecedented victory. Guludek tried hard to restrain his excitement. He seemed to have seen that the UE hiding in the Ambit fortress was completely destroyed by them, the true identity of the UE was made public, and the Federation was determined to eliminate the UE and completely avenge his dead wife and children. Silence. The battle is not over yet. The main force is advancing at full speed. Eliminate the remaining UE forces. Understood. XN. The last one. The electromagnetic gun and beam gun fired at the same time, penetrating deep into the hull from the gap between the engines, directly causing the power reactor to explode, and the entire battleship turned into gorgeous fireworks and cosmic dust. How is fleet? We have successfully destroyed the engine and weapons, but I'm afraid. Not good. All aircraft retreat. Graham was also a crow's mouth, and what he said was true. The energy index of the 2 battleships that had lost their ability to move instantly rose, and even the MIs next to them stopped moving, and the power reactor was flashing. Thanks to everyone's admiration for Yang Hui, after hearing Yang Hui's warning, everyone immediately began to retreat without any hesitation, and the battleship also reversed and stopped. The next second. Boom 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 boom. Whether it was the battleship or the remaining MIs, all UE troops in the battle area exploded, starting a fireworks festival in the lonely universe. Tisk, what a troublesome enemy. Graham cursed inwardly. The UE really made him feel very difficult. Not only was it mysterious and unknown, but it was also full of dead soldiers, leaving no chance for people to obtain intelligence. You are such a jinx. Yang Hui cursed. That's too much? What does it have to do with me if they want to self-destruct? Tisk. Yang Hui was also a little irritated. The captured Jedis had allowed them to get a little bit of UE technology, but it was only in the MIS aspect. If they could capture another battleship, the Federation's technological level and military combat power would increase by leaps and bounds, and the second phase would not be suppressed so harshly. But the goal has been achieved. After losing so many troops, the UE should also feel the pain. The MIS troops will return to the ship immediately. Understood. XN wiped out the attacking troops, and the success rate of bad driving operation increased greatly. Now the most important thing is time. After losing so many troops, the UE side will definitely re-evaluate their combat effectiveness and either evacuate directly or send more reinforcements. If it was the former, Yang Hui and his team's plan would fail, and it would be extremely difficult to find the UE's hidden base again. If it was the latter, it would be even more dangerous, because it was unknown how many reinforcements would be sent, and, because of the differences between reality and anime, it was also unknown how many troops were hidden in the Ambit Fortress. Chapter 131, Bad Driving Operation, begins. After destroying the UE's raiding force, Guludek accepted Yang Hui's suggestion and did not return to Minsley for supplies. He set out directly to the Ambit Fortress. Now it was a battle with time and luck. Could they capture the Ambit Fortress before the UE's reinforcements arrived? Would the Ambit Fortress have little combat power as Yang Hui and Guludek analyzed? So all this was a gamble. If the gamble was right, everything would be fine. If the gamble was wrong, everyone might die on the battlefield, including Yang Hui and Graham. Even if they could retreat, less than half of the people in the combined fleet would survive, and even if they survived, they would all be defectors, and Yang's enterprise would suffer. Vangs, how is the transformation of the Diva going? Yang Hui asked. The photon blasting cannon was the only trump card. If it was not completed, not to mention the Ambit Fortress, even Fabozer would leave them helpless. It's done. Thanks to Emily for inviting Mukurid Madonna, otherwise we really wouldn't be able to catch up. Fangs said happily while calling up the data of the photon blasting cannon. Yang Hui looked at it carefully and nodded with satisfaction. With this decisive weapon, all the puzzle pieces for the success of Bad Driving Operation were complete. Thank you for your hard work. Take a good rest. We will soon enter the space domain where the Abbott Fortress is located. This is a tough battle. Yet, there were still 20 minutes before the battle began. Everyone's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, they were excited. Combined with the results created before, everyone had hope for this battle. As long as they won and returned alive, they would all be heroes of the Federation. But on the other hand, they were very nervous. There would definitely be sacrifices in the war. They didn't know if they were one of the lucky ones who survived in the end. They could only pray that they were, and at the same time, they also wished that all their companions around them were. This battle is over. Is the first stage over? Graham found Yang Hui and talked. Well, the first stage mission is not too difficult for us, and the rewards should not be too high. This is something you need to worry about. I am now looking forward to the upcoming battle, and I hope it will make my blood boil. Then I will cut you into a human stick to calm you down. Although the Samurai Gundam has been strengthened, it is still a B-class machine and cannot completely keep up with our speed. Rather than letting you fall apart in the universe, I might as well take action directly. Yang Hui rolled his eyes at Graham and said unhappily. Tisk, so annoying. Is it really impossible to build a B-class machine in this world? Of course not, mainly because I don't have time. The spoils obtained from the UE are still very valuable for research. It is not difficult to build a B-class or even B-plus class machine. After the battle is over, I will strengthen our machine again. That's good, at least we don't have to be timid in the second stage. But Yang Hui, what are you going to do after the first stage mission is over? Will you still be a retail investor like now? Graham asked. Let's talk about it later. If I guess correctly, there is no second stage. It's just a pity that the final goal may not be achieved this time. Exodb. Graham was not a fool. He guessed what Yang Hui's final goal was at once. Well, let's see what the situation is. Yang Hui nodded. After Operation Bat Drive, the performance and results of several Gundams will definitely be highly valued by the Federation. If Yang Hui and Graham continue to be civilians, the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam will definitely not be able to stay. Instead of letting the Federation take away their own machines for research or hand them over to others to drive, it is better to join the Federation with their own machines. Moreover, the Federation has invited Yang Hui and Graham to join the Federation army more than once, but they were rejected for various reasons. Now that Yang Hui and Graham have taken the initiative to drive Ms. to join the battle, they can no longer find reasons to refuse the invitation of the Federation. The third point, and the most important point, is that after Yang Hui obtains the right to be an independent force, he can borrow the intelligence capabilities and internal information of the entire Federation to find Exodb in the vast universe. Otherwise, relying solely on the capabilities of Yang's enterprise, it is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. And there is no need to search secretly to prevent being discovered and feared by the Federation. After finding it, secretly back it up and then destroy it, saying that there is no time to take care of it during the battle. Yang Hui knows what kind of monster is guarding near Exodb. To put it bluntly, with the current Dawn Gundam and Samurai Gundam, Yang Hui and Graham will die. I understand. I will listen to your command at that time, Captain. Graham teased. If you want, I will give you the position of Captain. Goodbye, I just want to enjoy the passion of fighting now. Graham is also an excellent leader, but this is just his willingness to take responsibility, not that he really likes to lead others. Now that the more excellent Yang Hui is in charge of command, he can also put down the burden and focus on the battle. At this time, the alarm of the Diva sounded, and the whole ship was informed. The bad driving operation will begin in 5 minutes, and all personnel are ready for level 2 combat. Repeat, the bad driving operation will begin in 5 minutes, and all personnel are ready for level 2 combat. Yang Hui and Graham smiled at each other, bumped their fists, and went to their own bodies. Zarim, I've received a call from the Ayuba. All ships are ready for battle. Okay. Grudik stood up, suppressed his excitement, and announced, I am the captain of the Diva, Grudik Inoue. Comrades, the decisive battle is just around the corner. Sacrifice is inevitable, but we must win this battle. This is a battle for humanity to win the right to survive. A battle to defend human dignity. This is also, for the many lives that have passed away, our counterattack begins now. Oh. Ms. troops attack. The order was issued, and all the Ms. troops of the combined fleet attacked. This was a desperate battle, with no reserve troops left. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam still took the lead, followed by the Gundam H-1 and the G-Anger as the spearhead of the fleet. Lagan could not withstand the high-intensity battle, and the Genost was not in good shape, so in order not to drag his feet, he stayed by the Diva. The troops of Zeram and Iuba spread out on both wings, becoming the most solid barrier for the Diva. MiS troops deployed. Optical sensors found Fort Anbit. Image displayed. The image of Fort Anbit was magnified in everyone's eyes. Although it was a fort abandoned by the Federation, it still showed its former size and majesty. This is the hidden space fortress of UE. Finally found you, the Chiropterans hiding in the universe. Geludek said viciously, and then gave an order: smoke out the enemy. Notify all ships to start attacking. Target: Space Fortress Anbit. All gun ports opened fire, and a heavy rain of beams mixed with meteor-like missiles rushed towards Anbit. But what was strange was that countless fireworks exploded in the universe, but there was still no response on the detector. Did they escape in advance? Or? Yang Hui frowned, gestured to Graham, Fleet and Wolf beside him, and sent a secret message to the entire team. The forward speed of the joint fleet began to slow down and shrink inward little by little. As everyone waited nervously, a flashing camouflage light suddenly appeared in front of Anbit, and the UE troops finally appeared in everyone's sight. Enemy detection system confirmed, large battleship 1, a large number of MiS. Hearing this, Geludek and Yang Hui were relieved and no longer had to worry about the UE escaping. Have they appeared? Geludek grinned and announced the order according to the battle plan: Songstress, start switching to assault landing mode. Huh? Everyone was stunned for a moment and started to operate. Repeat. Songstress starts switching to assault landing mode. All personnel, assault landing configuration. All personnel, assault landing configuration. The enemy appeared, and Songstress finally showed its hidden fangs. The bow of the ship separated from it and rotated 90 degrees with a tail thruster. The folded wings spread out, revealing the photon blasting cannon in the center. Songstress also became a handsome Trojan horse in the universe. Song Diva, assault landing mode, switched successfully. From now on, Song Diva will attack and seize the effective firing position of the photon blast cannon. The Zeram and Iuba fleets will move closer to Song Diva. The conventional MiS forces will steadily advance while escorting the fleet. Gundam team will clear the way. Understood. XN. As soon as the order came, the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam led the Gundam H-1 and G-Anger and rushed directly towards the enemy's formation, shuttling through the dense artillery fire like a net, with guns and cannons non-stop and swords flashing. After tearing a hole in the enemy formation, they did not stop and quickly kill the UE formation. But they did not attack Fabozer, nor did they directly break into Anbit. Instead, they immediately turned around and rushed into the enemy formation in another direction, splitting the enemy formation again. The UE's MiS forces wanted to fill the vacant position, but the conventional MiS forces of the combined fleet had been waiting for them. As long as they approached, they would be pierced by the pink beam. But the advantage now was just that the attack of the Sharp Knife team caught the enemy off guard. The UE stabilized its position and immediately launched an effective counterattack. The fleet that attacked from the gap immediately entered the enemy's encirclement. At the same time, there was a steady stream of MiS attacking from the Fabozer. This will never end. Wolf shouted. He did not encounter any danger when following the 3 Gundams, but it consumed too much of Wolf's physical strength. He could hold on for a short time, but it would not take long before he would be exhausted. Wolf, Flint retreat, and guard the Diva with Lagan. Yang Hui saw the status of the two and immediately ordered. But Flint panted and wanted to refute. Execute the order. The photon blast cannon is our only chance. As long as we severely damage the UE mothership, the operation will be half successful. We must protect the Diva at all costs. Yang Hui scolded. Understood. Flint recalled the dangerous consequences of the last impulse. Although he was unwilling, he still accepted the order and retreated to the Diva with Wolf. Graham, let's clear out the MiS that's blocking the road. Understood. Chapter 132. I'm going to kill him. More and more enemy planes blocked the Diva's path. The advantage they had built up before was gone. The MiS forces of Zeram and Iuba suffered more and more casualties under the counterattack of UE. Graham. Understood. Yang Hui and Graham knew that it was the most critical moment now. It was no longer the time to consider whether the body would fall apart. They all released their self-restraints. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam turned into 2 streams of light and began to shuttle back and forth in the UE formation. Soon, they tore the formation that was once again closed into pieces. Now, seeing that the passage was opened, Guludik made a prompt decision: photon blast cannon, prepare to bombard. Diva, maximum combat speed. The Diva burst into flames and its speed suddenly increased. It directly threw away the guards of other warships and MIS forces and rushed into the path opened by Yang Hui and Graham. Protect the Diva. Don't let the enemy interfere with the bombardment. The MIS forces also gave up guarding other warships and all stayed around the Diva. The anti-beam diffusion bombs that were deployed at the beginning were almost exhausted. The artillery fire of Fabozer had also arrived. The UE also noticed the abnormal behavior of the Diva, and all the teams surrounded it, trying to sink the Diva directly. The energy filling rate of the photon blast cannon is 92%. The speed remains unchanged. The MIS troops desperately delayed the invasion of the UE MIS troops. Fabozer's ship guns had hit the Diva many times, and even the armor on the starboard side had been penetrated. However, this did not make everyone panic. Guludik stared at the display screen. There was about 1 second left before Fabozer could enter the effective shooting range. This was a gamble of life and death. Either the Diva would be sunk now, or the photon blast cannon would open fire. It was just 1 second, which was infinitely stretched. Everyone stared at the coordinates of the enemy ship, and sweat had soaked their foreheads and hair. Enemy ship, enter effective range. Photon blast cannon energy is 100% charged. OK. Target. UE battleship in front. A large amount of pink photons in the belly of the Diva began to shrink, condensing a huge amount of energy. Fire. A thick pink beam gushed out, as if splitting the space in two, instantly engulfing Fabozer and piercing through the amber fortress behind it. Any MIS that were slightly closer along the way were caught in the aftermath of the energy and eventually exploded. Zzz. As the beam wore away, the anti-beam coating and thick armor on the surface of Fabozer were worn out, and finally, under the background of the jumping arc, it also exploded in the furnace of energy. Oh. Haha, it worked. Everyone was very excited. This shot almost cleared out the remaining 70% of the UE troops, and Fabozer, the roadblock, was also cleared. There would be no more obstacles to the subsequent assault landing operation. It's not over yet. Diva, be careful. Part of the enemy mothership has detached. It seems to be a small battleship. Yang Hui, who knew the plot, had been keeping a close eye on Fabozer, and indeed saw a small battleship detach from Fabozer at the last moment, and it would launch a suicide attack as expected. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and before they could come to their senses, they saw a broken small battleship breaking through the blockade of the fire and heading straight towards the Diva at a very fast speed. Don't even think about it. The Dawn Gundam followed up at the first time, firing all its bullets at the tail of the battleship, immediately destroying the propulsion device. Other MIS also opened fire, trying to destroy the UE battleship to stop the opponent's suicide attack, but the battleship's armor was indeed not comparable to that of the MIS, and all the shots from the Vang's rifle were bounced off by the remaining armor. Although it had no power, it still crashed into the Diva under the action of inertia. Emergency evasion. In the end, the UE battleship almost brushed past the Diva, which really scared everyone into cold sweat. Guludik breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately adjusted his state to issue the final order: the fleet will clear the enemy along the way and break into the Ambit fortress. The MIS troops will continue to support the ships. Understood. The XN Fabozer was defeated, but Ambit itself also had a terrible firepower deployment. Although more than half of the MIS troops were destroyed, there were still considerable numbers, and the landing of the Diva was still difficult. The 8th area on the starboard side was hit, and the sealing system failed. Confirm the situation in this area. Understood. The emergency team is dispatched urgently. The power transmission system is normal and can still hold on. Bad news and good news kept interweaving, and Guludik couldn't help but clench his fists. It can't sink yet. We must hold on no matter what before landing on the Ambit fortress. Understood. The XN Diva still maintained its maximum combat speed. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam had returned to the Diva to start guarding. The previous explosion made the body parts turn yellow, and it could no longer carry out high-intensity combat. Tisk, what a trouble. Graham couldn't help but curse. Problems with the body in battle are the most fatal. Just bear with it. Once the Diva lands, our mission will be basically completed, eh? Yang Hui stopped talking halfway, and a familiar voice sounded in his mind. You're still so awesome. Big brother. Graham, it looks like we don't have a chance to rest. What? Beep beep beep. The alarm interrupted Graham's questioning, and the radar showed that a Ms was attacking from Ambert, approaching them at more than twice the speed of the other Ms. Scatter. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam dodged to the sides and avoided the beam cannon, but the two machines were also separated. The high-speed jet state of the Jetis directly hit the Dawn Gundam, taking it away from the battle area. Yang Hui. The Samurai Gundam hurriedly followed. Yang Hui couldn't get into trouble, otherwise what would he and the people on the Promise Fortress do? Even if everyone here died, he had to protect Yang Hui. Desir. Yang Hui looked at the Jetis close at hand on the screen, his face showing anger, and he directly pulled out his beam sword and was about to stab it towards the position of the cockpit. Dixel sensed the danger, and Jetis transformed into a Ms and threw the Dawn Gundam away, colliding with the Dawn Gundam with his physical sword. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Big brother, come and play. I don't have time to play fighting games with little brats. So can you stop moving? I'll send you directly to meet your parents you haven't met yet. That won't work, big brother, I really hate losing to you. The voice in his mind became fierce, and Jetis's movements became more fierce. He only had a physical sword, so he used his claws and swung at the Dawn Gundam with both hands. You are a naughty child, the battlefield is not a place for you to play. The Dawn Gundam dodged to the side and let Jetis pass, while the beam sword rose, aiming directly at the head cockpit, but Jetis suddenly retracted his arm to protect his chest, and the super beam sword slashed on Jetis's arm but failed to cut it in half. The strong flash and spark showed that the sword that was determined to win was blocked. How could it be? Ha ha ha. How is it? Big brother, I have made a lot of preparations to defeat you. As soon as the voice fell, Jetis's arm swung away the super beam sword, kicked the Dawn Gundam in the abdomen, and immediately followed up, firing the double-handed beam Vulcan cannon. Tisk, have you strengthened the armor and anti-beam performance of the arms? But it's only the arms, otherwise the mobility will definitely be affected, so. While dodging, he let Jetis close the distance, and the physical sword raised high chopped down like lightning, but Yang Hui was best at subtle movements. With a slight side movement, Jetis exposed his back to the Dawn Gundam again. There won't be armor at the engine position, right? Goodbye, naughty kid, in the next life. Beep beep beep. What? Hearing the alarm, Yang Hui subconsciously pulled the joystick, and the Dawn Gundam stopped the action of piercing Jetis with a sword and quickly retreated. The next second after it left, the original position was pierced by several beams of light, and a pink figure flew quickly from a distance and blocked Jetis in front of him. Seeing Falsha appear, Yang Hui's pupils shrank. He didn't need any evidence to know who the driver was. It seemed that he should have taken Yalin away directly and shouldn't have left her immensely. How is it? Big brother, in order to win you, I have prepared a lot of killer moves. If I heard correctly, you and the sister should be, tisk tisk tisk. Hearing Dixier's arrogant voice, Yang Hui's hand holding the joystick became more and more forceful, but his expression became more and more indifferent, and his eyes became more and more cold. Yang Hui. Are you okay? Graham. The indifferent and cold voice scared Graham, and he quickly asked with concern, what happened? That pink machine is Yulin. Yulin was captured by them. What? Then I. Cut off the cockpit and stay away from the machine in an instant, help me rescue Yulin, and don't let the machine overload. This is very difficult. Graham frowned. Given the condition of the machine, if he wanted to rescue Yulin safely in the shortest time, it was inevitable that the parts of the machine would turn red. Yang Hui's request was a bit unreasonable. Then help me to scavenge the enemy, don't let the other one escape. Yang Hui. Graham saw that Yang Hui completely ignored him and kept talking to himself, so he knew that he was extremely angry when he saw Yulin tied to the battlefield, but it was difficult to complete Yang Hui's request under the current circumstances. At this time, Yang Hui raised his head, allowing Graham to see his expression clearly. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, it was stuck in his throat. With colorful lights in his eyes and an expressionless face, Yang Hui had already entered the mode of a reformer and became absolutely rational. But Graham could feel the anger in Yang Hui's heart that was suppressed by reason, like a volcano about to erupt. I'm going to kill him. With an expressionless face and the most ruthless words spoken in the most calm tone, it was the first time that Graham saw Yang Hui so angry, and it was also the first time that he felt such a bone-chilling coldness from Yang Hui. Chapter 133, Children are not a reason to let go. Okay, I understand. Graham agreed to Yang Hui's request and decided to save Yulin. Dixel didn't care about martial ethics. As long as he could win and have fun, he would do anything. So during this time, Jedis and Falsha had already surrounded the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam. Ha, this is the best part one have been looking for a long time. Big brother, do you dare to do it? Dixel laughed arrogantly. Although Yulin was sitting in Falsha's cockpit, Falsha was not driven by her. She was just one of the parts. The real control of Falsha was Dixel's powerful X-Rounder ability. Yang Hui. Yulin connected to Yang Hui's communication channel with a very sad expression. It's okay, Yulin, I will save you, don't be afraid. I just want to see you, I don't know. Don't say it, Yulin, I know everything, don't worry, I will definitely save you, believe me, okay. Yes, I believe you, Yang Hui. Don't ignore me if you keep talking nonsense. As Dixel roared, 5 floating guns surrounded the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam, and the flowers bloomed and released deadly light. If it were a weapon like a floating gun, anyone else would be in a mess, even Flit and Wolf would be hit, but unfortunately, their targets were Yang Hui and Graham. The beam cannons on the shoulders of the Dawn Gundam and the electromagnetic cannons on the hips were deployed at the same time, and all the bullets were fired at the same time, instantly destroying the 4 floating guns, and the last one was also cut in half by the Samurai Gundam's instant acceleration. How is it possible? Dixer was shocked. The floating gun was his most confident trump card. He used Yulin's predictive ability behind the scenes to make the attack of the floating gun more flexible and tricky. Moreover, the attack of the floating gun was very strange. How could it be so easy to be caught and destroyed? Is the floating gun strong? Very strong. The only disadvantage is that the armor is fragile and easy to be destroyed. However, in the squad battle, more floating guns are equivalent to more friendly forces. Moreover, they are too small to be captured. The attack is strange and tricky. It can destroy the enemy before the enemy reacts. Especially those who encounter the floating gun for the first time will be in a hurry. But unfortunately, Yang Hui and Graham are not the first time to encounter this kind of autonomous mobile armed unit. Yang Hui himself is a master of this kind of autonomous mobile armed unit. He is good at the combination tactics of various floating units and has created countless terrifying records. The siege of only 5 floating guns is simply a piece of cake. Although Graham had no experience in operating the floating gun, he had a lot of experience in fighting. He had been destroyed by Yang Hui. The monotonous movement and the expected shooting position could only be described as a child's play. So what was completely impossible in Dixie's eyes was just a basic operation for Yang Hui and Graham. Yang Hui and Graham did not pay attention to Dixie's childish anger. They had never regarded fighting as a child's game. Useless nonsense was the most meaningless. Samurai Gundam was in front and Dawn Gundam was behind. The classic tactical combination, coupled with the unparalleled tacit understanding between the two, made Dixie flustered from the beginning of the battle. Damn it, it's really damned. Why is it still like this? Obviously. Dixie was extremely anxious and unwilling. In order to win Yang Hui and Graham once, he made a lot of preparations and prepared excellent auxiliary props, but he didn't expect that he was still helpless. What puzzled him the most was that he wanted to use Yulin's life to restrain Yang Hui and Graham. For this reason, whenever the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam launched an attack, he controlled Falsha to block in front of Jedis as a shield. But he found that the opponent's attack was still extremely sharp, and he didn't care about Yulin's safety at all. Even, the attacks of the Samurai Gundam were all aimed at Falsha. In order not to lose the excellent auxiliary props, Dixie could only control Falsha to dodge. But this also made the props originally used to restrain the enemy drag his own feet in turn. When Dixie was in a panic, the Dawn Gundam fired all its bullets at once, directly separating Jedis and Falsha, and at the same time forcing Falsha to the direction of the Samurai Gundam. Now, Falsha had already entered Graham's best assault range, and there was no need for Yang Hui's reminder. The Samurai Gundam instantly accelerated and rushed to Falsha. The high-vibration knife turned into a red phantom, cutting off Falsha's cockpit with one knife, and then kicked Falsha away and retreated. Mission accomplished. Graham breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Yulin was rescued. He held Falsha's cockpit against his chest and retreated, standing aside to help the Dawn Gundam clear the battlefield. You actually gave my gadget too. You're annoying. What? Dixel wanted to curse, but while he was distracted, the Dawn Gundam had already rushed to Jedis and chopped down heavily with its beam sword. Jedis raised his hand to block the super beam sword, and Dixel was still smug. Big brother can't beat me like this. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the beam cannons on the shoulders of the Dawn Gundam and the electromagnetic cannons on the hips had been deployed. Boom. Ah. The electromagnetic cannon hit Jedis' body. It was almost a zero-distance shot, and it failed to penetrate directly, but it also smashed the armor of the torso, revealing the skeleton and internal wiring. The beam cannon pierced into the joint of Jedis' arm like a sharp blade, breaking the wing engine behind him. How could it be? How could I lose? Move. Move. Dixie was completely panicked and hurriedly pulled the joystick, but there was no response in the cockpit except for various errors and alarms. It's over. Dixie looked at the Dawn Gundam close at hand with tears in his eyes. His fear was already dominated by fear, as if he had seen a terrible demon. He wanted to beg for mercy but couldn't. If it was Fleet, he might really let Dixie go because he was a child, but unfortunately, Yang Hui would not do that. The hilt of the super beam sword was against Jedis' head. Don't. Big brother. I know I was wrong. So. He ignored Dixie's pleas for mercy. The super beam sword shone brightly, and the pink beam blade burst out, directly piercing Jedis' head, and Dixie in the cockpit turned into cosmic dust that was invisible to the naked eye. Even if it's a child, not everything can be forgiven. Yang Hui said coldly. Not long after, his eyes returned to normal and Yang Hui exited the transformer mode. Even if he quit the reformer mode, Yang Hui had no strange feelings about killing the child. Dixel's psychology was completely distorted. Even if he was let go, he would not change, and would even become worse. Moreover, since he chose to take up arms and go to the battlefield, no matter what the reason, no matter whether he was a man, a woman, old or young, there were only two identities. One was friendly forces, and the other was enemy forces. Since he was an enemy, there were only two results, surrender or killing. But Dixel. Yang Hui would not give him a chance to surrender. Yang Hui. Yulin watched Yang Hui kill Dixel. She did not blame him, but was worried. She was worried that Yang Hui would leave regrets or trauma because of this. But Graham comforted her, don't worry, Yang Hui will be fine. He is also an old soldier and sees things clearly. But. I'm fine. Yulin wanted to say something, but Yang Hui answered her call, still smiling gently, which made Yulin feel relieved. Yes. Let's send you back to the Song of Songs first. It's safe there. Yes. The battle is not over yet. The previous battle has made the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam, whose parts are already yellowing, even worse. They must be repaired before they can continue to fight. Moreover, the Song of Songs is about to break into the Ambit Fortress, so the Song of Songs is the safest place on the battlefield. As for the Madonna workshop that was supposed to appear, it did not come. Because the current Madonna workshop is too large, it can't catch up. Madonna simply stayed on the Song of Songs with excellent technicians to repair them as. The big boss is back. Everyone get ready. Madonna received the information that the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam had returned to the ship, and immediately prepared. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam are different from other bodies. Spare parts are scarce. It is not an easy task to complete the repairs as quickly as possible and return to the battlefield. Yes. The Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam returned to the ship. The maintenance engineers who were mentally prepared almost couldn't help cursing. All the parts were yellow, and some were red. They would be exhausted to death if they wanted to maintain them. Replace the seriously damaged parts first. The lines, pipes and frames are the top priority. The others can be ignored for the time being. Yang Hui said to the maintenance engineers as soon as he got off the plane. After all, there would be no fierce battles later. Although they were yellow, they could support the battle until the end with a little attention. Understood. XN hearing this instruction, the maintenance engineers also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the work was reduced by half. Yang Hui went directly to the cockpit of Falsha, fumbled for a few times and found the external opening device. He opened the cockpit and released Yulin. Yang Hui. Yulin broke free from the restraints and threw herself into Yang Hui's arms and sobbed. In order not to affect Yang Hui, she had been holding back. Now that she was safe and had arrived at the most reassuring place in the world, the accumulated fear and grievances in her heart finally vented out. It's okay, Yulin, you're safe now. Yang Hui hugged Yulin and patted her back to comfort her. Well, I always believe in Yang Hui. I know. After Yulin calmed down, Yang Hui took Yulin to the preparation room and handed her over to Fangs, Emily and Dick. After briefly introducing both parties, he said to Yulin, "Yulin, they are all very reliable companions. Can you stay with them for a while? Do you still want to fight?" Yulin said worriedly. "Well, the battle is not over yet. There are still many companions fighting outside. I must go. Many people have sacrificed for this, and there must be a result." Yang Hui said. "Well, I know, you must come back safely. Don't worry, my amulet is still in your hands." Well, Yulin felt the strength from Yang Hui's smile, which gave her courage and made her no longer so scared. Yang Hui hugged Yulin gently again, nodded to Fangs, Emily and Dick, turned around and left, and joined the preparation work. Chapter 134 The True Face of Yui. After a simple maintenance, the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam have restored their basic combat capabilities. Coincidentally, at this time, the Diva also rushed into the Ambit Fortress and landed. "Flit. Leave it to me." The Gundam Age 1 changed to the Brave General equipment and used the maximum output power to force the gate blocking everyone to open. Although the Brave General equipment and the gate of Ambit were destroyed together, it was worth it. Everyone rush in. Following Grudik's order, the crew of the Diva followed Grudik with guns in hand and rushed into the Ambit Fortress. "Wolf, Lagan, I'll leave the Diva to you. Flit, change to standard equipment and rush in with us, eliminate the Miz troops inside the fortress, and go directly to the power system of Ambit." Yang Hui instructed. "Understood. XN. The psychic helmet that can maximize the potential of the X field, to what extent can it help me fight against the real X rounder?" Yak Dori drove the strange-shaped Defus slowly inside Ambit. Starting from Nora, the three Gundam ships, from Nora to Farden and then to Minsley, the three Gundams frustrated his plans again and again, and he had already felt an unprecedented sense of urgency, a sense of urgency and threat that the UE had never had in its operations against the Federation Army. Coupled with the destruction of the large mothership Fabozer and the death of Dixel, Yak Dori also understood that the outcome of this battle was probably disastrous. But even so, he did not apply for reinforcements from his country, nor did he lead the remaining troops to retreat. First, there are still many secrets in his country that cannot be detected by the Federation Army, and it is even more impossible to bring three Gundams whose combat effectiveness is still unknown to his own territory. Second, the members who can participate in all the operations in the early stage are all carefully selected elites. They are not only excellent in ability, but also have a fanatical pursuit of the leader's ideals, and have long put life and death aside. At the same time, Yak Dori also received the order from the leader. Since his identity can no longer be hidden, he will set up a gorgeous stage for their official debut. Where exactly is it? Gundam. Wait, if their target is the power system. The three Gundams traveled all the way along the E14 line without encountering any enemies on the way. How strange, why is there no enemy at all? Fleet asked. Logically, there should be a large number of enemy aircraft to intercept them. It's really too quiet. Fleet, be careful. Graham also noticed that something was wrong and reminded him. Yes. We're about to reach the power system. Disperse immediately after breaking in. Huh? So that's it, I understand. Graham immediately understood the hidden meaning of Yang Hui's words. Fleet was still lacking in tacit understanding and experience, so he didn't understand it immediately. What do you mean? What will the enemy do after learning our target? Yang Hui asked Fleet in return. You mean, the enemy has deployed heavy troops to wait for us in the power system? Isn't that very dangerous? Fleet also understood and couldn't help but worry. Now he has never lost Yulin, never experienced a major separation of life and death, and has been protected and cared for by Yang Hui and Graham along the way, so he is not as impulsive and reckless as in the original plot. There are not many enemies left, and the power system is our necessary target, which cannot be avoided. Be careful, don't let it be destroyed. Understood. X2 After passing through the maze-like dark passage, the three Gundams finally found the light and entered a relatively large space, which is also the power system of the Ambit Fortress. It was not surprising that the three Gundams were suppressed by dense barrages as soon as they emerged. Disperse. The three machines dispersed at the same time when they entered the power room, and began to attack the Miz in the power room from three directions. The samurai Gundam danced in the gaps between the gunfire and the rain of bullets like a butterfly flying through flowers, leaving a brilliant red light every time it passed by Ms., and then the Ms split into two halves and fell to the ground. Gundam Age 1 put the shield on his chest, and Fleet once again entered that mysterious state, as if he could see the enemy's future clearly. He pulled the trigger according to his own feeling, and the bullets hit the target. It was not gorgeous but very deadly. The other miscellaneous soldiers were handed over to the Samurai Gundam and Gundam Age 1, and the Dawn Gundam found Arctory's Diffus. Damn X-Rounder. Diffus poured out his artillery fire, not caring about the surrounding power systems and friendly forces at all. He just wanted to destroy the Dawn Gundam and kill Yang Hui, because the threat brought by Yang Hui was too great. Super driving ability, suspected powerful X-Rounder ability, and this extraordinary research and development ability, each point taken out separately is enough to give them a headache. But one or two strong people will not be taken seriously. This is a war. When did a war become a war that could be decided by a few people? However, what scares Arctory the most about Yang Hui is that he is not only powerful himself, but also can make the people around him powerful. Looking at the combined fleet this time, let alone the Diva, Zeran and Iuba, two private military organizations that were originally manipulated at will, actually have the ability to fight against them, and the transformation was completed in just 1 month. How can people accept this? I'm not an X-Rounder. Don't attribute all the powerful technologies to X-Rounder abilities, idiot. Hearing the complaints of Yakdori in the public channel, Yang Hui couldn't help but curse. Stop talking nonsense. How can someone who is not an X-Rounder have such a powerful force? In just a few words, Diffus was hit by several cannons by the Dawn Gundam. However, Diffus was originally a ground-based heavy firepower MA, and had super electromagnetic armor that Ms did not have, so it was not able to break it. Tisk, turtle shell? Then pry you open. Seeing that the beam gun and beam cannon could not cause effective damage to Diffus, the Dawn Gundam directly abandoned the double guns, drew out the super beam sword to meet the barrage of Diffus, and came to Diffus while shuttling in the gap. What? While Yakdori was horrified, the super beam sword cut off Diffus's slender legs and the beam cannon under his crotch like lightning, and finally stabbed the diffusion cannon in his chest. Amber's power system was already shaky and could not be allowed to continue. Seeing that Diffus had lost his ability to fight, Yakdori immediately activated the escape system to eject the cockpit and escape into the fortress. The other Ms ambushed here had also been destroyed. When Flit saw Yakdori escaping, he was ready to kill him with one shot, but Yang Hui stopped him. Calm down, Flit, the other party should be the commander of the fortress, capture him alive. But Flit was unwilling to give up. He was now a little bloodthirsty. Seeing Yui in front of him, the emotion called hatred was devouring his reason. Calm down. Come with me to chase, Graham, I'll leave this to you. Understood. Graham replied. It was meaningless for Yang Hui to take Fleet to chase the enemy general. He also knew Fleet's hatred for Yui. This emotion could not be suppressed and needed to be vented. Yang Hui and Fleet separated from the Gundam and began to chase Yakdori. After many twists and turns along the way, they finally caught up with Yakdori at the headquarters and also met up with Gerludik and others. Don't waste your energy. Yakdori said to Gerludik and others who were forcing people to open the gate of the power reactor with guns. We have long put life and death aside. Yang Hui. Fleet. Why are you here? We followed all the way here. Yang Hui nodded to Gerludik and others, and then looked at Yakdori. Then can you show your true colors, Yakdori? Haven't you guessed it? The eldest son of Yang Enterprise. As he said, Yakdori took off his helmet and revealed his human appearance. Human. Millis, Adams, and Fleet were very shocked. They didn't expect that the Yui who was judged as aliens turned out to be humans like them. Why? Do you think we are aliens with 4 heads and 8 hands? Of course you are. You are not human at all. No matter what you look like, you are not human. Fleet raised his gun and said angrily. Thinking of his dead family, his anger and hatred burned. That's not the case. Although the appearance is very different, the Ms can tell that you are at least humanoids, otherwise the main weapon would not be designed in human form. And your information, the Dark Merchant Yakdori is very active. Yang Hui said, pressing down Fleet's gun that was about to go off. Yang Hui. Calm down, Fleet, don't let hatred consume you. Good guess, you are indeed the most dangerous enemy to vegan like us, and the biggest obstacle to Lord Isolcanda's ambition. Yak Dori looked at Yang Hui and said, "Vegan. Hey, ha 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 ha, let me tell you now. The true identity of us, whom you call UE. Survivors of the Mars immigration plan 150 years ago. You really found out. The excessive growth of human population has exceeded the limit of what the Earth can accommodate. For this reason, the government proposed the Mars immigration plan, Mars Birthday. The Earth Federation experimentally built 16 colony satellites in the Mars sphere and allowed some people to migrate there. At that time, the Mars sphere was considered to be a vast and rich new world, but they were wrong. The incurable disease caused by the magnetic storm on Mars directly caused the death of 20% of the immigrants, and the immigration plan failed. As a result, because they were unable to stop the spread of the disease, all the immigrants died. Added Milesi, but was immediately refuted. Wrong. There are still a large number of people left on Mars. In order to conceal its own negligence in surveying, the Earth Federation abandoned the people who stayed in the Mars sphere. While fighting against a terrible terminal disease, those people established their own emerging country in the Mars sphere for the only wish of returning to Earth. That is us vegan. Nonsense. Yang Hui said disdainfully. What can you understand? You who live freely in the Earth sphere, can you hear our cries of pain? Can our souls longing to return home cry out? There are many ways to go back, but no matter what, it is not an excuse for you to wantonly slaughter innocent people. You are just venting your hatred and incompetence. Stop talking nonsense. Lord Isolcanda's ideal is not such a low-dimensional existence. You can't understand it at all. You are the one who should shut up. Bastard. Yang Hui couldn't help but rush up and punch Yak Dori in the face. Whether you want revenge or want to go home, I don't care. I just need to judge that you are the enemy and then eliminate you. The truth of war is that you fight to the death. Even if one day I die in your hands on the battlefield, I will not have any complaints. But you take unarmed innocent people to vent your personal anger, which makes me very upset. Because you are incompetent, you can only attack innocent people. Because you are incompetent, you can only hide yourself. If you are really as powerful as you say, why don't you just set up a battle with the Federation? Click. Yang Hui loaded the pistol and pointed it at Yak Dori. So don't use hypocritical righteousness to cover up your incompetence and cowardice. It's really disgusting. Then shoot. You can't resist Lord Isolcanda at all. Our goal will eventually be achieved. No, it must be achieved. We will turn into souls and can also return to Earth. Yak Dori wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and faced death calmly. You think too much? Bang 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 bang. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Yang Hui fired 4 shots in a row, hitting Yak Dori's knees and elbows respectively, completely shattering his joints. Ah. You still have a lot of information on you, and you have committed so many sins, you won't be able to get away easily. Yang Hui said in a cold tone, and at the same time pushed away the person who was controlling the command center like a machine, and inserted a data terminal into it. Yang Hui, what are you doing? Fleet was puzzled by Yang Hui's behavior. Capture him alive. He is the highest-ranking officer in UE, vegan. Both he and the information he carries are very important. Captain Geludek, Fleet, prioritize. This is a war. As he spoke, the download of intelligence and data was completed. Yang Hui took back the data terminal. This war has just begun. It's still a long way to go. Chapter 135. The operation was successful and triumphant. Geludek and Fleet both gritted their teeth. After a complex psychological struggle, they finally chose to listen to Yang Hui's advice and put down their guns. They all knew what Yang Hui meant. So far, the bad driving operation has been successful, but the war with vegan has just begun. They still have many opportunities to take revenge. Instead of killing people here to vent their anger, it is better to win the war. This is the greatest revenge. Moreover, Geludek knew that Yang Hui's words were mainly for him. If he insisted on shooting and killing Yak Dori and the vegan people present, then Fleet would never give up. Then, Fleet became an executioner devoured by hatred at the age of 14. At the same time, Geludek also knew that Yang Hui did so much for his own good. If he killed Yak Dori and all the vegan on Anbit directly for pleasure, then what he brought back was only records without evidence. But if he caught so many people alive, then he would have more capital to help himself reduce his sentence when he was sentenced in the military court. He still wants to avenge vegan and defeat vegan in the war, so he can't spend the rest of his life in prison. Graham, can you hear me? Yang Hui connected Graham's communication. Got it, go ahead. I'll open the gate of the power system now and destroy the power system. Understood. Wait? This is terrible. Under Yang Hui's control, the gate of the power system opened, but Graham's helpless and anxious voice came from the other end of the communication. What's wrong? Report the situation. Yang Hui frowned and asked. These guys planned to burn themselves to death from the beginning. They connected the power system of the entire fortress to a large number of plasma bombs. Once the power system stops working, it will explode. What? Yang Hui quickly operated a panel to see if there was a way to cut off the connection between the plasma submarine missile and the power system, and then save the Ambit fortress. But as he operated, Yang Hui's face became more and more ugly. Damn it! You bunch of lunatics! Can't it be removed? Geludek asked. Well, the most primitive physical connection method cannot be removed in a short time, and this fortress cannot be saved. Yang Hui replied. If the power system is not shut down, the fortress cannot be captured, and the anti-aircraft firepower will continue. They are fine inside the fortress, but what about the joint fleet outside? With just a few people, they cannot completely occupy the Ambit fortress. Then evacuate. With these survivors and the data you copied, our operation has been successful. Geludek said. Okay, can you three escort them back to the Diva? Yang Hui worriedly said. Originally, there were many Marines, but the battles along the way reduced the number of personnel, resulting in only Geludek, Myra Ills and Adams. Yang Hui and fleet still need to return to the Dawn Gundam and Gundam Age 1, and cannot assist them in escorting the prisoners. No problem. Geludek said. This is the universe. If it is not convenient to guard them, just knock them all out and drag them away. Anyway, they just need to be alive. Several people worked together to knock out everyone present, even Yakdori's son. They also stopped the bleeding for Yakdori, and then tied them all together with ropes, like dragging a string of balloons back to the song girl. Yang Hui and fleet also returned to their respective machines, set a timer on the power system, and then evacuated quickly. After everyone evacuated safely from the Ambit fortress, the set time came to an end, and the Ambit fortress finally exploded with gorgeous fireworks amid the cheers of the crowd. This was a sign of victory for the bad driving operation, a proof that everyone survived, and a clarion call for the Earth to launch a counterattack against Vegan. But not everyone was cheering. The Songgirls Bridge was surrounded by a depressing atmosphere. In the final analysis, it was a fight between humans. Millis lamented. The true face of the UE has been revealed, but the war has just begun. We can't relax yet. At this time, Geludek came to the bridge, looked around at everyone, took off his hat, and bowed to everyone. Everyone, thank you. Captain. Don't look so indifferent to life and death, Captain Geludek. Yang Hui saw that Geludek had resigned from the position of captain, but he did not change his address to him. We have so many bargaining chips in our hands, your crime will definitely be reduced a lot. We are waiting for you to come back and continue to fight side by side. Yang Hui's speech made the heavy atmosphere much lighter, and in an instant, everyone's faces were also smiling. That's right, without your plan, we wouldn't have this victory. It will take some time for the Federal Army to come, right? Let's take this opportunity to celebrate. That's right. Captain, don't show such an expression. Everyone, thank you so much. At this time, Geludek felt warm. Although his family and everything he had lost, he suddenly found that everyone here also brought him the warmth of his family. He seemed to see his wife and daughter standing by, nodding to him with a look of relief. Really? You want me to look forward to? Geludek thought so, and tears couldn't help but wet his eyes. Then, the last order from the captain. All ships returned triumphantly, target Minsley. Oh. Although they were unable to gather together on their respective warships, the combined fleet was filled with laughter on the way back to Minsley. They were excited that they had survived the bad driving operation, and were also excited that they could become a member of the heroic fleet. Whether it was Zerim, Ayuba, the Song, or everyone in the Madonna workshop, they were all like brothers. They would never forget this short but dangerous and joyful journey, nor would they forget the friendship between each other. However, the joy was short-lived after all. After the combined fleet arrived in Minsley, they had to part ways. Zerim and Ayuba's fleets had to return to Farding, and the Song would be received by the 8th Fleet that had been stationed in Minsley. Although the 8th Fleet saluted everyone in the combined fleet after learning that the combined fleet had really defeated Vegan and brought back a lot of intelligence and results, They were soldiers and had to follow orders. No matter how many merits Giludik had, he could not get rid of the charge of kidnapping the songstress and escaping, so his arrest was inevitable. Although the others were not arrested immediately, they were still on standby under the control of the 8th Fleet, waiting for orders from the military high-level officials. It is worth mentioning that the local snake in Minsley, Arzak Mingus, was indeed a collaborator of Vegan. It was he who spread the information that the joint fleet was gathering in Minsley, and Yang Hui would not let him go just because he let Yulin be taken away by Vegan. Captain Giludik. Will he be okay? Emily said worriedly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Yang Hui grinned, with full confidence that Giludik would not be convicted of a serious crime. Look at your expression, what did you do again? Wallif looked at Yang Hui's confident smile and shuddered. There was no way, the shadow of the past was too serious. Eh? Yang Hui, did you do anything? Yulin and the others looked at Yang Hui in surprise. After all, they had been together for a long time, and including Yang Hui, everyone was under communication control and could not pass on any information. It is necessary. The Mars immigration plan is a major scandal of the Federation's top leaders and cannot be exposed at will. Therefore, Miss Mirai's combat report and our testimony alone will not have much effect. This matter must be exposed before Captain Giludik's trial. As long as the public's voice is high enough, the Federation cannot go against public opinion and cover up the sky with one hand. Yang Hui said. But, how did you do it? The 8th Fleet owed us a lot this time. Yang Hui explained. I understand. The Minsley encounter. Mirai is worthy of being qualified to be the captain of the Diva in the future. She immediately figured out the nodes. That's right. 3 battleships and a large number of Ms. wreckage were packed and sent to them. In the face of this achievement, it's no problem to ask him to help pass on the message. I see, so you ask the commander of the 8th Fleet to pass the message to Yang's Enterprise, and let Yang's Enterprise lead the way in arousing public opinion. In this way, the Earth will definitely set off an uproar. Once public opinion is set off, whether it is protesting against the Federation or supporting us, the Federation will not be able to turn a blind eye. With the voice of the people, even if Captain Giludik takes all the blame, it is impossible to sentence him too severely. Milizi followed the clues and told all of Yang Hui's plans. To put it bluntly, it was to use the public opinion offensive to tie the Federation's own hands. It turned out to be like this. Everyone was surprised. It looked like a simple operation, but Yang Hui had arranged all of this before leaving Minsley, which was very impressive. There must be a lot of praise for us, but the greatest reputation will definitely be taken away by the Federation. Yang Hui said. Deal. The people present were not fools. Although the boiling public opinion would constrain them, the manipulation of public opinion was not omnipotent, and the Federation could also manipulate public opinion and give up some benefits when necessary, such as letting the Federation headquarters declare that this operation was secretly planned by them, and put the reputation on the Federation. In this way, not only can the Federation maintain its face, but it can also give the Federation a step down, so that they can rationally reduce the sentence for Giludik. Okay, let's not talk about this. We just need to wait for good news. If nothing else, the officers present will be promoted to a higher level and get a medal. Ho ha ho ha. Everyone dispersed in laughter. Watching Flint being pulled away by Emily, Yang Hui felt like his younger brother had finally grown up, but it seemed that there was another piece of wood that needed to be reminded. When watching the anime, Yang Hui was very upset. Wolf, why are you going to the hangar again? What? Of course I'm going to accompany my girlfriend. Pa. Puha. Yang Hui punched Wolf without hesitation and glanced back. I don't know how you, a dissolute pervert, got this title. Don't let down the friendship of the beautiful lady. After saying that, without waiting for Wallif's reaction, he took Yulin away. Wallif looked up and didn't see Yang Hui was about to get angry, but when he saw Milizi looking at him shyly and hesitant, his anger was suppressed and he understood what Yang Hui meant. This brat, is he really a child? Wallif smiled bitterly and shook his head. He also gave up the idea of going to the hangar and walked towards Milizi. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 End of the First Stage. The follow-up results of Operation Bat Driving came out within a week. Guludek was sentenced to 15 years in prison, and he retained his honors. He could still return to the army after serving his sentence. This also enabled Guludek to continue fighting as a member of the Federation Army after his release, instead of ending up with nothing and having to secretly gather intelligence for Fleet, and eventually being silenced because he knew too much. All the members of the songstress were commended, a medal of the highest honor, and all of them were promoted one level. Although all the people on the songstress were dispersed, they were still in the Federation. As a member of the Federation, they would naturally have a day to continue fighting side by side, so they were not too sad. If we were to say who benefited the most from this battle, it would definitely be Yang's enterprise. Originally, Yang's enterprise was just a leading military enterprise, and it had never had a very good reputation among the people. After all, military enterprises were mostly death merchants in the eyes of ordinary people. Without them, there would be no war. But this time, the news spread that the two most important young masters of Yang's enterprise actually disregarded their own safety and personally participated in the bad driving operation, and contributed a lot to it, which could even be said to be an important factor in determining the outcome of the war. They were directly labeled as heroes, and the reputation of Yang's enterprise rose like a rocket. With reputation, there will naturally be customers. Yang's enterprise's civilian machinery, which had always been mediocre, was suddenly raised to a level similar to the military industry, which can be said to be a double gain of fame and fortune. Of course, this is only on the surface. The biggest gain is naturally the captured Jedis and the technical data brought back from the Ambit Fortress. After selectively handing it over to the Federation, what remains is the most valuable wealth of Yang's enterprise. Apart from other things, at least the two's bodies can reach the perfect B level, and they don't have to drive the body to fight as carefully as before. None of these were what Yang Hui cared about. What he cared about most was the prompt of the mission ending. The timeline of the Gundam Age world was quite long, spanning 3 generations of the Asuno family, which was several times longer than the Gundam world. Since the Gundam world was carried out in stages, the Gundam Age world should naturally be the same, so now they just need to wait to return to the Promise Fortress. But it must be said, sometimes surprises, no, shocks come so suddenly. The first stage of the mission in the Gundam Age world is completed. Bad driving operation is a complete success. All important characters survive. Reward construction opportunity 1 time. Building reinforcement opportunity 1 time. Skill extraction opportunity 1 time. Skill reinforcement opportunity 1 time. Material gift package. Micro. World deviation will be calculated uniformly after the end of the Gundam Age world. P.S. Skill extraction opportunity. Skill reinforcement opportunity, material gift package must be returned to the Promise Fortress to use. Yang Hui and Graham were stunned, and then the next prompt sound made Yang Hui crazy. The second stage mission is released. Join the Federation Army, participate in the war with Vegan, ensure the success of the Nordrum Defense War, and assist Fleet Asuno in launching a coup, seize the power of the Federation high-level officials, and expose the secret relationship between the Federation high-level officials and Vegan. P.S. Before the success of the Nordrum Defense War, ensure that all members of the Diva survive. The reward will be increased for each additional person who survives. Fuck you. Memphis. Can you explain it? What does the commander need to explain? Mission. What exactly does this second stage mission mean? Why is there such a big difference between the first stage and the second stage? Shouldn't you return directly after giving a small mission? Commander, I never said that the mission world is divided into several parts. Then what about the Gundam world? Because the Gundam world is the commander's Novus world, the difficulty is reduced. It is normal to complete each world. At the same time, according to my calculations, the commander is likely to die in the final battle of the Gundam world, which is also a protection for the commander. Yang Hui had 1,000 MMPs in his heart and didn't know whether to say them or not. Are you looking down on me? Yang Hui, is there a big problem with this mission? Graham asked. There is no problem in postponing the return to Promise Fortress. The more missions, the more rewards. Why is Yang Hui unhappy and looks like he is about to get angry? Problem? Haha, there is nothing wrong with the problem itself. Yang Hui stared with dead fish eyes and sneered. Then why? It's just that the Battle of Nordrum happened 25 years later. Graham, Greek letter Omega? That means we have to stay in this world for at least another 25 years to complete the second stage of the mission, and, the world of Gundam Age does not have one protagonist, but three. This is a heroic chronicle that runs through the three generations of the Asuno family. Now that the second stage of the mission is out, there is naturally a third stage, which means, Graham turned gray and white, which means that he and Yang Hui have to stay in the world for decades until the war ends after Flit's grandson is born before they can return to Promise Fortress. This is outrageous. After decades, I will be an old man, right? Although he likes to travel between different worlds and enjoy different battles, but staying in one world for decades is also deadly. Yang Hui. Don't look at me with that expression, I'm also in pain. Yang Hui is indeed in pain. The Gundam Age world is one of the most special of all the Mecha works he knows. Although other works have a long history, they are also divided into many different works for publication. Only Gundam Age briefly tells the story of three generations of grandparents and grandchildren in just 49 episodes. Wait. Memphis, let me ask first, if I enter the Gundam UC world, I won't stay from the 1-year war to UC 0225, right? Yang Hui asked hurriedly. If you want to say which series of works has the longest time span, it is naturally the origin of all Gundams, the UC era. Not counting various Black histories and subsequent RC, the story of the UC era is more than 100 years long. I can't really experience the entire UC era directly, right? Would that be an old monster? No. Oh, that's good. The UC era is a world that Yang Hui must visit no matter what. The long time and many works have an advantage that cannot be ignored, that is, there are many talents. Look at how many talents can be named in Gundam Age. Are there as many as in the UC era? Not to mention that Yang Hui has always been thinking about saving so many tragedies that should not have happened in the UC era, such as the love and hatred between the mule and the duck, Camus and his women, the death of General Rebel, etc. Yang Hui, Graham, what's wrong with you? At this time, Yulin suddenly came. Seeing Yang Hui and Graham's lost soul, Yulin couldn't help but ask worriedly, mainly worried about Yang Hui. Yang Hui was a little helpless. He didn't know whether he should tell Yulin the truth now. If he returned to Promise Fortress, Yulin must be taken back, so she had the right to know, but the first stage of the mission had just ended, and he didn't want Yulin to be affected by the huge truth from now on. Faced with a complex psychology, Yang Hui could only look to Graham for help, but it was useless. I'm optimistic about you. Although he didn't say so, Graham's expression and thumbs up were conveying this to Yang Hui. I knew you were unreliable. Yang Hui naturally responded with the same look, and then looked at Yulin. Yang Hui, it's okay. Yulin pretended to understand, but Yang Hui still caught the sadness in her eyes. Yang Hui was the first and only person Yulin trusted wholeheartedly after her family passed away. Maybe it was because of the attraction between the same kind, or maybe it was the feelings hidden in her heart that affected Yulin, but she was still very sad to find that Yang Hui had a secret to hide from her. Yulin, this is related to our biggest secret. This is an endless vortex, and it will also be full of various battles and dangers. Are you sure you want to know? Yang Hui told Yulin directly without any mercy, because Yulin was a very kind girl. If she didn't want to get involved, Yang Hui would choose to give up. Facing Yang Hui's serious tone and Graham's equally serious expression, Yulin was entangled for a while. It's okay, Yulin, you should think about it carefully first. Yang Hui turned around and prepared to leave, leaving Yulin alone to think, but the moment he turned around, Yulin grabbed Yang Hui's clothes from behind. Will you leave me? Yulin asked timidly. If you don't want to know, yes. Yang Hui nodded with a hard heart. His thoughts were changed by Yulin. At first, he thought that he would definitely take Yulin away, even if he would keep her as a mascot in Promise Fortress. But in front of Yulin's hesitation, Yang Hui woke up. He shouldn't force others to make a choice because of personal feelings. He and Yulin just have a good impression and ambiguity, and it's not clear what kind of feelings they are, and nothing has happened yet. In this case, he shouldn't force a kind girl to be involved in his vortex and force her to share his responsibilities. Then I want to know. Yulin's sudden determination made Yang Hui and Graham stunned. You promised me that you would never leave me alone again. Yulin blushed and sobbed. She was afraid of fighting, but she was even more afraid that Yang Hui would leave her. In that case, she would be alone again. She didn't blame Yang Hui for being cruel. After all, he had made it very clear that the consequence of knowing would be endless fighting and danger. If she didn't want to know, Yang Hui's cruel departure from her was to protect her. Okay. Yang Hui nodded and gave Graham a look, signaling him to leave first so that he could be alone with Yulin. Graham smiled and turned away. His indifference to love between men and women did not mean that he liked to eat dog food. Since both parties had made a decision, he only needed to wait, waiting for another comrade to join them. Haha, Yang Hui, I hope you know how to explain to Miss Wong and the others. Chapter 137. 25 years later. Time flies, and 25 years have passed. On a battleship in the universe, Yang Hui is debugging the latest data of the Dawn Gundam. With the data copied from the Ambit Fortress, as well as the analysis and research of the vegan battleship and Ms. wreckage, the Dawn Gundam and the Samurai Gundam have undergone a lot of modifications. First of all, the frame and armor materials. Thanks to the data obtained from vegan, the material technology has made a huge breakthrough. Although it is not a carbon, it has developed a material that is better than a carbon based on this. From the frame to the armor, all are modified with the latest superalloys. In the short term, there is no need to worry about the problem of the body falling apart in battle. Then there is the armament. The large thrusters on the back are like 4 wings, combined with a mental connection system and flying wing floaters developed with vegan's data. Each wing is equipped with 8. Although it is similar to the appearance of the Secret Angel, it looks like a 4-winged Dark Angel. This can be regarded as Yang Hui's first body in remembrance of himself. The weapons in both hands were changed from 2 high-output Fangs rifles to a sword-gun shield composite weapon, which integrated high-vibration blades, 2 mounted beam submachine guns, and a new super-alloy shield. The electromagnetic cannon on the hip was also strengthened and modified to enhance the penetration power, so that there would no longer be a situation where it could not penetrate the enemy's armor. The beam sword was moved from the waist to the wrist. The Dawn Gundam still maintained the characteristics of a high-mobility multi-firepower machine, so the armor was much lighter than before, but don't underestimate the protective ability of the new armor. The new super alloy is lighter, stronger, and more resilient than the previous materials, and its defense is not lower than that of a carbon. Then there is Graham's Samurai Gundam. No, it was renamed Flag Gundam according to his wishes. The armor on his body is heavier, but it is not just armor. Although Graham is not good at mobile units fighting alone, he is good at close combat, and with his combat awareness and the cooperation of Harrow, he can also operate effectively, but he can't achieve the kind of delicate operation that Yang Hui has, like commanding an army. There are 8 high-vibration floating swords in total, which are located at the skirt armor and shoulder armor. They can also be combined with 2 high-vibration swords to form a high-vibration giant sword. The beam boomerangs on both shoulders have been removed, and 2 ductile beam claws have been added to the waist, referred to gates. The legs have leg beam swords hidden in them. There is no weapon behind, but a large nozzle has been added. With the control nozzles all over the body, Graham can make any excessive special maneuvers. The 4 small beam guns attached to the 2 high-vibration swords are still the only long-range attacks. Beam claws are only suitable for short distances, but Yang Hui has used new technology to enhance the power, and can also penetrate the armor of ordinary vegan Ms. As for Yulin showed a strong X-rounder ability. Although he would not use this power to put Yulin in danger, it is not known whether the experience during the bad driving operation made Yulin grow up, or whether she learned the truth about the Promise Fortress. She took the initiative to ask Yang Hui to train her Ms. driving skills. Since God has given me this power, I should waste it, and I don't want to be a burden to others anymore. I want to fight with Yang Hui. Feeling Yulin's determination, Yang Hui didn't say too dangerous or anything like that. Yulin must be taken back to Promise Fortress. As Yang Hui's woman, she can't be a vase, nor can she live a peaceful life. If Yuling resists fighting, Yang Hui might let Wang and Katie teach her battlefield prediction, or Wang Liumei teach her intelligence analysis. At the very least, she can learn to sing and become a singer to boost morale. But since she chose to fight, Yang Hui would no longer object, and would teach her with the strictest attitude. It must be said that if Yulin hadn't been killed by the plot, she would definitely be better than Fleet at his peak. It only took Yang Hui 10 years to improve Yulin's driving skills from a complete novice to B-level, and her ability to use floating weapons amazed Yang Hui. Yang Hui also found that Yulin's ability to use X-Rounder combined with shooting was not inferior to the Dylandi brothers in sniping ability. Yulin's machine Yang Hui named it Luna Gundam. In addition to a sniper-type Fang's rifle and a shield, the only remaining weapon of Luna Gundam is the beam sword hanging on the back. Behind it is a large nozzle surrounded by a full moon-like ring, but this ring is composed of long-range gun-type floating guns, all of which are long-range sniper floating guns. Moreover, according to Yulin's control, the floating gun can be combined with the sniper-type Fang's rifle in his hand to become an ultra-high output rated ultra-long-range sniper beam rifle, referred to the range of the Force Angel from the Earth to space. The power is a simplified version of the photon destruction cannon. At the same time, it can also form a large floating shield to protect itself, and its defense ability can withstand a battleship main gun. During these 25 years, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin also joined the Federation Army-like fleet. Although they were not promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army-like fleet, the Special Ms. Battalion, Tenjin, led by them should not be underestimated. They have extremely high autonomy, and only the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army can give them orders. Moreover, although it is called a brigade, the number of members is extremely small. Only the most elite Ms. pilots of the Federation Army are eligible to join. It is also the holy land of all Ms. pilots' dreams. Because the Shinrun Brigade is highly autonomous and rarely participates in large-scale operations, it does not need too many members. Most of the members who have joined the Shinrun Brigade will be transferred back to their original units after Yang Hui's approval. Therefore, the stable personnel are currently only Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin, and the crew of the armed transport ship, Baizen. Even the veteran members Wolf and Lagan have been transferred away. Therefore, the Shinrun Brigade is not only an ace force that performs difficult tasks, but also a teaching brigade and a cradle for creating ace pilots. Is it not finished yet? Yulin asked, throwing herself on Yang Hui's back. It will be ready soon. I should be able to catch up if I calculate the time. Yang Hui shook Yulin's hand and continued to focus on his work. We can't be late. That child admires you the most. Even Fleet's words are not as effective as yours. Yulin chuckled. Who told Fleet to look like he owes money all day long? He deserves it. He's not as cute as he was when he was a child when he grew up. Are you sure it's cute? Isn't it fun? Yeah, cute and fun. After all, Fleet is now the commander-in-chief of the entire army, so he has to be serious. So what if he's the commander? Isn't he still my brother? Yes, you're the best. Only half of Yulin's words were a joke. Yulin dared to say without any personal feelings that Yang Hui was the best. Not to mention the Ms. driving skills, the Federation's shoot-down king. According to statistics, Yang Hui's number of kills has exceeded 600, and only Graham, who is ranked second, is close to him. Others are simply far behind this number. Not to mention the scientific research technology and Ms. manufacturing technology, the Dawn Gundam, the Flag Gundam, and the Luna Gundam all made the people of the Federation drool. There were also special machines given to others, such as the machines of Wolf and Lagan, which were also the top machines, and the performance was only second to the Gundam. The Federation's latest mass-produced Ms. Adele II was also very outstanding. Although it was not as good as Vegan's Ms., it directly shortened the gap between Genoa's and Giranfu by 2/3. Finally, it was Battlefield Command. Even Fleet learned his command skills from Yang Hui. To be frank, if Yang Hui wanted to stand out, Fleet could only be his deputy commander. It's done, let's get ready to go. Well, I'll go and notify Captain Angora. A few days later, the space colony satellite Tordia, although the scale was not as large as before, but the reorganized Asuno family was settled here. First, this is one of the colony satellites closest to the Federation Army headquarters, Giant Ring, and second, Tordia has the best conditions in all aspects. As soon as Fleet's shuttle arrived at the port, he saw Baize following closely behind. His serious face finally showed a smile. Thinking that Yang Hui and the others had also arrived, he naturally waited for a while. Hey, Fleet, you're back too. I thought you were ready to find an excuse to shirk. Yang Hui, Yulin and Graham got off the ship and greeted Fleet. No matter how busy the military affairs are, I will not forget Arthur's birthday. Really? I'm still planning how to go to the Giant Ring to tie you back. What a pity. Oh. Fleet's mouth twitched wildly. He could maintain a serious attitude in front of anyone now, but Yang Hui, no matter how good his Kigen was, it would break. Yang Hui, I am the commander-in-chief now after all. So what? Yang Hui clamped Fleet in his arms and rubbed his hair. You are not my brother yet. Okay. Stop it. Fleet broke free from Yang Hui's grip and cursed angrily. Alice, it's not fun to grow up. Fleet, forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Arthur is about to finish school. Yulin and I will pick him up. You and Graham go back and get ready. So is he my son or your son? Your son, my nephew, there is no difference. Who told him to be closer to me than to you? In the school of Tordia, in a simple warehouse, a super small Ms is being tested, but it is obvious that there are still big problems. The iron bucket that was carried fell to the ground in a few seconds, and the arms of the Ms made a crunching sound. Although it failed, it had a good effect. The three boys covered in sweat and oil actually attracted the campus idol. This is so handsome. This is yours, that? Ms? Yes, Ms. Wow, it's amazing to be able to make something like this. Rosemary exclaimed. Although she is cute and gentle, she likes mechanical things very much. Ms is our strong point. Hey, I see. Compared to the two classmates who looked like pigs when they saw Rosemary, Arthur just thought that this kind of campus life was interesting, and he also liked Ms and felt that he had a sense of identity with Rosemary. But the next voice scared them. Crap, Ms, this thing is not even a mobile engineer. Arthur, have you forgotten everything I taught you? Chapter 138 The Heir of the Asuno Family, Additional Chapter 12. The two boys got angry when they heard the voice, and even Rosemary showed an indignant expression. They were just students, and it was already amazing that they could make such a super small Ms. They were also preparing to defend their title in the Ms competition. But Arthur heard who the voice belonged to, and not only was he not angry, but he was very happy. Uncle Yang Hui. Aunt Yulin. Huh? Everyone was stunned when they heard it. They saw the handsome and mature Yang Hui and the beautiful and gentle Yulin standing at the door of the warehouse. Arthur jumped off the Ms directly and ran to Yang Hui and Yulin. Uncle Yang Hui, Aunt Yulin, you are back. Where are Uncle Graham and Dad? Nonsense, when have we missed your birthday? Graham and Fleet went home to prepare for you. Yang Hui rubbed Arthur's hair and scolded with a smile. But is there any problem with the military affairs? Arthur was worried. Although he was very happy that Yang Hui and Yulin could come to celebrate his birthday, he didn't want to delay their work because of this. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. By the way. As he spoke, Yang Hui's expression darkened, and his smile became more kind, which frightened Arthur so much that he trembled all over and turned around to run away. But would Yang Hui give him a chance? The hand on his HUD became more and more powerful, holding Arthur's head tightly. You made this thing with what I taught you. You are really outstanding, Arthur. I was wrong. Uncle Yang Hui. I was wrong. Let go. I'm going to die. Okay, today is Arthur's birthday, don't embarrass him. Hearing Yulin pleading for Arthur, Yang Hui also let go of the iron palm of love, and let Arthur save his life. At this moment, Arthur's two friends suddenly screamed. It's Lieutenant General Yang Hui. I finally met my idol. Wow? Do you know me? Yang Hui asked them with interest. Who is he? Is he famous? Rosemary and the other two girls also looked at them. They had never seen Yang Hui, nor heard any rumors about him. Anyway, they knew he couldn't be a big star. Of course I know him. He's one of the most famous people in the Federation. Lieutenant General Yang Hui, nicknamed Angel of Judgment, is the commander of the Federation Army's Special Ms Battalion, Celestial Being, and the absolute ace of the Ms Force. It is rumored that he has shot down more than 600 people and his driving skills are unmatched. It is also said that he led the Celestial Being Force to thwart countless vegan plans and is a superstar of the Federation Army. Not only that, Lieutenant General Yang Hui is also the Federation's leading Ms designer. The Ms currently deployed by the Federation Army was designed and developed by Lieutenant General Yang Hui, and the most powerful Gundam. It is said that Lieutenant General Yang Hui created a machine that far surpassed the standard Ms at the age of 17, the legendary Gundam. He is a super genius in Ms development. And this one. The ace pilot of the Celestial Being Battalion, Colonel Yulin, nicknamed Moon Angel. It's great to meet him in person. Can you please sign an autograph? You are my idol. And me. I want one too. Huh? So awesome. The three girls, Rosemary, covered their mouths and exclaimed, looking at Yang Hui with curiosity. Yang Hui and Yulin were handsome and beautiful, but they were not so powerful. Arthur, Are your uncle and aunt really that powerful? Rosemary asked Arthur in a low voice. I guess so. In fact, he knew no more than his classmates. Although Yang Hui, Yalin and Graham watched him grow up and taught him a lot since he was a child, they would not say much about the internal affairs of the military, so the legends about Yang Hui and others were mostly known from public propaganda. However, in Arthur's heart, no matter how powerful Yang Hui and others were, they were uncles and aunts he respected and loved, and he would not do anything wrong by relying on the relationship with Yang Hui and others. After signing for the two boys, Yang Hui took a look at the Ms. made by Arthur and others, with a look of disgust. The skeleton joints are too fragile, the materials are substandard, the joints are not structured properly and need to be redone, the lines and pipes are arranged in a mess, the operating system, what the hell, redo everything. Yes. Now the two boys are no longer angry, but feel lucky, because this is a problem pointed out by their idol, and being able to get his guidance is a treatment that many formal Ms. Craftsmen desire but cannot ask for. Uncle is really something. Rosemary, I'll go get busy first. Okay. Watching Yang Hui directing Sim and the other two to transform the Ms., Rosemary was fascinated, and an emotion called envy spread in her heart. She even ignored the two classmates who wanted to pull her away. Very handsome, right? Yulin walked over and said softly. Yes. Rosemary responded subconsciously, but her face flushed when she came to her senses, and she denied it in panic. I didn't mean that. I meant. He. Looking at Rosemary's appearance, Yulin covered her mouth and chuckled. No need to explain. Boys who are focused and serious are already very handsome. Yes. Rosemary responded softly with her head down, her pretty face blushing so much that it was almost bleeding. Colonel Yulin. Just call me Auntie, you are not a soldier, you don't have to call me Colonel. Aunt Yulin, why did you choose to fight? Rosemary asked Yulin. Yulin's gentleness made it impossible for her to associate her with the ace pilot of the army. Because I don't want to be a burden to Yang Hui, so I chose to fight with Yang Hui. So you and Yang Hui's Hong. Uncle are husband and wife. Yes. Wow. So romantic. Two passers-by girls covered their faces and screamed, but Rosemary still couldn't understand Yulin's answer. But, isn't that very dangerous? Fighting and all that, aren't you afraid? Heh. Yulin smiled, and didn't answer Rosemary's question, but touched her head and said softly, when you have someone you like, you'll understand. Rosemary lowered her head again shyly, and her eyes unconsciously glanced at the busy Arthur. This was the first time Rosemary met Arthur, and the first time they had a conversation. She couldn't say she liked him, or even had a good impression of him, but she felt that Arthur was very charming at this time, and she also liked Ms. This might be the mutual attraction of common enthusiasts. Okay, let's stop here, and you can solve the rest by yourselves. Yang Hui made some small suggestions on the Ms. they made, and didn't say anything more. Why is that? Lieutenant General Yang Hui, can you please give us more guidance? Bang bang. Ouch. X2 the passerby boy covered his forehead and cried softly, with tears in his eyes. Stupid, you guys are going to participate in the competition, and giving you suggestions is already cheating. Uncle Yang Hui is right, this is our Ms. We should complete it by ourselves, don't always think about taking shortcuts. Isam nodded in agreement. Although he respected Yang Hui very much, his personality was more like Fleet. He hoped to achieve results with his own abilities, rather than relying on his elders to take shortcuts. He also wanted his elders to recognize his hard work. Okay, I get it. It's just a pity that it's rare to meet Lieutenant General Yang Hui. In fact, they didn't want to rely on Yang Hui to help them cheat to win the game. They just wanted to stay with their idol for a while and learn more. If you are really interested in Ms., you can aim for Yang's enterprise after graduation. Huh? Really? Can we? Of course, but you still have a lot to learn now. After graduation, you can apply for Ms-related majors for further study. Yang's enterprise does not accept mediocre people. Yes. We will definitely work hard. X2 Yang Hui also stimulated them a little. It seemed to be just a casual joke, but if his encouragement could produce two more outstanding young people, it would naturally be good. Okay, it's almost time to go home. You should pack up, Arthur. We will wait for you to go back together. Oh, okay. Arthur was naturally very happy. Although Yang Hui and his family often went home to accompany him, compared with other families, they still had very little time. After all, They were soldiers and occupied a very important position. Naturally, they spent a lot of time on military tasks. Seeing that Yang Hui was about to leave, Yulin also said goodbye to the three girls. Not to mention the two passers-by, Rosemary was a pretty good girl, and in the short communication, she also found that Rosemary was different from ordinary girls. What's wrong? A very nice girl. I have a feeling that we will meet again. Why? What did you see? Yang Hui certainly knew that Rosemary's future would not be ordinary. Although she was very quiet, she would join the army with Arthur after graduation, and they would be assigned to the Song Girl together. She also had an emotional dispute between Arthur and his rival, and finally married Arthur and gave birth to the third generation of Asuno, also known as Red Tea by the people. I can't predict the future, it's just a woman's intuition. Okay, let's wait and see. After Arthur finished school, Yang Hui and Yulin picked him up and returned to the Asuno family. Yang Hui and Fleet didn't like to be too ostentatious, so Arthur's coming-of-age ceremony was just a family gathering, and no foreign guests were invited to participate. Uncle Yang Hui, Aunt Yulin. As soon as they got home, a lovely girl rushed up to them. This was Fleet's second daughter, Arthur's biological sister, Yunoya Asuno, and also Yang Hui and Yulin's favorite little cotton jacket. Yunoya has grown taller again. Right? Brother likes to lie to me. Uncle Yang Hui, I helped Mom make your favorite dishes. Yunoya is still considerate of me. Come in. I've been waiting for you to come back. As he said that, Yunoya pulled Yang Hui and Yulin into the house, and the birthday party officially began. Although it was not too lively with only family members, it was warm and the family was happy. The dishes were also rich, not inferior to the feast outside. After everyone was full, Fleet took out the age device, and Yang Hui and others knew that the most important moment had come. Ism, you are already 17 years old, and this age device should be handed over to you. Age device. This is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Asuno family. It will give you the power to protect yourself and the most important people. I'm so envious. All the benefits were taken by my brother. Yunoya complained faintly. Haha, it's your brother's birthday after all. When Yunoya grows up, Uncle and Aunt have prepared a gift for you. Really? That's great. Then Uncle and Aunt, what gift have you prepared for your brother? This. Yang Hui looked at Yulin, Fleet, and Graham respectively, and smiled. He will know when the time comes. Today is the day when the dragon rises. Don't mention it. If my friends hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known this day. So, add more chapters. 2 more chapters today. More. It depends on whether the readers can give me support. Chapter 139 The Curse of the Asuno Family. Uncle, Aunt and Dad are really mean. Seeing Yang Hui and others acting as riddlers, Yunoya complained with puffed cheeks. Haha, that's your brother's gift, why are you so excited? Yang Hui rubbed Yunoya's head and laughed. Because he is my brother. Yunoya. Yasum was a little touched. After all, he was also looking forward to what gift Yang Hui and others prepared for him. It was just because of his personality and the habits he developed since childhood, Yang Hui and others would not ask unless he said it. But this feeling of being touched lasted less than a second and disappeared. I know the gift you prepared for my brother. Can't I ask for a better gift on my birthday? Yunoya added. Yasum, Cyrillic letter there. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed happily. Emily lectured Yunoya unhappily. You are very rude, Yunoya. Besides, weren't the gifts Yang Hui and the others gave you good enough for your birthday? Well, I know I was wrong, Mom. Although Yunoya apologized on the surface, she still stuck out her tongue in a quirky way. It was obvious that she had no intention of changing. However, Yunoya was indeed the most loved one in the family. She was the youngest in the family and a daughter. Unlike Asam, who is a boy, she would be strict. And although Yunoya was quirky, she was also a sensible and good child, so she deserved to be spoiled by everyone. By the way, there will be a mobile warrior competition next week. My brother and the others are preparing to defend their titles. Uncle, Aunt, and Dad should go together. At this time, Yunoya suddenly said to Yang Hui and the others. Okay, just take this opportunity to relax. Yang Hui nodded in agreement. The mission of the Heavenly Brigade is tense and easy. As long as it is not a mission that affects the survival of the Federation, they do not have to execute it. Moreover, the only person who has the right to order them is sitting at the same table. If Fleet wants to take a vacation, would he dare not approve it? Sorry, my vacation is only 1 day, and I have to leave tomorrow. Fleet said. Why is it like this? There is no way. Your father is the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Graham teased. In fact, if Fleet really wanted to stay, no one would say anything. After all, the war situation is now in a period of easing, and there are no large-scale battles in various places. In addition to him as the commander-in-chief, Big Ring also has an excellent staff department. It is not that the war cannot be fought without him. It's just that Fleet is a workaholic. Compared with accompanying his family, he spends more time on work. Although he doesn't hate vegan as much as the original trajectory, he is also eager to end the war. His dream has never changed, that is, to become a savior. This is really a disaster for my family. Yunoya lay on the table as if she was deflated. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed happily, even the somewhat embarrassed Fleet, knowing that Yunoya was just playing around. In fact, she and SM, the brother and sister, respected and admired Fleet more than anyone else in the world. Fleet would always be second in their hearts. As for the first place, well, Fleet was brought up by him, so he couldn't compare. By the way, SM, you are going to graduate this year, right? Yang Hui asked. Yes. Have you thought about your plans after graduation? As soon as these words came out, the cheerful atmosphere died down, and everyone's eyes were focused on SM, with expectations, entanglements, and worries. Future plans. SM's expression was a little hesitant. Although I haven't thought about it carefully, I think I should join the Federal Army, right? Why? Emily asked immediately. She supported SM to accomplish what he wanted to do, just like she supported Fleet back then, but as a mother, she naturally didn't want SM to be in danger. Uncle Yang Hui, Uncle Graham and Dad, you taught me since I was a kid that as a man, I must protect what I love. Isn't it a war now? If I want to protect you, isn't the most direct way to join the army? Arthur said. Protect us? Yes. Arthur nodded. Puff ho ha ho ha. Ho ha ho ha, you little brat, don't think you can be arrogant just because it's your birthday today. It's too early for you to protect us, ha ha ha. Yang Hui and Graham laughed the loudest. Arthur, this young boy, really dared to say that. You are a student who hasn't graduated yet. When I took you to some simulation battles in a half-training and half-playing atmosphere when we were young, you were so proud of it. You actually want to protect us, the absolute trump cards of the Federation? I'm telling the truth. Even if it's not possible now, it will definitely be possible in the future. Arthur complained dissatisfiedly. He mustered up a lot of courage to say it, but was laughed at. The dignity of being a boy made Arthur's idea more firm. Yang Hui patted Arthur's shoulder and said with a smile, yes, you are a man. Then we will wait for you to protect us. Uncle Yang Hui. But I'm afraid it will take many years. Uncle, don't underestimate me. Humph. Ha ha ha. The birthday party ended successfully. After cleaning up, Fangs, Emily, Arthur and Yunoya went back to their rooms. Yang Hui, Graham, Yuling and Fleet stayed behind. Some topics were not easy to talk about in front of others. Fleet, are you sure you want to do this? Yang Hui's face did not have any smile at this time, and his serious tone made the atmosphere heavy. Well, Arthur is the man of the Asuno family. This is his responsibility and his mission. Fleet said. Why don't you think about ending the war in our generation? Graham asked Fleet. Do you think it's possible? Fleet asked Graham. Thanks to our efforts, the war between the Federation and Vegan has finally entered a stalemate, but you all know that the Federation is still at a disadvantage, relying entirely on its huge population base and resource reserves. It is impossible to completely reverse the situation within at least 10 years. And a traitor in the upper echelons of the Federation. As early as more than 10 years ago, Fleet had noticed that there was a traitor from Vegan in the upper echelons of the Federation. Even if it was not a traitor, it was a secret collaborator, and its status was very high. Even if the identity was found, no substantial evidence could be found. But you should have kept it a secret from Emily and Yunoa. Yulin accused. Emily and Yunoa can't keep it a secret. Once they know it in advance, SM will notice something is wrong, and there will be no point in doing this. But we can't let them fall into such danger. I've already told Fang's daddy will pay attention to the safety of Emily and Yunoa, and with you here, I believe you will protect them. Facing Yulin's accusations, Fleet was unmoved and still insisted on his decision. Honestly, Fleet. Yang Hui suddenly stood up, grabbed Fleet's collar, and looked at him coldly. I really want to punch you now, so that you can go back to the giant ring with a few missing teeth. Since when did you start to use even your own family? I don't remember teaching you these things. This is the best arrangement, and the most reasonable arrangement. We all know that the stalemate has reached its peak. Vegan will not tolerate this situation to continue. There will definitely be big moves. I don't want to see Arthur join the fierce war without knowing anything. Fleet said in the same serious manner, looking at Yang Hui with a serious and firm look. Tisk. Yang Hui let go of Fleet's collar, turned around and walked out the door. When he reached the door, he said without looking back, Emily and Yunoya are also our family members. We will protect them. Yulin naturally followed Yang Hui and left, leaving only Graham and Fleet at the scene. Do you also think I did something wrong? Fleet asked Graham. No, you did the right thing. Yang Hui also doesn't think you did the wrong thing. SM will definitely drive the new Gundam to join the war. This is why we have taught him all kinds of things since he was a child. This is the mission of the Asuno family and also a curse. Graham said. Yang Hui. He was just angry that you didn't discuss it with us in advance. If you had discussed it in advance, you would have been able to think of a foolproof plan. You know, that guy values his family and companions more than anyone else. I'm sorry, it's my mistake. Flit, don't put all the pressure on your shoulders. After all, Yang Hui and I are your brothers. Well, I understand. On the other side, after SM returned to the room, he also looked at the age device and fell into thought. In fact, he was not sure whether he really wanted to be a soldier. The reason why he answered like that was completely subconscious. After all, his family was the top military family in the entire Federation. His father, Flit, was the commander-in-chief of the Federation Army. He watched him grow up since he was a child. His most admired uncles and aunts were also ace pilots of the Federation Army. It is said that his mother was also a nurse in the military health department. Therefore, Arthur had been exposed to the military ideology since he was a child, and it was completely natural for him to join the Federal Army. It seems, there is no other choice. Arthur shook his head with a wry smile. He said that he would think about his future carefully, but after a little thought, he seemed to find that there was no other way to go except joining the army. Otherwise, how could he get his father, uncles and aunts to recognize him? Moreover, the idea that a man should protect the one he loves that he had been exposed to since he was a child was deeply rooted, and he could not think of any other way to protect his beloved family. So, let's talk to Uncle Yang Hui tomorrow. Chapter 140, SM's First Battle, an Interesting Spy. The next day, Artem returned to the campus with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Perhaps it was because he was a little confused about the future that disturbed Artem's thoughts. He couldn't concentrate on either attending class or preparing his favorite Ms. Artem. Hey. Artem. What's wrong? You're distracted again. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Do you want to ask for leave to go back and rest? Although he was a nameless passerby character, he had a close relationship with Artem. He was not angry because Artem was always distracted or made frequent mistakes. Instead, he was worried about his health. I'm fine, Artem said that he was not sick and asked them not to worry. How about we stop here today and continue tomorrow? But there's only 1 week left for the competition. But with your current state, I think there will be more and more problems. Artem was speechless. His current state was indeed very bad. He had made many mistakes. If he continued like this, it would not only be a waste of time, but it might even get worse. That's it for today, SM. Go back and have a good rest today. Tomorrow we will try to make up for today's work. Okay. Woo woo woo. Just then, the economic evacuation alarm suddenly sounded, interrupting the 3 people who were about to pack up and go home. Is this an emergency evacuation alarm? Could it be? The 3 hurriedly ran outside the warehouse and happened to see 3 vegan mobile suits flying through the air. That's vegan. Really? Mom clearly said that Tortilla is heavily guarded and nothing will happen. Not good. SM was not as panicked as his classmates, but he couldn't help but get nervous when he found the direction vegan was heading. That's the direction of the residential area. If this goes on, everyone will be in trouble. Then, SM immediately tried to contact his family, but he couldn't get through at all, so he simply rode his electric bike to rush home. Along the way, SM realized the seriousness of the matter. Not only were the residential areas along the way destroyed, but there were burning ruins everywhere, and not only the suburbs, but even the city center was attacked. Rosemary. Why are you here? On the way, SM found that Rosemary had fallen on the side of the road, and quickly stopped the cart to check the situation. SM. I twisted my foot. Get up, it's too dangerous to stay here. Yes. SM took Rosemary back home directly. Fortunately, he learned from Fangs that his mother and sister had gone to the underground shelter, and SM was relieved. SM supported Rosemary in his hand and entered the stable, and saw that the haystack that had been piled up had been opened, revealing the Ms. lying in it. Could this be? Yes, this is the Gundam made by your father. The Gundam made by your father is actually in a place like this. Yes, this is what Fleet hid here to protect this colony satellite. Use this to fight. It's up to you, SM. SM's eyes fell on the Gundam, recalling the teachings when he was a child, and he felt that he had figured out some things all of a sudden. I'm afraid they had expected this day a long time ago. Vangus, I want to fight. Well said. Follow me. Seeing that Artem had made a decision, Artem took Artem into the Gundam. The age device is the key to start. You have learned the basic operation since childhood. Just follow the simulated battle you have been taught. Yes. Has it started? Vegan's infiltration had actually been discovered long ago, so an evacuation alert was issued as soon as the Ms. appeared. This was also the reason why Artem only saw the destroyed ruins but no victims when he returned home from school. 4 Dorados, so there are at least 2 motherships and more than 10 Ms on standby outside. Haha, Vegan is really generous for the Gundam. Graham said. But it's still strange. It's no secret that we are in Tordia. Do they dare to attack Tordia with such a small force? Yulin asked in confusion. She is no longer a novice now. She has extremely high military literacy and can see through the problem at a glance. The reputation of the 3 of them in the Federation Army and Vegan is equal. The more popular they are in the Federation Army, the more fear they have in Vegan. According to the combat effectiveness they have shown so far, Vegan has already retreated. Unless they take advantage of the 3 of them being alone and send out a reorganized fleet, it is possible to keep them. Otherwise, they will all die. The purpose is different. Their target this time is the Gundam Age 1. The reason they sent Ms. to attack Tordia is probably to force the Gundam Age 1 out and determine its location. Vegan, who was scared by us, now believes that only the Gundam can defeat the Gundam, and only by seizing the Gundam can they give us a fatal blow. Yang Hui analyzed. So are these people abandoned? Yulin pointed to the Ms on the screen and asked. From the actions of the Ms, it can be seen that these Ms are definitely not drones. Well, Isel Kanda is really good at brainwashing. If there's anything about Vegan that Yang Hui is afraid of, it is Isel Kanda's brainwashing ability. The reason why Vegan can firmly suppress the Federation, which has a much stronger foundation than it, is that in addition to its leading technological strength, it is the soldiers who are like fanatics. On the battlefield, what kind of soldiers are the most terrifying? Yang Hui believes that countless worlds and countless outstanding military strategists will give the same answer: soldiers with faith. Because such soldiers are fearless. Arthur is also sitting on the Gundam. At this time, the 3 people in the command room saw the Gundam Age 1 standing on the ground and running towards the nearest 2 Dorados, knowing that this matter has come to an end. Graham, the 2 Dorados in the city are handed over to you. Arthur is a beginner. No matter how good his talent is and how much training he has undergone, he is still a novice. 2 Dorados are enough for him to practice. Understood. After Graham left, Yang Hui and Yulin only focused on Arthur's battle. Dual wielding. Yang Hui cursed at the Age 1 on the screen, which was charging forward with dual beam sabers and falling down once or twice. This rascal, has he forgotten everything he was taught? What's the point of just rushing forward? Well, this is Arthur's first battle, so it's inevitable that he's a little nervous, Yulin consoled. I wasn't nervous the first time I drove a Ms in battle, and Graham was even more excited, Yang Hui said. That's you and Graham, can Arthur compare? Yulin was speechless. She knew that you were not really kids in your first battle, and she also knew that you were not nervous or afraid the first time you drove a Ms in battle, but was it really appropriate for you to compare Arthur, an ordinary 17-year-old boy, with you 2 weirdos? However, Arthur's fighting style was quite interesting. Dual wielding and some unexpected movements could thrill Vegan. This fighting style, it seems that Graham has an apprentice, Yang Hui said. 2 sword fighting and assault. I really don't know who this kid learned from. Yulin also shook her head. To be honest, from her current perspective, the word reckless is very appropriate to describe Arthur's fighting style. It can be said that it is similar to Graham's driving style, but it is only similar in spirit, and the rest is completely off the mark. Huh? This guy is not bad. Let me see. Igor Simmons. Yang Hui saw that the mass-produced machine that had fallen to the ground before moved at a critical moment, grabbed Dorado's leg, and created an excellent chance for Arthur to kill. He couldn't help but brighten up. It's worth training. Yes. Yulin also saw this detail. Although the previous battle can be described as bloody, this spirit of not abandoning or giving up is worth encouraging, and the timing is also very good. Beep beep, this is the headquarters. The 2 Dorados in the city have been destroyed. Let Graham return. The battle here is over. Understood. The battle is over. Let's start the aftermath. Flit's goal has been achieved. Do we need to catch the vegan that infiltrated? Yulin asked. No, there won't be any battles in the short term, and... As he spoke, Yang Hui called up a surveillance video, just in time to see a silver-haired boy standing on a branch with a telescope observing the Gundam Age 1. Let me meet this spy first. My intuition tells me that he must be very interesting. Oh. Yulin couldn't help but roll her eyes. She knew Yang Hui's secret, and she also knew that the world she was in was just an anime work in Yang Hui's previous life. Someone who could make Yang Hui so interested must be more than just a spy. Horizontal ellipsis. It has been a few days since the vegan attack. Since there were no casualties and the infiltration of vegan into Tortilla did not cause a big stir, Flint blocked the intelligence and strengthened Tortilla's security, which also calmed down the panicked people and allowed them to return to their normal lives. Gerhardt, an important member of vegan, entered Tortilla as a spy in order to find the existence of the Gundam Age 1 and steal it. Now that it is confirmed that the Gundam Age 1 is in the Asuno family's mansion, in order to sneak into the heavily guarded Asuno family, he must get close to Sem, so he joined the Miss Club where Sem was. While purchasing spare parts, Gerhardt saw Das Roden waiting on the side, and woke up from his daily life and followed him silently. You seem a little tired. Nothing. Instead of worrying about me, how is the investigation going? Yes, except for one place. We have searched the entire area, and the results are exactly the same as before. One place. Asuno's house. It seems that the Gundam is indeed hiding in Asuno's house. I see. Leave it to me, and you should be careful recently. The Archangel of Celestial Being has not left Tortilla yet. Don't launch any attacks before they leave. Got it. Home. At this moment, Des Roden's waist was suddenly pressed against by a hard object, and a hand covered his mouth. What? Home. Gerhardt also noticed something was wrong, and was about to get up, but another person held his shoulder and asked him to sit down again. At the same time, this person also sat next to him, and put his arm around his shoulders intimately, just like an elder in a younger generation with a very good relationship. Don't be in a hurry to leave, let's chat. Chapter 141. Don't waste the hard-earned opportunity. Judgment Angel. Yang Hui, huh? Have you really discovered me? After seeing clearly who was holding him, Gerhardt felt despair and unwillingness. Des Roden was right behind him, so he had no room for quibbling. Moreover, according to the intelligence they had collected about Yang Hui, since the other party had taken action, he was absolutely sure, and there was no point in denying anything. Well, your purpose is so obvious, it's hard not to discover you. Yang Hui said casually. So that's it, are you too impatient? Gerhardt didn't know that Yang Hui knew the plot and knew of his existence from the beginning, but analyzed that he had exposed his flaws by approaching Assem immediately after the invasion. I guess so. So, are you going to arrest us? Gerhardt asked. I'm sorry, I guessed wrong. You are a smart man, you shouldn't ask such a stupid question. Guessed wrong. Gerhardt was stunned for a moment, not understanding Yang Hui's intention. Their identities were exposed. As a senior member of the Federal Army, should it be natural for Yang Hui to arrest him? However, Gerhardt observed the surroundings and indeed found that except for Yang Hui and the people who controlled Das Roden behind him, there were no other federal troops around. It didn't look like they were going to capture him. Could it be that Yang Hui was also Vegan's accomplice? But is this possible? What exactly do you want to do? Gerhardt knew that Yang Hui didn't intend to capture him, so he asked. Alice, your thinking is too narrow. Before I answer you, you should answer me a question first. What question? Is campus life interesting? What? Why? Is this question difficult to answer? What exactly do you want to say? Gerhardt frowned, not understanding Yang Hui's meaning at all. Why did he suddenly talk about a topic that had nothing to do with the current situation? Answer my question first. Put aside your hidden identity, put aside the influence of Isolkanda, and just answer me as a teenager. Is campus life interesting? Yang Hui asked seriously. This kind of life? How is it possible? I am. Gerhardt's expression became complicated. Is campus life interesting? Of course it is interesting. Otherwise, as a vegan elite, he would not have forgotten his identity and mission for a while and accidentally indulged in it. Gerhardt had never experienced a proper childhood since he was a child. He had always lived in the philosophy instilled by Isolkanda. Now he suddenly enjoyed a real ordinary life, made friends, and worked hard to study and struggle with his friends. All of this was so new and heartwarming to him. If possible, he hoped to live like this forever. But he couldn't. He still had an important mission on his shoulders. Isolkanda's Eden project was his lifelong goal. It looks very interesting. Yang Hui grinned, and got the answer from Gerhardt's complex expression. Don't make such jokes. Just tell me what you want to do. Gerhardt said with a cold face. You are really not cute. Okay, I want to make a deal with you. Yang Hui said. Deal. Gerhardt was stunned for a moment, and the idea that Yang Hui is vegan's insider that had been abandoned before came to his mind again. That's right, it's a deal. I won't arrest you, and you just be a good high school student and enjoy the interesting campus life until graduation. Gerhardt was silent, staring at Yang Hui's playful face, trying to see Yang Hui's true purpose. How is it? A very cost-effective deal, right? It will not harm you at all. I agree. Gerhardt didn't understand Yang Hui's purpose, but after a little consideration, he found that he had no choice but to agree. Even if Yang Hui really had some conspiracy to make a deal with him, he would be arrested if he refused, and everything would be over. He had no choice. As long as he was not arrested, he could also wait for an opportunity to explore Yang Hui's purpose in the following days, and find a way to counter it. Maybe he could even use this to threaten Yang Hui? That's right, but remember, kid, don't break the contract, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Yang Hui patted Gerhardt on the shoulder and reminded him. What is your purpose? How could a kind-hearted elder take care of his nephew's friend have any bad intentions? But the person sitting next to me is just a lost boy who wants to waste his opportunity. I don't know what life is like in vegan, but I guess that in vegan, a boy of your age should not be able to enjoy a normal campus life like you do now. Since you have this opportunity now, you should cherish it. Okay, kid, enjoy this hard-earned campus youth. When you get on Ms again, your identity will no longer be a young boy, but a soldier. I will not show mercy to soldiers. Finally, patting Gerhardt on the shoulder, Yang Hui stood up and left. The people in the woods also let go of Das Roden and quickly followed Yang Hui, disappearing from their sight. Master Gerhardt, that person is Battle Angel, Graham. I know. Gerhardt gritted his teeth and looked at the direction where Yang Hui and Graham disappeared. Are you really going to abide by their deal? Das Roden asked. Well, we are now trapped in a jar. We have no other choice. I will report to Lord Isolkanda and ask for new instructions. Before that, just do what they say. Gerhardt said. Yes. Das Roden also understood the helplessness at this time. They have been exposed. If they don't do what Yang Hui said, let alone seize the Gundam, they can't even leave. Das Roden doesn't think that they and the troops staying outside the colony satellite can destroy the celestial being gathered by the three archangels. Das Roden quietly laughed. Gerhardt looked down at the parts on the ground with a complicated mood. On the one hand, he felt that he was controlled by Yang Hui and was very aggrieved. On the other hand, he couldn't complete the task assigned to him by Isolkanda. But, for some reason, he felt relieved in his heart. I'm not. Are you optimistic about this kid? I guess so. In terms of talent, he is much better than Yesem, but the influence on his thoughts needs to be reversed. Yang Hui said. Gerhardt is not only an excellent Miss pilot, but also has the talent to become an excellent commander. It must be said that Isolkanda's vision is still very unique, otherwise he would not have appointed Gerhardt as the commander-in-chief of the Earth Strategy Operation at his age. In the end, if he had not been deeply brainwashed by Isolkanda, he would not have become obsessed with Isolcanda's ideas and the Eden he mentioned. Gerhardt would not have made so many stupid moves that he made big mistakes and killed the woman who loved him and his subordinates with his own hands. In the end, he died in despair at the hands of a SEM. In general, he is an outstanding young man who deserves to be saved. It is the most difficult to change one's mind, especially for those crazy people like vegan. Graham reminded him. In the past 25 years, Graham has deeply experienced the fanaticism of vegan, which is not easy to change. I understand that things are in the hands of people. It was not me who could change him from beginning to end. I just created an opportunity for him. As for the final result, it depends on him. Yang Hui shrugged and said. The deal with Gerhardt was actually done casually. He was a talent, but he was not indispensable. Anyway, they would experience more worlds in the future. Promise Fortress lacked talents, but the most abundant thing in countless worlds was talents. If he was missing, there would be others to take his place. It's up to you. These things are what you should worry about. I'll just be responsible for the battle. Graham spread his hands and said. After chatting with Gerhardt, Yang Hui and Graham had nothing else to do. They would have a mission after watching the Tortium competition in a few days. Graham was bored and went back to the base to do simulation training. Yang Hui would naturally not be so boring. It was better for his wife to accompany him on the rare holiday. But as soon as he returned to Suno's house, he met Arthur with Gerhardt and two classmates. Oh, see you again. Seeing Gerhardt coming to visit his home, Yang Hui greeted him very cordially. Uncle Yang Hui, do you know Gerhardt? Arthur said in surprise. Not really acquaintance. Yang Hui glanced at Gerhardt jokingly, and said casually, on the way back, I saw him buying parts for the Ms. competition. I calculated the distance and he should be from your school, so we chatted for a while. Well, Mr. Yang Hui's words benefited me a lot and opened up many new ideas. Seeing that Yang Hui did not expose him directly, Gerhardt immediately replied. That's right. Lieutenant General Yang Hui is my idol. Just 1 or 2 words of advice can benefit me for a lifetime. That's right. Gerhardt is so lucky. Haha, although I am very happy about your admiration, don't follow blindly, you must have your own judgment. Lieutenant General Yang Hui, do you make mistakes? That's right, I am also a person, of course I will make mistakes. Yang Hui knocked on the heads of 2 passers-by boys and scolded them with a smile. We know. Okay, it's rare to have guests at home. Arthur, entertain your classmates well. Well, I know, but we plan to collect some information related to Ms. Can I ask you? Arthur asked Yang Hui. Of course, but I won't help you cheat. Of course. Then, under the hospitality of Arthur, the group went to the study to look for relevant information. While looking through the information, they discussed how to prepare their Ms. next. Yang Hui would not take the initiative to participate, but would only answer questions when they encountered problems not related to the competition, which was considered a treat for the host and the guests. Of course, except for one person with complicated thoughts. Chapter 142 I believe that one day I can. Are you planning to break the contract? Gerhardt had planned to take advantage of the opportunity to go to the bathroom to search the Asuno family and find the hiding place of the Gundam, but he was blocked by Yang Hui as soon as he left the room. That's not a good behavior. If you are a man, keep your promise to me. Yang Hui said. Tisk, I don't know what your purpose is, but if you want to arrest me, just arrest me. I'm VE. Stop talking big, kid. Yang Hui covered Gerhardt's mouth before he revealed his identity, put his face close to him, and said to him in a cold tone, whether it's the Federation or vegan, if you don't even know how to be a human being, don't talk about lofty ideals. Woo woo woo. I'm telling you clearly, the Gundam is in the stable, but so what? Can you take it away? We will leave after the Tortium competition is over, but you either keep your promise and enjoy a year of campus youth, or just get out. Don't think that Tortia can't deal with you if I'm not here. After that, Yang Hui released his hand that was covering Gerhardt. At this moment, Arthur pushed the door open and looked at Yang Hui and Gerhardt with confusion. Gerhardt, didn't you go to the bathroom? What happened between you and Uncle Yang Hui? This kid is incredible. Yang Hui immediately put on a smile, holding Gerhardt in his arms and ravaging him. I invited him to come to Yang's enterprise for further studies after graduation, but he refused without hesitation and said that he would definitely make a more powerful Ms. than my work. Huh? Is this true? Gerhardt? This is a rare opportunity. Damn it. Why can Gehurt be personally invited by Lieutenant General Yang Hui? It's so enviable. Damn it. He is just a little more handsome than me, a little taller than me, a little better at studying, and a little better at Miss Technology than me. Oh, humph. I want to improve through my own efforts. I don't want this kind of charity. Gehurt said immediately. Gehurt's spy qualities are not bad, at least he deserves recognition in terms of improvisation, but he acted well on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. This was the second time that Yang Hui took the initiative to help him conceal his identity. What was the reason for this? What was the conspiracy? These questions have been lingering in Gerhardt's mind. Damn it. You deserve to be punished by God. I'm so jealous. Everyone, you must be tired of discussing, let's take a break. Yulin, Emily and Yunoya came upstairs with drinks and snacks, and the intense discussion also entered a relaxed and leisurely state. Relaxed comfort is a feeling that Gerhardt finds difficult to feel. Coupled with the gentleness of Yulin and Emily, he felt a warmth of his family that he had never felt before, making his mood more complicated. Finally, he gritted his teeth and asked Yang Hui a question, Mr. Yang Hui, I'm curious about one thing. You have such an outstanding research talent, why did you choose to join the war? Huh? Hearing this question, everyone was stunned for a moment, and the two passers-by boys were also curious about this question. Emily, SM and Yunoya smiled at each other, and Yulin looked at Yang Hui with a smile. They already knew Yang Hui's answer. Of course I want to protect my beloved. Yang Hui grinned. It seems that his words have some effect on Gerhard. Protect the beloved. This answer made Gerhard confused. Yes, protect the beloved. Isn't it a war now? Instead of hiding in a safe place and praying every day that the war will not come to you, it is better to control your own power and control your own destiny at the critical moment. Is that so? But is fighting really right? Gerhard asked. Of course it is not right. Huh? Fighting or something, no matter how noble the reason is, it is not right, but it is not wrong either. What do you mean? The boys and girls were puzzled. Wanting to fight to protect the one you love, isn't this a very admirable idea? Why is it said to be wrong? Because the essence of fighting is to kill people. This is a bloody fact that no matter how fancy the words are, they can't cover it up. Yang Hui paused, looked at the teenagers, and continued, there is no right or wrong in war, only positions. Both sides have their own righteousness. When the righteousness of both sides conflicts, war will naturally break out. Why can't we sit down and talk it out? Yunoya asked, if we can talk it out, can we understand each other? Everyone looked at Yang Hui. This was the answer they longed for, including Yulin, who was also a soldier, and Emily, who had been a soldier. Even Gerhardt had a longing look in his eyes. He himself didn't realize how the campus life of a few days had changed him. He didn't want to destroy this peace in his subconscious mind, and he also had a desire that the people of Vegan could also have such a peaceful and happy life, and could end the war with the Federation and live in peace with the people of Earth. It's difficult. At least before the war has a certain result, the two sides can't reach a reconciliation. Yang Hui said. Why is it like this? Yasum and Yunoya said disappointedly, and Gerhardt also lowered his head to prevent people from seeing the disappointment in his eyes. The world of adults is also very complicated, but what? Yunoya asked anxiously. But I believe that there will always be a day when we can understand each other. Yang Hui smiled slightly and touched Yunoya's head. After the break, the few people discussed for a while and then went home. Gerhardt glanced at Yang Hui obscurely and left with more thoughts. It seems that your words have touched the child a lot. Yulin looked at the direction where Gerhardt left and whispered to Yang Hui. He is young, he still has the opportunity to choose his own path, and Yang Hui smiled and continued, he is not alone. A few days later, the Toldia competition officially began. With Yang Hui's secret assistance, SM and his team successfully won the second consecutive championship. Gerhardt also followed his promise to Yang Hui and did not conduct any espionage activities. It was time for Yang Hui and his team to leave. Uncle and Aunt, you must come back soon next time. Yunoya begged. Well, that depends on whether your father will give us a holiday. He is our immediate superior. Yang Hui touched Yunoya's head and pretended to be distressed. Huh? Is that so? Then I will find a way to threaten Dad and make him give you more holidays. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed happily, and they also knew that Yunoya was joking. She was a sensible child. Uncle Yang Hui, Aunt Yulin, Uncle Graham. What's wrong? Arthur. I have decided. After graduation, I will also join the army. I also want to be an outstanding soldier like you, Arthur said firmly. Hearing this, the smile on Yang Hui's face disappeared and he became extremely serious. Have you made up your mind? Yes. This means killing countless enemies. I know that fighting will definitely result in death, but, just like what you said, Uncle, people are not incapable of understanding each other. Before both sides understand each other, I must protect my beloved ones. At the same time, I also want to find a way for both sides to understand each other. For this goal, I must become a soldier. Looking at SM, Yang Hui could feel that he was not joking, but was determined, and then smiled. Okay, I will help you contact the Slay's military academy, which is the most elite institution in the Federation. I'll look forward to fighting side by side with you one day. Yang Hui patted SM on the shoulder and said. Yes. Then let's go. After saying goodbye to Emily, SM, Yunoya and Fangs, Yang Hui and the other two boarded the Bizet and set off for the mission destination. Before boarding the ship, Yang Hui and the other two also noticed that in a corner where no one was, there was a figure hiding and watching them leave. It's getting more and more interesting. Yang Hui murmured. Horizontal ellipsis. Mutual understanding, is it really possible? The Eden described by Lord Isolkanda, Gerhardt was the one who hid in the shadows and watched Yang Hui and the others leave. This week of campus life, coupled with frequent contact with Yang Hui, he felt that his world had been opened up, and he was no longer immersed in the fantasy world described by Isolkanda as before. Personal experience told him that Isolkanda's ambition was right, but also wrong. As for which part was right and which part was wrong, he didn't know yet, but now he would not continue to blindly pursue Isolkanda's vision, but decided to use his own eyes to determine what path he should take and what was the real direction for Vegan to move forward. Lord Gerhardt, the heavenly man, troops have left. Should we continue the mission of seizing the Gundam? Des Roden asked. No, continue to stand by. The transaction deadline will expire in less than a year. We will take action then, but, do you think that no one will be watching us after they leave? Gerhardt knew what Des Roden wanted to say and interrupted him directly. But without the Shinran troops to hold us back, the ordinary federal army can't do anything to us. Underestimating the enemy is the first step to self-destruction. I have already reported this to Lord Isolkanda, and he agreed with my suggestion. Yes. Although Des Roden still didn't understand why Gerhardt was afraid of Yang Hui who had already left, since he said that Isolkanda had agreed, he would not persuade him anymore. His duty was only to assist Gerhardt, and the final decision was still up to Gerhardt. I will cherish this opportunity, Mr. Yang Hui, and then, see you on the battlefield. After taking a last look at Bizet, who was leaving, Gerhardt turned around and left, thinking and expecting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Vicious Betrayal, Angry People. In the vast universe, Yang Hui and his two companions destroyed a small fleet of vegan again and began to return to the transport ship, Bizet. After so many years, why can't vegan learn its lesson? Yang Hui said. Originally, this time it was just an investigation mission. The intelligence indicated that this space was a newly developed collection base for vegan. If it really existed, then destroy it. Anyway, the newly established collection base would not have too many troops guarding it. If not, then evacuate. But after arriving at the destination, whether it was Yang Hui, Graham or Yu Lin, they all noticed something was wrong. After careful investigation, they found that this was not a collection base at all, but a trap carefully prepared for them. The purpose was to capture or destroy Yang Hui and his two companions. For this purpose, 5 warships and more than 80 MIs were mobilized to ambush them. The result was obvious. Vegan's plan failed again. The ambushed troops were wiped out. Only a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals escaped. Yang Hui and his two companions did not intend to pursue them. Who knows if there will be ambushes on the way to pursue. Moreover, their supplies were almost exhausted and needed to be replenished. Aren't the people above going to act? Graham asked jokingly. This intelligence error was too obvious. This situation was clearly a betrayal. The people above have been unhappy with us for a long time. We could have restrained ourselves, but after Fleet became the commander-in-chief, we completely let ourselves go. Yang Hui spread his hands and laughed. Are you serious about your "I'm just that good" expression? Graham glanced at Yang Hui and asked. Yulin covered her mouth and chuckled. She didn't look tired at all. Her position was originally a rear sniper support. She didn't feel sad after being betrayed. The federal high-level officials deliberately leaked their intelligence more than once or twice, and Yulin was used to it. Anyway, she just had to follow Yang Hui, and she didn't care whether others trusted her or not. The three of them chatted like this and came to the bridge. Captain, fortunately you are safe. Angola Zuo, the captain of Bizet, stood up and saluted the three. The captain who can be selected by Melon is naturally not an ordinary person. The name of Angora Zuo is not famous, but if it were not for Yang Hui's recruitment, the name of the organization he would create in the future would be very famous. Space Pirate Vestian, which is the pirate organization that Arthur will join in the future, was created by Angora Zuo. According to the original trajectory, he would withdraw from the Federation because of the unfair treatment within the Federation, and then form Vestian to find exodb in the universe, and then come back to defeat the corrupt Federation. How to say it? The idea is very sexy, and the reality is very skinny. Not to mention what force you have to rely on to transform the technology in exodb into a physical object after you get it. You can't pass the level of Sid. However, all this is impossible to happen. Yang Hui, who accidentally discovered Angora Zuo, directly recruited him to the Heavenly Man Brigade as the captain of the transport ship, and he can also attack as an elite MIS driver in critical moments. Don't worry, this level can't do anything to us. Yang Hui waved his hand and said nonchalantly. I knew you would say that. Angola Zuo smiled, but his face immediately darkened, this time too. It's so obvious, why doubt it? Yang Hui turned his head and grinned. Damn it. These bastards. Angola Zuo punched the control panel and cursed viciously. Everyone on the bridge also showed angry expressions. The entire bridge was like a volcano that would erupt at the slightest touch. Although it was not the first time, they were still angry about it. They fought on the front line with their lives and even took on many extremely dangerous tasks on their own initiative. They had made countless contributions to the Federation, but they were betrayed by their own people. This kind of thing was unbearable for anyone. If Yang Hui had not been calming them down, they might have gone straight to the Federation headquarters. Captain, although you don't let me say it. Since you know it, then hold it in. But, again, don't deny the Federation because of the existence of a few termites, and don't make yourself the enemy of all mankind. If any of you want to be a traitor, it's best not to let me know, otherwise I will execute you personally. Of course, if you want to quit, tell me at any time and I will sign your retirement application. Everyone lowered their heads. Although they were very angry about this situation, they never thought of betraying, let alone quitting, because each of them owed Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin several lives, and it was because of the recognition and promotion of the three that they are what they are now. Although the permanent personnel of the Heavenly Man Force are sparsely populated, their treatment is definitely the best in the entire army, and the promotion is also the fastest. Even if the people on the ship are just cooks, they are now captains, and the bridge personnel are all majors. As the captain, Angola Zuo is a lieutenant colonel. Everyone has at least 2 medals in their room. Moreover, after many difficult battles, all the members in any position are elites among elites. If they are to be transferred, the whole army will definitely rush to take them. Even if they are discharged, they will be arranged by the local federal government to have very good positions, because in the hearts of the people, they are all heroes. So no one wants to be a traitor, and no one will take the initiative to withdraw, not only for the treatment, but also to repay the kindness of Yang Hui and the other two. Okay, as before, pass the report to Fleet, he will handle it. Captain. Don't worry, Fleet has been secretly investigating this group of termites. As long as they find evidence, it's time for them to step down, so be patient for a while. Yes. Beep beep beep. The message from the giant ring is the latest mission issued by the Commander-in-Chief. Tisk, there is another mission so soon? Our supplies are. Don't be so impatient, let's see what the content is first. Yang Hui patted Angola Zuo's shoulder to calm his irritable mood. Yes. Read it out. Yes. The Shinran, troops will return to Tordia immediately and transport confidential materials to Libanus together with the songbird. Huh? Going with the songbird? Interesting. Yang Hui grinned when he heard the content of the mission. He didn't expect that he would run into this fateful ship by accident. Captain, what should we do now? Angarazua asked. Let's go, target Tordia, send a message to the songbird, and ask them to bring more supplies. We won't go specifically for supplies. Understood. Set the route, Byzant, full speed ahead. On the other side of Tordia, after the enlistment lecture, SM was also a real federal soldier. After Yang Hui and others left Tordia, Gerhardt did abide by the agreement and immersed himself in campus life, feeling the ease and happiness he had never felt before, but at the graduation ceremony, Gerhardt's identity as a spy was still exposed, which also announced that Gerhardt's campus youth officially ended and his identity as vegan returned. The battle at the graduation ceremony still happened. As expected, Arthur was defeated by Gerhardt. However, unlike the original plot, Gerhardt did not look down on Arthur this time, nor did he persuade him to give up the fight. He told Arthur about the deal he had made with Yang Hui that year, and made an agreement with him that he would find the right path for vegan in the war, and Arthur would also find another way to understand each other. If either side went astray, the other side would stop them, and if they met on the battlefield, they would never show mercy. It was because of this agreement that Arthur resolutely gave up the opportunity to go to the elite military academy and directly joined the army. This time, he was not only thinking about defeating Gerhardt, but also the content of the agreement. He also had to find another way for the Federation and vegan to understand each other. Gerhardt, our agreement will definitely be fulfilled. Arthur thought as he looked at the song girl docked at the port. Are you Assem Asuno? A voice from behind interrupted Assem's thoughts, and a blue-haired girl caught up with Assem. Who are you? My name is Elisa, and I'm a highly anticipated newcomer like you. Why do you know me? Haven't you heard the rumors? Commander-in-Chief Asuno's son is a young master who enjoys special treatment and drives the Gundam. Ah. As expected. Assem sighed. Although he expected this situation, he was still very unhappy. He didn't want to be stared at by others with the title of Commander-in-Chief's son. Well, don't take it to heart. Elisa persuaded. I know, I'm used to it. Is there anything else? Assem thought Elisa was looking for trouble because of his identity, so his attitude suddenly became cold. Don't be so cold. Elisa complained with her hands on her hips. My dad is also a soldier, and he has a good relationship with Commander-in-Chief Asuno. Huh? Assem was stunned. That is to say, your father and I are close friends, so we have to get along well. Let's work hard together, Arthur. Yet. While the two were talking, someone followed them from behind and looked at the Song of Songs with deep emotion. I really have a connection with this ship. I didn't expect to come back again. Miles came to the bridge of the Song of Songs. Now she is the captain of the Song of Songs, which can be regarded as a kind of inheritance. Report the current situation. Start the engine. All departments will be ready in 25 minutes, Captain Miles. It's 20 minutes slower than the scheduled plan. Do you know why? Miles asked. Yes, just now the independent Ms. Unit, Tenjin, Battalion sent a communication. The other party will carry out the mission with this ship and ask this ship to load more supplies to ensure the supply of the other party. Is this true? Miles was surprised. Yes, this is the content of the communication. Miles browsed the content of the communication sent by Byzant, and smiled knowingly. Really? Yang Hui is still like this. Captain. Nothing. Speed up the loading of supplies and send the navigation route of this ship to Byzant. Understood. This ship will transport confidential materials with the Celestial Beings Brigade via the giant ring base to Libanus. Chapter 144 The Butterfly's Wings Caused a Storm. Additional Chapter 12. Oh. It's so exciting to be on a mission with the legendary Celestial Being Brigade. Yes, Lieutenant General Yang Hui is my idol. I have collected all the posters used for federal propaganda. This time I can finally meet the real person. My idol is Moon Angel, Colonel Yulin. She is also a woman, and I have always been working towards her goal. Then why don't you drive in, Ms.? Oh, I failed the adaptive training. Tisk and Yulin. When Rosemary heard Yulin's name, the beautiful and gentle figure appeared in her mind. Until now, she could not combine Yulin with the Moon Angel that vegan feared. Rosemary, do you know Colonel Yulin? Yulin. Colonel and Lieutenant General Yang Hui came to our school together and chatted for a few minutes. Eh? Really? I'm so envious. By the way, Rosemary, why did you join the army? Indeed, I don't have that feeling at all. I have listened to my father since I was a child. Rosemary said embarrassedly, but I suddenly found something I want to do. Rosemary's joining the army was related to Gerhardt's departure. She not only had a special liking for Arthur, but also had a liking for Gerhardt. She joined the army not for anything else, but just wanted to maintain the relationship between the three of them, and hoped that Arthur and Gerhardt would not hurt each other. She also knew the content of the agreement between Arthur and Gerhardt. She was not as great as them, nor as brave. She just didn't want them to get hurt, nor did she want to hide in an invisible place and let them hurt each other. Hey? Why does it have to be the Federation Army? It feels so unnatural. Is that so? There must be another reason, right? Tisk tisk, how could it be? Just when Rosemary was embarrassed, Miles interrupted the chat and saved Rosemary's life. Keep quiet, concentrate on your work, and do things instead of talking. Yes. When preparing to set off, Arthur also found his own machine in the hangar, but this is. Arthur was confused when he saw the machine that looked like a fighter in front of him. This is the Gundam. Huh? Harry, who was originally held in Arthur's arms, jumped into the hands of the visitor. Oh. Hello, are you doing well? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. The visitor was Dick. Dick, who joined the Federation Army with Flit, did not choose to become a MIS pilot. Instead, he became an excellent MIS maintenance technician as a disciple of Vang's. This is the Gundam? What's going on? Arthur asked. This machine can change from flying form to MIS form according to the situation. It is the second-generation Gundam designed by the Age system, the Gundam Age 2. Gundam Age 2. Arthur carefully looked at the Gundam Age 2 in front of him. It had a blue and white color scheme, sharp armor, and four blade-like slender wings that spread out backwards. On both sides of the nose were hung a sword gun-integrated Super Vangus rifle. Brother Yang Hui and Grandpa Vangus have made the latest machine based on your previous combat data. The Super Vangus rifles on both sides not only have more than twice the power, but are also equipped with high-vibration blades that can cut through all armor. It is a sword gun-integrated composite weapon. When it transforms into MIS form, the wings behind it will fold on both sides of the arms as a shield. How about it? Very powerful, right? Dick said proudly. Although it was not made by him, it did not prevent him from admiring his master in Yang Hui. Hey? Uncle Yang Hui? Could this be? Yes, Brother Yang Hui asked me to tell you that although I'm late, I wish you a happy birthday. After the age system is fine-tuned, you can go to the battlefield immediately. Dick said. Uncle Yang Hui. Isem looked at the Gundam Age 2 that Yang Hui had carefully prepared for him, and his heart was very moved. By the way, what about the previous Gundam? Isem asked again. The Gundam Age 1 is at the Giant Ring base. After completing the separation operation from the Age system, it will be transformed into an independent model. Hey, I see. Hey. Newcomers. The MIS exhibition is over. Everyone assemble. A call from afar interrupted Isem and Dick's chat. Sorry, I have to go. Well, the Gundam will be in charge of me, the Director of Mechanical Engineering, from now on. Dick Ganher, please give me your guidance. Dick extended his right hand to Isem. Yes. Please take care of me. Isem extended his hand and shook hands with Dick, and then went to assemble. Looks like everyone is here. I'm the captain of the Diva MIS unit, Volifenic. The same thing happened to Volif. He returned to the Diva again, and he couldn't help but sigh at the fickleness of fate. His starting point can be regarded as this ship. He has been tossed around in the army, and he didn't expect to return here again. And Volif subconsciously looked at Arthur, and suddenly wondered if he owed something to the Asuno family in his previous life. After taking care of his father, he now had to take care of his son. Is it you? The pilot who drove the Gundam recklessly last time. Volif came to Arthur and asked. I'm sorry. Arthur bowed his head to admit his mistake. Although Vegan retreated in the end and Tortilla did not suffer any losses, his battle could only be described as a mess, and it was also a fact that he lost to Gerhard. Really, your personality is very much like your father. The sudden sense of deja vu made Volif sigh. It was exciting to fight with your dad back then, and there were Yang Hui and Graham, two real monsters. Captain, Do you know my father and uncles? Arthur asked directly. Wolf smiled and did not answer Arthur. After all, now was not the time for idle chat. He took 2 steps back and continued to lecture. Listen to me, from today on, I am your boss. My orders on the battlefield are absolute. This is the rule. Do you understand? Yes. X4 Well, the answer is good. Disband. After the disbandment, Wolf naturally chatted with his old friend Dick, and the team members also chatted together. It's over. I heard that under Captain Wolf, no matter how many lives you have, it's not enough. New driver Max Hartway said. However, his previous title seems to be White Wolf. I heard that he was once a member of the Heavenly Man unit and an ace driver in the army. Alyssa said. Her father and Wolf have known each other for many years, so naturally he knows more than others. Eh? Really? Max Hartway asked in surprise. But I don't know what's going on now. I used to be Captain Wolf's subordinate. Aubrey Lore, who had been leaning on the side, said. Although he is not a role model for soldiers, he is the best captain. After listening to this, Arthur decided to talk to Wolf. He wanted to know what fleet Yang Hui and Graham were like in the past. Captain Wolf. Arthur Asuno, what's wrong? Were father and uncle like this before? Arthur asked. What kind of people? Well, impeccable, thoughtful, steady and powerful. You are talking about this. Although I haven't seen them for a while, I guess Yang Hui and Graham should not have changed? They are the real monsters. Wolf said with a smile. Were the uncles so powerful in the past? Well, although I don't want to admit it, they are indeed very powerful. What about the father? Well, an impulsive brat who likes to brag. Arthur was stunned. He never expected that his father would be like this. Yet, if Yang Hui hadn't been keeping an eye on him, there would be so much trouble. Is that so? No matter who your father is or who your uncle is, it doesn't matter. You are a soldier like everyone else. It is enough to know this. After saying that, Wolf left. He still had some things to report to the captain's wife. Bizet has received the navigation route map sent by the Song Girl and found that at their current speed, it is estimated that the Song Girl will be able to reunite with them soon after departure. Really, this guy fleet, can't he let the Song Girl depart later? In this way, they can directly resupply in Tortia. Yang Hui complained while looking at the recalculated navigation route. Well, I'm afraid he didn't expect us to get back so soon. Yulin said. Tisk, this guy is getting less and less cute. Captain. Urgent communication from the diva. Read it out. Hearing the somewhat nervous tone of the sick, Yang Hui also put away his playful expression. Our ship was attacked by Vegan, Battleship 3, Ms. 40. Our ship and the Tortia garrison are now engaged in a battle with Vegan. We request emergency reinforcements. How could this be? Yang Hui frowned. He remembered that Gerhardt was only conducting armed reconnaissance at the beginning and only sent out some Ms. troops. Why is the gap so big now? This scale of troops is already capable of completely occupying Tortia. Butterfly wings. Captain, please give instructions. How long will it take for us to reach Tortia at the earliest? 1 hour. Too long. Bizet, go at full speed, target Tortia, notify the maintenance team to equip the Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam with long-range auxiliary thrusters. Graham and Yulin will go ahead with me. Tell the diva to hold on for 15 minutes. Yang Hui immediately ordered. Yes. XN, the situation is urgent, and there is a huge deviation between reality and the plot. Yang Hui dare not delay any longer and joins the work of the maintenance team to speed up the operation. Fortunately, in order to cope with special situations, the Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam have reserved standard conventional interfaces from the beginning, and the long-distance auxiliary thrusters can be directly installed, which is completed in a few minutes. All machines, final inspection, Yulin, Graham, tactical formation S-33, prepare to attack. Understood. X2 add more for Yangwan Canlin, a good friend in the book club, wishing him a happy birthday. Chapter 145, The Arrival of Reinforcements, The Declaration of Victory, Additional Chapter 22. The battle situation in Tortia had already fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The Ms. troops of the Federation's garrison were almost completely wiped out. Among the 3 warships, 1 was severely damaged and 2 were moderately damaged. Only the Songstress and the Ms. team led by Wolf were still struggling to hold on. However, Max and Elise's Adele II, had returned to the ship for repairs. Only Wallif's G-Titan, Aubrey's, Adele II, and SM's Gundam Age-2 were still struggling to hold on. The G-Titan was a special machine designed by Yang Hui and Madonna for Wallif. Compared with the original G-Anger, its mobility and flexibility have been significantly improved. In addition, the armor made of new alloys has reduced its weight while ensuring its protection. The weapon is still a composite weapon of a Vang's rifle and a sword and shield. However, in order to increase the attack means of the G-Titan, Yang Hui installed 2 beam Vulcan cannons on the shield, and there are 2 8-unit micro-missile pods above the thruster. Too many. Wolf was in a state of panic. Vegan's sudden attack caught them off guard. No one expected Vegan to attack Tordia, which was located in the rear of the Federation. Wolf even couldn't figure out how such a large force could get past the front-line troops and reach Tordia. Bright, SM, maintain the formation. Yes, SM was exhausted at this time. This was his first battle in the true sense. Although he relied on the performance of the Gundam Age-2 and shined at the beginning, when the opponent got used to SM's action mode, they immediately launched an effective resistance. If Wolf hadn't pulled SM back in time, the Gundam Age-2 would have been separated from the formation by Vegan. Diva. How long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? Wolf contacted the bridge to ask. They were almost unable to hold on. The reinforcements have already set out from the Giant Ring base and will arrive in 20 minutes. The Sikh replied. 20 minutes is enough for all of us to die. Worf was full of dissatisfaction with the federal high-ranking officials. Their battle had lasted for half an hour, and the reinforcements would take another 20 minutes to arrive. This efficiency was simply outrageous. Ah! The sudden scream diverted Worf's attention. Ubrights, Adele II, was hit in the right arm by an enemy plane, and the Fang's rifle was destroyed together. Quickly retreat. Ubright, return to the ship. Got it. Got it. Fortunately, the protective measures of the Adele II cockpit were perfectly designed, and the explosion only caused Ubright to be shocked, and he did not suffer any damage. Captain. If this continues. Hold on, Arthur, reinforcements on the way. Damn Vegan. No. Arthur had just forced back 3 enemy planes when he discovered that 2 squadrons were rushing towards the fleet behind through a gap in the defense line. Arthur wanted to go back to the Diva for support, but he was entangled by the enemy and couldn't get away. Although he could catch up with the enemy by transforming into MA form with 3 times the speed, there was only 1 person left on the front line, and he couldn't resist the opponent's attack at all. Arthur, go back to the Diva for support. But Captain. Obey orders. The Diva is destroyed and everything is over. Got it. The G-Titan helped the Gundam Age-2 open a way to get back for support, but it lost a leg and was surrounded by heavy siege. This is bad. Wolf looked at the enemy planes surrounding him. The beams of light representing death were shining, and Wolf once again felt that the god of death was waving to him. In the bridge, Millis was helpless in the current situation and could only let everyone hold on until reinforcements arrived. Report the situation. Amagi is severely damaged and has lost its ability to sail. Missouri and Charter are damaged, their weapon systems are offline, and the Station Miz troops are all wiped out. Major Wolf's G-Titan and Lieutenant Artem's Gundam Age-2 are still maintaining the front line. Contact the reinforcements immediately and tell them to speed up. We've contacted them. Let's hold on for another 15 minutes. There are not 15 minutes left. Enemy Miz are approaching. Anti-air defense. Turn left 15 degrees and turn down 10 degrees. But, if our ship avoids it, Tordia will. Our ship is the last defending force. If it is sunk, it's over. We must hold on until reinforcements arrive. Got it. Got it. Captain Miles, Gundam Age-2 is returning for support. This idiot, order him to return to the front immediately. But, at this moment, a Dorado had passed the Diva's anti-aircraft firepower network and arrived in front of the bridge. Everyone could already see with their naked eyes the muzzles of the guns aimed at them, emitting dazzling light. Boom! The people who had closed their eyes and waited for death opened their eyes when they saw that death did not come. The Dorado blocking the bridge quickly retreated while covering its broken arm. Before it had retreated far, a beam of light from somewhere in the distance pierced through the cockpit. Also pierced were several Dorados that broke through the defense line, all of which exploded. Where did the attack come from? Millis asked hurriedly. The radar system didn't respond. Wait, a friendly identification signal was detected. It's the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam. The Celestial Being Squadron has arrived. Oh. We're saved? Although she didn't share with the bridge crew, Milla still breathed a sigh of relief. The sniper just now should have been the Luna Gundam, and only Yulin had the ability to perform accurate sniping outside the range of the battleship's radar system. Can you get in touch with Vice Admiral Yang Hui? Right away. Connected. Captain Miles, sorry, the reinforcements are late. Please ask the Celestial Being troops to support the front immediately. Wallif is alone. Understood. The Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam will go to the front immediately. The Luna Gundam will escort the Diva. Sniper? Have the reinforcements arrived? But why is the radar? Lieutenant Arthur, the Celestial Being battalion's reinforcements have arrived. Please return to the front immediately to rescue Major Wallif. Celestial Being? Uncle Yang Hui and the others are coming? I see. Arthur didn't dare to think too much, and quickly turned back. He happened to see Wallif in crisis. He fired his 2 guns and destroyed the 2 Dorados that were planning to attack from behind. He came to the side of the G-Titan and used the shield to protect it and retreat. Captain. Are you okay? Arthur was worried. At this time, the G-Titan could no longer be described as embarrassed. Only the left arm and the shield were left to protect the cockpit. The head and back thrusters were all destroyed. Arthur, the people are fine. By the way, is the Songbird safe? Wallif asked with concern. Yes, Uncle Yang Hui and his men are here to reinforce. Yang Hui, he's saved now. When Wallif heard that Yang Hui and his men had arrived, his heart immediately relaxed and he gave an order to Arthur. Arthur, return to the Songbird. But the enemy. Leave it to Yang Hui and his men. But this number. Although they had already destroyed quite a few, there were still at least 20 enemy planes on the scene. Arthur was worried that Yang Hui and Graham would not be able to handle it. It seems that you haven't seen them take action, so you should retreat and watch carefully. Arthur, don't be scared by the battle between the Judgment Angel and the Battle Angel. Wallif teased. Huh? Arthur was about to ask a question, but the next second he was stunned by the scene in front of him and lost the ability to think. 2 tiny spots of light in the distance were enlarged on the screen at a very fast speed, one red and one gray. The auxiliary thrusters on the back were removed during the high-speed movement. The gray MIS separated more than 20 small units from the back and surrounded the body. The next second, the body's own weapons were fully fired. None of the MIS guarding the battleship escaped the baptism of the beam, and the battleships guarding behind them were hit, and explosions occurred in many places. Another red body flew towards them. In Arthur's eyes, it was like a red meteor that kept folding in his sight without stopping. But every time it passed by the enemy MIS, the enemy plane would be split into 2, and it would not explode until the next enemy plane was cut off. Good, so powerful. Arthur saw the scene of Yang Hui and Graham's attack for the first time with his own eyes. He couldn't find words to describe the shock in his heart. Angel should be a beautiful endorsement, but at this time in Arthur's heart, angels and death are completely equal. When angels come, they will bring death. The vegan fleet, which almost wiped them out, could only wait for destruction in the hands of the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam. The Gundam H-2 slowly retreated with the G-Titan, and saw another Gundam that they had never seen before next to the Diva. Is this also a Gundam? Wolf, SM, are you okay? Aunt Yulin. You should call me Colonel now. Although it was a reprimand, Yulin's voice was still so gentle and irrefutable. Yes, Colonel Yulin. Well, you guys go back to the ship, wait for the battle to end, and clean up the battlefield. But there are still enemies. There are no enemies anymore. Huh? SM clearly saw that the radar system showed that there were still several enemy planes returning to their mothership for support. The next second, SM only saw the Luna Gundam, whom she didn't know, set up the sniper-type Vangus rifle in his hand, and the ring on the back also separated, revealing the hideous muzzle. It took less than a second for them to fire at the same time, and each beam accurately hit the MIS that came to support. Such a long distance. Moon Angel, Yulin, who can be called 3 Archangels of the Federation, together with Yang Hui and Graham, can she be an ordinary person? Said Wolf, but he was still very surprised. Although he had seen it many times, Yulin's ultra-long-range precision sniping was something Wolf would never get used to no matter how many times he saw it. Arthur also crashed. His mind was full of the scene of Yulin with a most gentle smile on her face, and then she shot down the enemy plane without any ripples. He couldn't help but shudder. At this time, all three motherships of Vegan exploded violently and turned into dust in the universe, announcing that the winner of the Battle of Tordio is the Federation. Add more chapters for Lualuo, a good friend in the book club, and wish her a happy birthday. Chapter 146, Gerhardt's Changes, Heavy Pressure. The downed space fortress in the distance has been monitoring the battle in Tordia. Although Gerhardt was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Earth Raiders operation by Isel Kanda because of his young age, there are still too many people who are not convinced, so Gerhardt must show certain results to convince his subordinates. At the beginning, Metal Sander suggested that Gerhardt send a small force to conduct armed reconnaissance on the Diva to test the capabilities of the Gundam so as to formulate a better battle plan, but Gerhardt directly refused. He was very clear about the level of SM. Although he learned through special channels that SM had obtained a brand new Gundam, no matter how good the performance of the machine is, it is useless if the driver's skills are not enough to bring out the performance of the machine. Moreover, Tordia is the rear of the Federation front. If it can be directly occupied, it is equivalent to driving a nail in the Federation, dispersing the Federation's combat power and gaining more advantages for the front line. If the Federation army sends a large force to attack, they will directly abandon Tordia and retreat, making the Federation army go in vain. Of course, Gerhardt also had his own ideas. Although he and Artem had made an agreement to find a way for each other to understand each other, Artem, who was driving the Gundam, would definitely become a new stumbling block for Vegan. Instead of sending a small force to give Artem experience. No, it would be better to directly destroy the Gundam and the Diva, a warship of great significance, and let them leave the stage. Is this also the influence of Yang Hui? Gerhardt thought so. Artem might not have felt it, but he could feel Yang Hui's well-hidden, ruthless attitude towards the enemy, which was engraved in his bones. Lord Gerhardt, the operation failed. Metal Sander reported. What happened? Lariel's troops should be strong enough to take down Tordia. Gerhardt frowned. According to his analysis, Tordia's garrison did not have much combat power at all. Although the Diva and the unknown Gundam were variables, they could not overcome the advantage of numbers. Could it be a new Gundam? Gerhardt asked. No, the Grim Reaper is coming. The Grim Reaper? The Celestial Beings Battalion? Yes. Aren't they being entangled by Harris's troops? How come they are coming to support so quickly? Harris's fleet was completely destroyed, and the intelligence we just received said that the Grim Reaper will carry out the same mission as the Trojans. It's possible that the Grim Reaper was already on his way to reunite with the Trojans, so, Lariel's fleet was also completely destroyed. Gerhardt had no problem with the survivors of the Lariel fleet. The Celestial Beings Battalion had all participated in the battle, so how could there be any survivors who could be withdrawn? It was precisely because the battles that the Celestial Beings Battalion participated in resulted in either total annihilation or capture, and there was no third outcome at all, that they were called the Grim Reaper. Yes, I understand. Organize the battle data and continue to pay attention to the dynamics of the Trojans and the Grim Reaper. Yes. Seeing Gerhardt's tired back, Metal Sander said to Das Roden, Gerhardt's pressure has become greater. Originally Metal Sander was Gerhardt's direct superior, but because of Isel Kanda's order, he is now Gerhardt's adjutant. Gerhardt is also a young man he is very optimistic about. Whether it is Isel Kanda's order or personal feelings, he hopes that Gerhardt can grow up. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, the Grim Reaper has appeared, and others dare not blame Lord Gerhardt for anything. Des Roden said. That being said, Des Roden, I'll leave the next appeasement work to you. Yes. Gerhardt returned to his room and slumped in his chair. The feeling of fatigue suddenly surged up. He suddenly became the commander-in-chief, and he was under a lot of pressure. Not only did he complete Isel Kanda's orders, but he also shouldered the lives of the entire team. A mistake would only cause many compatriots to lose their lives. He also knew that the failure of this operation was a combination of chance and necessity. No one could have expected that with the help of an insider from the Federation, the Celestial Beings would be led into a trap set in advance, and that the enemy would annihilate the ambushed troops and support Tordia at the last moment. But he also knew that this failure would lower the evaluation of him by the people below. The emotions of failure needed to be vented. If they could not vent it on the enemy, they could only bear it themselves. Death God. Celestial Beings. Gundam. It's really tricky. Gerhardt murmured. If Assem and his new Gundam were a 5 in his mind, Then the celestial being's danger level was 10 even in the entire vegan. Now there were only 3 people in the army, like an insurmountable mountain blocking them. Next time, let me experience it myself, the death god of the Federation. Because of Vegan's attack, the departure time of the Songbird was delayed again. Bizet also arrived in Tortia to assist the remaining troops of Tortia to clean up the battlefield. They had to wait for the arrival of reinforcements from the Giant Ring base before they dared to set off. Otherwise, Tortia was completely defenseless now. If Vegan launched another attack, there would be no power to resist. At this time, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin were talking with Mealy and Warruff in the captain's room of the Songbird. Is there a traitor in the Federation? After listening to Yang Hui's description, Mealy frowned. She knew that the Federation was very corrupt, but she didn't expect it to be so corrupt. Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin are called the 3 archangels of the Federation. They are absolute stars and the benchmark of morale. There has always been a rumor in the Federation Army that as long as the Heavenly Man Brigade participates in the battle, it will definitely be a victory. If any of them has problems, it may cause turmoil in the Federation Army and lead to a sharp drop in morale. I don't know whether he is a traitor or a spy, but I think the possibility of cooperation is higher. After all, with Fleet as the commander-in-chief, no one can hold us hostage anymore. Yang Hui spread his hands and said, "Tisk, insidious and cunning politicians, they only see the interests in their hands. I shouldn't have obeyed the transfer order in the first place." Warruff cursed. Warruff is one of the elders of the Heavenly Man Brigade. When the Heavenly Man Brigade was just established, there were only Yang Hui and 3 others and him in Lagan. To be frank, the reason why the Federation is now qualified to stalemate with Vegan is that the 5 of them account for half of the credit. They went to the most dangerous battlefields and carried out the most difficult missions. They struggled on the brink of life and death countless times, and won precious opportunities in time for the Federation. After the situation stabilized, the Shinrun Brigade had the opportunity to expand and trained a large number of excellent pilots for the Federation Army. When Warruff and Lagan received the transfer order, they wanted to refuse. They knew that this was the Federation weakening the strength of Shinrun, but they had no choice. If you refuse, you will either retire and go home to retire, or become a defector and be hunted by us. I know, but, does Commander-in-Chief Fleet know about this? Mealy asked Yang Hui. I know. I will tell Fleet every time. He is also secretly investigating the worms in the Federation. I heard that some evidence has been found. It won't be long before those people are brought down. Okay, I know. Let's continue the task assigned by the Commander-in-Chief. Well, but be prepared. I have a feeling that this journey will not be peaceful. As expected, Gundam and Diva have always been a thorn in the side of Vegan. They will not miss the opportunity to destroy us. Then we will go back to Bizet first. You and your wife haven't seen each other for a while, right? While there's still a chance, enjoy your married life. Yang Hui teased jokingly, sweeping away the heavy atmosphere just now. Nonsense. You know, why don't you get out? Wolf's old face turned red and he cursed. Even Mealy couldn't help blushing. After Yang Hui and the other 2 left, Wolf and Mealy smiled at each other. The reason why they were able to be together was because Yang Hui had played a role in the relationship. Otherwise, with Wolf's personality, they would definitely have missed it. Yang Hui and his 2 companions were preparing to return to Bizet when they ran into the pilots of the Diva, including Arthur, who were waiting in the hangar. Uncle Yang Hui. Lieutenant General. Major General Graham. Lieutenant Colonel Yulin. Arthur, and you guys too. Yes. Well, not bad, you've grown up a bit. Yang Hui praised. After all, they were not at home. In the army, there were military rules, even for family members. Yes. Arthur was a little embarrassed. This was what Yulin had taught him on the battlefield not long ago. What's the matter? Yang Hui asked. No. I just saw you and wanted to say hello. Arthur wanted to say that Yang Hui and his companions were so amazing, why didn't they tell him before, but then he thought about it and realized that he was an ordinary person before, and it was not easy to tell him about the internal affairs of the army, so he simply didn't ask. Excuse me. I'm Elisa Genher, the pilot of Adele II Unit 2. Max Hartway, the pilot of Adele II Unit 3. Abrit Lore, the pilot of Adele II Unit 1. Thank you very much for your support, Vice Admiral. You're welcome. When our friendly forces are in trouble, we naturally need to rescue them. We will also carry out missions with you. Please give us your guidance along the way. Yang Hui said to the three people gently. Yes. The three were very excited. As long as they were Miss Pilots, there was no one who didn't admire the three people in front of them, especially Yang Hui, the Federation's well-deserved king of killing misses and vegan's nightmare. However, they didn't expect that Yang Hui, who was as terrifying as the god of death on the battlefield, was actually so gentle in private. I heard about you from Wolf, Ubreed. You are a calm person. Ism, Oaks and Elisa are all newcomers, so you have to take good care of them. Huh? Vice Admiral, are you on good terms with Captain Wolf? Chapter 147 Salute to the Heroes. Alicia and Oaks were completely new, and they didn't even know much about the gossip. Ubreed, who had worked under Wolf, had never heard Wolf talk about much of his past. Arthur only learned a little bit from the previous inquiry. Huh? Did Ubreed tell you? This doesn't fit his character. Graham's expression was weird. If it was a glorious history, he couldn't hold it back. Don't you think about what he was like when he was with us? Yang Hui laughed jokingly. Well, Graham understood it and smiled. Becoming a member of the Heavenly Man Brigade and having your own title is an honor for all Miss Pilots, but there are very few exceptions, such as Wolf. Back then, Yang Hui and Graham disliked Wolf for being too weak, and forced him to undergo devil training from time to time. That kind of life was simply not a life for a human being. Moreover, every time Wolf got a new machine, he loved to be arrogant, and then, he was taught a lesson. That experience was simply a nightmare that Wolf didn't want to mention. Lieutenant General, Major General, I heard that Captain Wolf was once a member of the Heavenly Man Brigade. Is that true? Alyssa asked. Well, Wolf and we are the first batch of members of the Heavenly Man Brigade. He is one of the elders and was once called the Mad Wolf Angel. Huh? So handsome. But his title is White Wolf. Alyssa asked. White Wolf was his earliest title. Later, he performed missions with us and made more meritorious deeds. In addition, our titles are all named after angels, so he changed it. Yang Hui explained. I see, but why haven't I heard of it? I haven't either. I haven't heard the captain say that either. It's a bit complicated. Don't worry too much. Listen to his command. He is professional in leading newcomers. Yang Hui didn't say it clearly. After all, this involves the secrets of the military's top brass. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin were too famous, they couldn't suppress it at all. I'm afraid that even they would be ignored. Oh, I see. Let's talk later. We are going back to Bizet. Please advise us on the next mission. Yes. Please advise us. After Yang Hui and the other two left, Alyssa and Osk were still very excited. They were just newcomers and they could perform missions with a legend of the military. I don't know how many people would envy them to death. Lieutenant General Yang Hui is so easygoing. I thought he was the kind of serious and scary person. Max said. Yes, the Lieutenant General and the Major General are both so handsome. But I like Colonel Yuling more. She is a role model for our female soldiers. Alyssa said. I have heard that Colonel Yulin is the unparalleled moonlight in the Federal Army. It is true. I am just curious. Why did Colonel Yulin, such a gentle person, choose to join the Army, and the most dangerous Ms. unit? Ubreed asked puzzledly. Well, I heard Aunt Yulin say that she became a Ms. driver for Uncle Yang Hui. Arthur said. Is that so? Well, Aunt Yulin seemed to have been kidnapped by Vegan when she was a child and was forced to go to the battlefield. It was Uncle Yang Hui who rescued her, and then she seemed to have started learning Ms. driving. Arthur recalled. Wow. So romantic. Super ace couple. Damn. From today on, the Lieutenant General and the Colonel are my goals. Is that so? Arthur looked at the fanatical three people, his mouth twitching. Maybe he knew Yang Hui and Yulin since he was a child, and they were very close, so he didn't feel much. However, whether it was Yang Hui, Graham or Yulin, the performance of the three on the battlefield really scared him. Yang Hui's multiple shooting, Graham's combat assault, and Yulin's ultra-long-range precision sniping, each of them made him feel an insurmountable gap. In the defense of Tordia, Arthur relied on the excellent performance of the Gundam H-2, which was indeed remarkable, but if it weren't for the timely arrival of the Celestial Brigade, he would definitely not be able to turn the tide of the battle, And it is even more likely that all the members of the Diva would be annihilated. I'm still too weak. Artem clenched his fist subconsciously. He never flaunted his power in the name of his elders, nor did he think that he was superior to others. He wanted to gain recognition from his elders through his own efforts, but now, he couldn't see how far he was from his goal, as if the infinite gap made him anxious and frustrated. Artem, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. You must be tired from fighting. You and Captain Wolf held on to the end. Do you want to take a rest? A breeder asked with concern. No, I'd better go and check on the maintenance of the Gundam. Then let's go together. It's really embarrassing that you lost your combat ability not long after your first battle. So it's the same for me. Let's go and take a look together. Yang Hui and the other two returned to Baizen. Captain, you're back. We made a long raid, supported friendly forces, and wiped out the vegan fleet. That's another great feat. Now we can get another bonus. Yahoo! What are you so proud of? This is all thanks to the captain and the others. The battle was over when we arrived. Can't we just share in the credit? The Shinrun battalion has made too many contributions, and the Federal Army's top brass doesn't know how to deal with it. As for promotions, according to their current achievements, all the generals are qualified, but is that possible? First of all, most of the people on the ship are not qualified enough. Secondly, it is impossible for so many generals to appear in the same unit. Doesn't this mean that the other units are just eating for free? After much arguing, Yang Hui simply said that bonuses should be given according to merit, and military ranks and the like were fine. So every time a great achievement was made, everyone would cheer. After all, their reputation had already reached its peak, and all that was left was money. Although everyone in the Shinrun brigade had accumulated a certain amount of property, they could live a rich life even if they retired directly, but who would complain about having too much money? Okay, you bastards, how many times have you said this? Can you calm down? Captain, you come from a big family, but we don't. I still have to earn money for milk powder for my children. I just got married and bought a house, and I still have a mortgage to pay. That's right. Shut up. You. The money you saved is enough for your wife to give birth to a football team, and drink milk from birth to death. And you. Don't think I don't know that you bastards have a manner in your name. Why are you crying poor? Ha. Who would complain about having too much money? That's right. Tisk. Don't be so vulgar. We are the ace troops of the Federal Army, so we must fight to defeat the enemy and protect the people. Facing the booze like a tide, Yang Hui still remained serious. Okay, shut up, and listen to the captain's instructions. Angola Zuo laughed and scolded. The Celestial Beings Battalion was like this. In battle, everyone was a veteran who had fought hundreds of battles and was very clear about their work. However, in private, they did not praise Yang Hui and his team out of respect, but joked with them naturally like brothers. This was also one of the reasons why everyone who came to the Celestial Beings Battalion was reluctant to accept the military's order to leave. This ship will escort confidential materials to Olobinozu on Earth together with a Diva. We will set off when the reinforcements from the giant ring base arrive. Logistics will speed up the supply efficiency. Pay attention to the radar system. Although the attacking enemy was destroyed by us, no one knows whether the enemy will attack again. We cannot take it lightly. Maintenance Director, the maintenance of the machine will be handed over to you. Ensure that the 3 Gundams are in perfect condition at all times. Angola, ensure smooth communication with the Diva. Call me if there is any problem. Yes. After arranging their respective tasks, Yang Hui and the other two went back to their rooms to rest. It seemed that it was easy for the 3 of them to destroy 2 fleets in a row, but only they themselves knew how tired they were. I shouldn't have been a hero if I had known. I'm so tired. After entering the room, Yang Hui lay down on the bed without taking off his clothes. Yulin also lay down in Yang Hui's arms, closed her eyes and took a nap. Her tiredness was obvious. They are the signboard and pillar of the Federal Army. Their status represents the morale of the Federal Army. In front of outsiders, they must maintain a good appearance to maintain morale. You won't, you are destined to be a hero. Yulin closed her eyes and laughed softly. Alice, I am destined to be a hero. It will be fine. Yes. As they spoke, the 2 of them breathed steadily and cried. They fell asleep in each other's arms. They didn't know when they would encounter a battle again. They must seize every opportunity to rest. Not long after, the reinforcements from the giant ring base arrived. Captain Angola, Captain Myra Ills, please wait for your troops. It's okay. Protecting civilians is the duty of soldiers. May I ask what your ship's future plans are? This ship will carry out a transportation mission to Earth with a song girl. When you arrive, we should also set off. I understand. May I ask if the Vice Admiral and the others are all right? They're all right. They are just too tired. They are resting now. If it is not an urgent matter, please tell me. I will tell the captain when he wakes up. Angola said. Did Yang Hui and the others really act well? Of course, SM and the others did not see anything unusual, but those who were familiar with Yang Hui saw the fatigue hidden deep in their eyes. In fact, the jokes of the people on the bridge were another way to help Yang Hui and the other two relieve stress. Whether it was the people of Shinrun or Myra Ills and Waruf, they all knew the reason. They would only respect them and would not point it out. They only hated that they could not share the pressure for them. I understand. Please convey our thanks to the Vice Admiral and his men. The commander of the reinforcement force had read the battle report. He fell into the trap and destroyed the ambushed vegan fleet. He received a request for support from Tortilla before he had time to rest. He ran a long distance to support and destroyed another vegan fleet. In his opinion, it was Yang Hui and his men who were the best. If it were someone else, they would have collapsed from exhaustion. Okay. The commander of the reinforcement force saluted the two. Angola Zuo and Milizi returned the salute and immediately returned to their respective warships to set sail. When leaving, the commander of the reinforcement force solemnly saluted the two departing ships. Not only him, but also his adjutant, the bridge crew, and even the entire fleet raised their right hands to their temples and stood straight until the Bizet and the Songji were completely out of the visible range of the naked eye. Chapter 148 Gerhardt's Plan. Yang Hui slept for 14 hours before waking up. He felt that his dazed nerves finally became clear. Are you awake? At this time, Yulin came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Yes. Go take a shower. Okay. Yang Hui took off his clothes, kissed Yulin gently when he passed by her, and then went into the bathroom to clean himself up. Sometimes, there is really no need for a grand and passionate love, just the simplest few words can make people feel extremely happy. This has surpassed love and become family affection. It is this kind of plain happiness that makes Yang Hui fearless of any battle. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Yang Hui and Yulin came to the restaurant to eat. Whether it was the high-intensity battle or the long sleep, they felt very hungry. Hey! You woke up too. Walking into the restaurant, Yang Hui and Yulin saw Graham who was wolfing down his food. It seems you slept well too. Yang Hui and Yulin came to sit next to Graham and turned to look at the kitchen. Old Firehead, hurry up and get some food. I've prepared it for you a long time ago, Captain. This is my private collection. The cook called Old Firehead immediately brought a few large plates and placed them in front of Yang Hui and Yulin. It stands to reason that you can't cook in the universe, and there is no need for cooks on the ship, but Bizet is an exception. High difficulty tasks and high intensity battles naturally require better logistical conditions. Bizet not only has a dedicated nutritionist, but also has a gym, chess and card room and other entertainment facilities. Old Firehead is an old hand that Yang Hui dug from the army. Every time he supplies, he will secretly make some dishes that can only be eaten on Earth on the colony satellite or base, and then bring them to Bizet. When I have time, I will study the gravity system so that you can also flip the pot on the universe. Yang Hui said to Old Firehead while eating. That won't do, Captain. You're already tired from fighting. If I add more work to you, the others will tear me apart. The old man laughed. What a joke. If they have any complaints, let them come to me. These bastards, won't they enjoy the good things after we fix it? Then I'll be waiting for your good news. After eating all the food in a few seconds, the three of them came to the bridge. Captain. Well, go on. Angola, report the situation. Yes. This ship and the Song Girl are on their way to the XD-37 Reef Space Area. It is expected to arrive in 2 days and cross in 5 days. Reef Space Area. Yang Hui frowned slightly as he looked at the route map that Angola Zuo had called up. Yes, I discussed it with Captain Miles and concluded that Vegan will definitely set up an ambush again. Because it is impossible to determine the specific ambush location, Captain Miles and I agreed that if we give up the shortest route and turn to the reef space area, we will definitely be able to avoid Vegan's ambush and arrive safely at the giant ring base, Angola Zuo reported. That's hard to say. Yang Hui said. Logically, with the escort of the Celestial Beings Brigade, the Diva would not be in danger even if she was ambushed on the shortest route, as long as the front line was not lost. This was Yang Hui's original plan. The reef space is a meteorite belt with countless meteorites floating in it. The naturally chaotic magnetic field will greatly limit the performance of the enemy detection system. In addition, there are large and small meteorites. Small ones can hide MIs, and large ones can even hide warships, so it is a natural ambush site. Even if there are no enemies, warships will suffer huge damage when they hit meteorites, so they must move forward carefully. In the original plot, Milesi thought of giving up the shortest route and entering the reef space in order to bypass Vegan's attack, but what she didn't expect was that Gerhardt also judged their plan, so he had already ambushed in the reef space. Yang Hui believes that it must be the same now, but... Captain, do you mean that Vegan can guess that we changed the route? Angola Zuo asked. It's just a possibility. It's better to be careful. There's no need to turn around now. Just inform the songbird to stay alert. Yes. Angola Zuo immediately contacted Millis and informed her of the situation. Yang Hui stared at the space map and thought. How many troops will you send to intercept us this time, Gerhard? In another space, Vegan's Downs fortress was heading towards the reef space. Lord Gerhard, we are about to reach the reef space. The fortress stops, and the Els fleet and the Bit fleet enter the reef space and wait. Gerhard ordered. Yes. Lord Gerhard, are the two fleets enough? Des Roden worried. Their opponents are not only the Songbird, but also the Celestial Brigade, which is the most powerful enemy. He is worried that the power of the two fleets is not enough to destroy the Celestial Brigade. Is that machine ready? Gerhardt asked. His X-Rounder ability was very strong, and his driving skills had reached B. The combination of the two could even bring him to the level of B. Unfortunately, even the Jetis R, which had been modified specifically according to his data, could not keep up with his movements. He urgently needed a machine that could keep up with his speed. In this way, he would have the confidence to contain one of the three Archangels and gain more advantages for other troops. The debugging of Jetis has entered the final stage and will be completed soon. And this. As he said, Des Roden handed Gerhardt a mask. What is this? This is a device that controls the ability of Gerhardt's X-Rounder. Control. To be more precise, it helps to stabilize the ability and communicate with a machine. As far as Gerhardt is concerned, if the ability is maximized, the machine itself will not be able to support it. Des Roden explained. Is it the inconvenience of having power? Gerhardt smiled self-deprecatingly. It won't work if you put it on and off repeatedly for a short time. Please wear it on weekdays when you're on a long-term campaign. I understand. Gerhardt said, and put on the mask. He could feel an unknown force limiting his X-Rounder ability. Although it was very slight, Des Roden also said that it needed to be worn for a long time, so Gerhardt didn't think much about it. The debugging of the machine should be completed as soon as possible. I will also attack this time. But Lord Gerhardt, you are now a commander. For your safety. Is there anyone else who can stop the celestial being? Gerhardt interrupted Des Roden's dissuasion. Des Roden couldn't say. The combat effectiveness shown by the celestial being battalion was too amazing. Vegan had arranged elite troops to fight them, but even the excellent X-Rounder troops were destroyed by them. Gerhardt was the best mispilot in Vegan, and only he could possibly stop the celestial being with his new machine. But this is only a possibility, and the other side has 3 people, while Gerhardt only has himself, 1 against 3. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. The space in the reef universe is limited. Sending 2 fleets in is already the limit. Sending more will be disadvantageous to us. This is also the last place where we can ambush them. We must not miss it. Even if we fail, if I am here, I can ensure that more people come back alive. Gerhardt said. In fact, even he himself did not have the confidence to destroy the Heavenly Man Brigade, but this is a great opportunity. Gerhardt has carefully studied the battle records of Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin. One is a combat assault, one is a fire attack, and one is a sniper support. The three people work together like a complete army. Because of Yang Hui's fire attack, Graham can charge recklessly without worrying about the back. Because of Yulin's long-range sniping, Yang Hui and Graham do not have to guard against enemy planes that want to sneak attack them. Moreover, because Graham is in front, Yang Hui and Yulin do not have to worry about the frontal enemies rushing up. And, the strange floating gun, which is also Vegan's nightmare. Although a lot of data has been collected through countless battles, it still has not been able to manufacture similar weapons and equipment. Now, in addition to the Amanto battalion, the biggest threat to Vegan is the Gundam Age series. Age system. For so many years, even the Federation has been unable to crack the technology in it. It is said that its creator, Fleet Asuno, himself cannot copy it. Is this true? Yes, it is true, but the Age system is irrelevant now. Although it can allow the Gundam Age series to evolve endlessly, through the intelligence sent by the Federation's insider, Yang Hui has been able to transform the Age system and use it for purposes other than the Gundam Age series. At the same time, he is also an excellent MIS designer. It is because of his existence that the technological gap between the Federation and us is rapidly narrowing, so, as he said, Gerhardt called up Yang Hui's photo. This person is the biggest obstacle to our plan. I understand, but his personal strength? Des Roden fully understood Yang Hui's threat, but to be honest, he was still not optimistic about this operation. After all, Yang Hui left too many shadows on Vegan. So the reef space is our biggest opportunity. The special magnetic field is conducive to our sneak attack. In addition, in this space, the sniper support of the Moon Angel will be limited, and the strange weapons of the Judgment Angel and the Battle Angel will also be hindered. As long as their connection is disconnected, we will have an opportunity. Gerhard said. I see, then Lord Gerhard, I will also. You have to stay and assist Metal Sant in managing the Downs Fortress. If. Gerhard paused, if I can't come back, let Metal Sant take over as the Commander-in-Chief of the Earth Attack Operation. Lord Gerhard. This is the best opportunity to eliminate Yang Hui. I can't let it go. For the plan of Lord Isolkanda and for the Eden in our dreams, I must take a risk. Gerhard stared at Das Roden and said, yes, I understand. After speaking, Gerhard returned to his room. He didn't look like he was ready to die before. Instead, he smiled and was in a very relaxed state. During this period, he frequently contacted the insiders of the Federation and collected a lot of information about Yang Hui. From the analysis of the information, Yang Hui treated the enemy very cruelly and would never show mercy. On the other hand, he was very good to his own people, very serious when teaching, and very easygoing in private, without the demeanor of the god of death at all. Since Yang Hui had discovered him a long time ago and had not arrested him as a spy, it means that Yang Hui did not regard him as an enemy, and also subtly taught him many truths that he had never thought of before. In addition to his agreement with Yasum. So Gerhard judged that even if the operation failed, Yang Hui would most likely let him go. This is also a great opportunity for him. As long as Yang Hui does not kill him, he will have the opportunity to evacuate with more subordinates, so that the internal doubts about him will be greatly reduced. And, Mr. Yang Hui, I am looking forward to fighting with you. Chapter 149, Reef Universe, Expected Ambush. In the reef space, Bizet and the Song Ji sailed in silence, carefully avoiding meteorites. The dense and small gravel hit the hull and made a crisp sound. Captain, this is the 4th day. We have crossed more than half of the reef space. There should be no ambush, right? Sick stretched and complained to Angola Zuo. Since entering the reef space, the Sick position has never been vacant. The radar system and the enemy detection system have been in the highest operating state. Although there are people taking turns, they are still very tired. This is during the mission. As long as the mission is not completed, we can't let down our guard. Angola Zuo scolded. Yes. Sick shrugged and put his attention back to the radar system and the enemy detection system. Although he was tired, he only complained verbally. The bridge hatch opened and Yang Hui and Yulin arrived. Angola, how is the situation? Everything is normal, Captain. Well, stay alert. The more we are at this time, the more we can relax. Yes. Has there been any message from the Diva? No special message except for daily reports. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After this mission is over, I will treat my brothers to a good meal on Earth. Yeah, how? Kill the local tyrants and divide the land. Captain. I love you. Colonel. Bring your husband out. Get away. Ha ha ha. Just as everyone was laughing and playing, the alarm of the enemy detection system interrupted everything. The long-awaited enemy attack finally arrived. E-detector response. Confirmed vegan attack. Specific number. 4 battleships, 40 Dorados, 20 Bactus. So many enemy planes. Angola Zuo was also shocked when he heard the report, and once again admired Yang Hui. An ambush of this scale could not be a sudden idea. It could only be that vegan had determined their route of advance and prepared a pocket formation. Wow, this is interesting. Contact the Song Princess. By Zet, and the Song Princess maintain the speed. The Miz troops will attack and meet the enemy immediately. Yang Hui was very calm. He had expected this level of ambush. Since Gerhardt could directly change the original armed reconnaissance into a large-scale attack, this ambush would naturally not be a small-scale raid by a few Miz. After quickly changing into the driving suit and boarding the Dawn Gundam, the images of Graham and Yulin lit up. Yang Hui, this attack is interesting. Their target should be us, right? Graham said. There are too many rebels in the reef space, which will greatly limit our performance. The commander on the other side is not simple. Yulin said. The meteorites visible to the naked eye are not an obstacle for Yang Hui and his men, but the countless rebels floating in the universe are worthy of attention. These rebels have no effect on battleships and Miz, but they are a fatal threat to the fragile floating guns. Once the weirdness of the floating guns is restricted, it is equivalent to abolishing half of the strength of Yang Hui and the other two. I'm kidding you. Good idea, but they still underestimated us, didn't they? Yang Hui smiled, not taking the other party's calculation seriously. It doesn't matter what, I just hope there is an opponent worth fighting this time. Graham shrugged, and it didn't matter. After all, he was not good at floating swords, and carrying a floating sword was just icing on the cake for him. And Yulin. Looking at her still calm and gentle smile, she knew that she didn't care. Don't say it, that interesting little guy should attack. Oh? Is it the kid you are optimistic about? Interesting, his X-Rounder ability is very strong, right? Of course, but don't think about it, he belongs to Arthur. Tisk, boring. Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam, the launch sequence is ready. You can attack. During the communication, the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam had already arrived at the catapult deck, and the 6 sent the attack instructions. Understood, Yang Hui, Dawn Gundam, attack. Graham Aka, Flag Gundam, attack. Luna Gundam, launch sequence is ready, please attack. Luna Gundam, attack. On the other side, the Diva detected the enemy attack at the same time and urgently entered the first-level battle. Enemy attack. At this time, Arthur hurriedly changed into his pilot's suit and boarded the Gundam H2. He had the same idea as the others. It would not take long to leave the reef space region. They all thought that there would be no attack, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Listen, new recruits. Wallach connected the team's communication. It's too early for you to fight in the reef space region, but since the enemy has come, there is no reason not to welcome him. Follow. Yes. The G-Titan, Gundam Age 2 and 3, Adele II, attacked in an orderly manner, closely following Yang Hui and the other two. So many enemy planes. Max can be regarded as a real newcomer in the Wallach team. Needless to say, SM has been educated by Yang Hui since he was a child. Alyssa's father Dick is also a maintenance division of the Federal Army, so he is naturally prepared. When Max saw the enemy who was many times more than his own, he felt that he was about to die in battle and had difficulty breathing. It's okay, we have Lieutenant General Yang Hui and his men here. Although Alyssa was also afraid, she still plucked up the courage to comfort Max. With a Lieutenant General here, our pressure will be much less, but don't be careless. Steady Albright reminded the two. Understood. X2. This is Yang Hui, Wallach team, from now on, follow my command. Yang Hui connected the communication of all members of the Wallach team. Oh, it's a long-lost feeling, give the order quickly. Wallach was a little excited. He had been transferred from the Shinrun brigade for a long time, and he still clearly remembered what it felt like to fight under Yang Hui's command. That kind of exciting excitement had never been felt in any other unit. Wolf, SM, follow me and Graham to assault the enemy head-on, and the rest of you follow Yulin to provide cover. Understood. XN gave the order, and the order was carried out strictly. The Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam, G-Titan and Gundam Age 2 burst into flames and rushed to the enemy formation at the fastest speed. 3. Adele II followed Yulin, on the one hand, providing firepower to cover the assault team, and on the other hand, protecting Yulin's safety. When they met the enemy, the yellow beam and the pink beam wove a gorgeous scenery in the dead reef space. Max and Elisa were still recruits. They shot hastily when they saw the enemy, and immediately fired the next shot when they failed to hit. The more the beams passed by the enemy planes, the more anxious they became. "Calm down." Yulin connected the communication between the two and said, "Colonel, calm down, aim and shoot, one by one." Yulin's gentle words were like a breeze on the hot battlefield, blowing out the impetuous sparks, and the coolness and comfort cooled their impetuous hearts. "Understood. Aim and shoot. Aim and shoot." Ling. When he saw the lock mark on the screen light up, Max pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the pink beam of light pierced through the waist and abdomen of a Dorado like a sharp sword. One by one, one by one. Although Elisa did not completely lock on like Max before shooting, she calmed down and no longer pursued the rapid elimination of the two Dorados in front of her, but fired continuously, first destroying the coordinated action of the two machines, and then, boom. The Dorado, whose coordination was destroyed, fell into a moment of stiffness. It was at this moment that Adele II's shooting hit, and fireworks exploded in the universe. Killed it. Successful. Well, that's it, keep going. Yes. Seeing that the two had entered the state, Yulin nodded with satisfaction, and then fired one shot after another, without hitting the enemy plane, but forcing all the enemy planes that wanted to approach back and return to the position before the advance. Abri also discovered this. At first, he didn't understand why Yulin did this, but after hearing Yulin's instructions to Max and Elisa, and the two gradually getting into the state, he understood. This is to train troops on the battlefield. Abri was also shocked by Yulin's actions. Training troops in actual combat, and when the enemy's ambush circle has been formed and their own troops are at an absolute disadvantage. Well, it's not surprising that someone as powerful as the colonel does this. After Abri figured out the key to everything, he shrugged his shoulders. In this case, I can't fall behind. It's embarrassing to lose to a newcomer. Thinking of this, Abri's Adele II fired 3 shots in a row, hitting a Bacto that was approaching. Under Yulin's leadership, the rear front stabilized. The two sides were in a stalemate and could not eliminate each other for a while. The enemy formation in front was like a pot of boiling hot oil, which was boiling and bursting like a large spoonful of cold water was introduced. Yang Hui and Graham, as the sharpest knives, cut the frontal line in half with one knife, the middle bloomed, the two sides scattered, and 2 meteors, one red and one gray, separated to the left and right, and cut the enemy line into 4 petals again, and the formation was torn to pieces. A G-Titan quickly attacked, cut the 2 Dorados blocking the road in half, and then opened his arms, and fired the Fang's rifle and beam Vulcan cannon in his hands at the same time, killing 4 enemy planes in a short time. Captain Wolf, so powerful! Arthur exclaimed. He didn't feel much during the Tordia defense battle. He felt that Wolf's performance was not worthy of the name of Angel of the Heavenly Man Battalion. But now, Arthur felt that the name of Mad Wolf Angel was well deserved. I can't lose either, huh? The Gundam Age 2 fired 2 guns continuously, interfering with the movements of a Bacto. After forcing the opponent's activity space to death, the Gundam Age 2 had already arrived in front of Bacto, and the muzzle closed into a sharp sword, slashing down in the shape of a cross. Swish boom. After destroying an enemy plane, SM looked for the next target, but found that there were no enemies around him, and the Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam and G-Titan had already distanced themselves from him. Falling behind? I have to catch up quickly. Just as SM was about to catch up, he found that a Dorado had locked onto the G-Titan from behind. Captain. Behind. Wolf heard SM's reminder, but he didn't care and continued to chase the opponent in front of him. Captain. SM thought Wolf didn't hear or didn't have time to react, so he wanted to rush over to rescue him, but the distance was beyond his most comfortable shooting range, and the panicked shooting couldn't even interfere with the Dorado. Just as the yellow light of the Dorado's muzzle flashed and the Grim Reaper's scythe was about to harvest Wolf's soul, a pink beam of light entered from its back and penetrated through its body from the front. Boom. That's... SM looked in the direction of the shooting and saw that the Dawn Gundam had already aimed its gun at other enemy planes. Uncle Yang Hui's cover. No, I can't go on like this. Arthur gritted his teeth and drove the Gundam H2 to follow closely. Wolf, your butt is exposed. Yang Hui cursed while destroying the enemy plane. Aren't you still here? Arthur replied indifferently. Of course he knew that he had just been locked. He was not deaf and could still hear Arthur's reminder. But, with Yang Hui here, do you still have to worry about your back? Tisk, you bastard, be careful not to overturn and die. Don't worry, I know my limits. After ending the communication, Yang Hui raised the corners of his mouth and secretly praised that the tacit understanding they had in the past had not been lost. At this moment, Yang Hui received an emergency communication from Baizen. Captain. An enemy plane is attacking you from the direction of B543, and its speed is 3 times that of Dorado. Chapter 150 The Promised Showdown, Gerhardt vs. SM. The Baizen and the Song-Ji maintained their speed and followed the MiZ troops. When the MiZ of Vegan entered the main gun range of the two ships, they opened fire to cover the MiZ troops in front. How strange. The Sikh of the Song-Ji looked at the radar display and said, "What's wrong? Report directly if there is any situation." Milizi scolded. Projected on the main screen, "Captain, the situation on the battlefield is very strange." The Sikh said. The radar display came to the main screen, and everyone looked at the distribution of enemy and friendly symbols and indeed found something strange. The battle situation in the front was very smooth. Wherever the Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam, G-Titan and Gundam H2 passed, it could be described as a place where no grass grew. The front of the encirclement was torn apart in a short time, opening a path for the troops to break out. However, the area behind the Luna Gundam and the 3, Adel II, was completely the opposite. Although all friendly aircraft were built and the enemy aircraft were destroyed in an orderly manner, the efficiency was very low, which was completely different from the battlefield in the front. Do you have combat data? Soon, it will be done. The battlefield data appeared, and everyone was amazed. Why was the combat data of the Luna Gundam piloted by Yulin so low, and the number of kills was 0, which did not match their cognition, while the data of others was gradually increasing, although it was very slow, but very stable. Yulin, this shouldn't be the case, could it be? After a little thought, Miles figured out the key, but just in case, she asked someone to call up the real-time image of that area. Sure enough, the Luna Gundam was surrounded by 3, Adel II, like watching a play, and it shot randomly from time to time, and it didn't seem to hit the enemy plane at all, while the 3, Adel II, could stably destroy the enemy plane without any worries. Sure enough, but it's too child's play, isn't it? Miles shook her head and smiled bitterly, sighing at Yulin's boldness, daring to train newcomers in such a situation. Connect the communication of Luna Gundam. Yes. Captain Miles. Colonel Yulin, our ship and Baizen have entered the combat area. Miles said seriously. Understood. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Yulin knew what Myra-Ils meant. Since the Diva and Baizen had joined the battle, the training could be over. Captain. B543 responded that another vegan Unit 1 appeared behind the enemy encirclement, and was approaching at 3 times the speed. The target was determined to be Vice Admiral Yang Hui's Dawn Gundam. Captain. An enemy plane is attacking you from the direction of B543, and its speed is 3 times that of Dorado. Huh? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, and the arc of his mouth curled up even more. 3 times the speed, Gerhardt, you are here as expected. Yang Hui knew that Gerhardt's target must be himself. Gerhardt, who was sitting on the MiZ, was not the commander-in-chief, but a warrior, just like Ram back then. As a warrior, he longed for the strong and was excited about strong enemies. But unfortunately, your opponent is not me. Thinking of this, Yang Hui connected to Arthur's communication. Arthur, an enemy plane is coming from the direction of B543, go and intercept him. Enemy plane. Arthur didn't understand. A machine with 3 times the speed, Gerhardt is here, go meet your old friend. Gerhardt. Isem was startled, his eyes immediately became firm, don't worry, I will definitely defeat him. Well, go ahead, let him see your determination. Yang Hui knew that Isem would not be Gerhardt's opponent, but he would not undermine his confidence, that was Gerhardt's job. The strong performance of Yang Hui and the other two did bring a big blow to Isem, But this blow was different from the blow Gellert gave him. First, Yang Hui and the other two were elders, with age, experience, and qualifications. Even if SM could not see how big the gap was, it was reasonable, and the gap that could not be seen would not only fail to bring SM the motivation to move forward, but would inhibit his growth rate. But Gellert was different. Gellert had not yet fully grown up, and the gap between him and SM was still visible, and they were of the same age, which could give SM more motivation. Second, Gellert and SM still had an agreement, and the grudge between them needed to be settled by themselves. Yes. The Gundam Age 2 left in the direction of Gerhardt. Yang Hui had no time to do anything else and continued to attack the remaining vegan troops. It must be said that Yang Hui and Graham's deterrence was still very strong. Not long after the battle began, the encirclement network arranged in advance was torn into pieces. If there were an excellent commander, he could still organize the remaining troops to reorganize the front line. Unfortunately, Vegan's technology is indeed more advanced than the Federation. The research, quantity, and development of X-Rounder are far ahead of the Federation, but if we really want to talk about outstanding commanders, it seems that there are really no outstanding commanders. The only commanders who have shown their faces are Gerhardt and later Zanid, but both Gerhardt and Zanid are more like Ms. pilots than commanders. They didn't command all the operations at all, and then handed over the command of the troops to their deputies, and drove the Ms. to attack and fight. So the messy troops continued to be destroyed piecemeal by Yang Hui, Graham and Wallif, and they couldn't even make an effective counterattack. There were already signs of defeat. That's it, huh? Yang Hui saw on the radar display that the vegan signal surrounding Yulin and others was disappearing rapidly. Yang Hui noticed the situation on Yulin's side from the beginning, but he didn't care. Even if he needed to protect 3 people, Yulin could easily deal with it. But he was not angry all the time, which must be training. Anyway, it was not the first time they did this. But now the situation has changed. Either Yulin thinks that the training of newcomers has met the requirements, or other situations have arisen and the battle needs to be ended quickly. In any case, Yang Hui doesn't need to drag it on any longer. Graham, Wallif, this is up to you. I'll go destroy the enemy warship. Yang Hui ordered. Understood. Go quickly. Be careful, especially you, Wallif. Hey, I get it. After destroying its target, the floating gun circled around the Dawn Gundam again and followed it to rush towards the fleet behind Vegan. In the direction of B-543, Arthur also collided with his destined rival. Gerhardt was still excited. Finally the organism could keep up with his speed, but the sudden alarm interrupted his joy. Enemy aircraft approaching? At this position? That's the Gundam. Gerhardt. The public frequency burst out the roar of SM, and the Gundam Age 2 dragged a long tail flame and approached. Jedra. SM. Seeing SM's attack, Gerhardt also gave up the plan to fight with Yang Hui. He wiped the beam of the Jedra gun with one hand, and the beam that should have been shot condensed into a sword. Bang! Zzz. The inertia brought by the high-speed collision between the Jedra sword and the Gundam Age 2's double swords made the two machines deadlocked. They had to endure the tremors caused by the collision and repel each other. Gerhardt, it's you, right? Gerhardt. SM, so what? The two machines exerted force at the same time, repelling each other, but immediately collided with each other, and two meteors, one red and one blue, outlined a beautiful picture in the universe. The sparks of the collision were the best finishing touch. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Gerhardt. Then let's try. Neither of them noticed that they were smiling with excitement on their faces, especially Gerhardt, who had completely forgotten about the battle at this moment. He only wanted to fight with SM. Their agreement, their awareness, and their strong beliefs collided. Who would be the winner? The Gundam Age 2 raised its sword to attack again. Jedra put away his sword and fired 2 shots at the Gundam Age 2. Fortunately, the Gundam Age 2 subconsciously turned sideways and used its shield to cover its body, thus blocking Jedra's sudden shot. It seen through. Just like last time. SM's reaction was not slow either. He used his shield to protect himself while slowly retreating. He also changed his sword into a gun and prepared to fight back. But just as he moved his shield away, the alarm sounded and Jedra's face filled the entire screen. What? Bang! Jedra kicked out and hit the Gundam Age 2 in the abdomen. The huge force carried the Gundam Age 2 backwards and directly hit a meteorite. Got it. Jedra followed closely behind, changing the Ghidra sword again, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the Gundam Age 2. But SM is not the SM in the original plot. How could it be solved like this, having been taught by Yang Hui and Graham since he was a child? He stepped on the pedals with both feet and pulled the joystick with both hands. A fierce flame burst out from the back of the Gundam Age 2. The powerful thrust carried the Gundam Age 2 upwards, and it happened to avoid Ghidra's fatal sword. Gerhardt. Gundam Age 2 pointed the muzzle at Ghidra. SM. Ghidra missed the first shot, but did not stop. The beam destroyer on his chest also shone with a deadly brilliance. The next second, the two lines, one pink and one yellow, collided, and the dazzling light made it impossible to open your eyes for a while. Oh, beep beep beep. SM had difficulty opening his eyes and could not confirm the situation, but when he heard the rapid alarm sound, he subconsciously pushed the joystick forward. Swish zizzes. Booma. The violent tremor made Arthur scream, and the resistance from his back let him know that he had hit the meteorite again. After a second or two, the strong light weakened, and Arthur opened his eyes, but all his movements were frozen, with an unwilling anger on his face. Ghidra was standing in front of the Gundam Age 2 at this time. His left arm had turned into debris in space. The physical sword of the Gundam Age 2 was staying at the broken end, but the Ghidra sword in his right hand was pointing at the cockpit of the Gundam Age 2. Just a slight push forward would pierce the armor on the chest. It's over, Arthur. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.